Yeah, it's heavy. I don't know why they keep sleeping on me, man. Let me wake them up. Flow sick, man, I been high. I saw a guy who the dopest. Hopeless, what I used to be. Now I'm moving packs of that potent pressure. If love is a drug, I need extra. I don't look to people, look to the one who poured and don't even measure. Killing beats give me pleasure. Please call the medic, this beat came to me on a stretcher. In the lab, I step to the mic and feel like I'm Dexter. I'm a man, dark world, but I'm still shining like treasure. Yeah, I got joy like ha ha ha. Wait, and I can't wear smiles, that's fake. Then I'm between love and strong. Hate clock says no time for mistakes. Ring the alarm, sirens go off, but I'm calm. My life resides in his palm. Submit to my pops, respect for my mom. Honoring both, so my life will be long. Third time, hit the charm of the third strike. Had to turn my back on the street like tears come down. Both hands up, thinking about what life will be like. If I never change, might stay the same. Stay playing games. Yeah, end up in a cell, free but a slave, or inside the grave. Used to dive in the pool of the hen dog. It was me and my bros to the end dog. Wasn't blood, but we was still kin dog. Was alive, but dead in my sin dog. I was heading down fast like an asteroid. I had a good heart, was a bad boy. I played girls like they was just toys. Gold was the poker, mine like Blastoise. I would chase girls to use them. I ended up getting used. It's crazy the things that you do will come back around and bite you. That is a mouthful to chew. Try not to choke. Life ain't a joke. Why everyone hitting the snooze, sleeping on me? It's time you get woke, my God.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Yeah, it's heavy. I don't know why they keep sleeping on me, man. Let me wake 'em up. Wake 'em up. Flow sick, man, I been high. I saw a guy who the dopest, hopeless. What I used to be, now I'm moving packs to that potent pressure. If love is a drug, I need extra. I don't look to people, look to the one who poured and don't even measure. Killing beats give me pleasure. Please call the medic, this beat came to me on a stretcher. In the lab, I step to the mic and feel like I'm Dexter. I'm a man, dark world, but I'm still shining like treasure. Yeah, I got joy like ha ha ha. Wait, and I can't wear smiles. That's fake. Then I'm between love and strong. Hate clock says no time for mistakes. Ring the alarm. Sirens go off, but I'm calm. My life resides in his palm. Submit to my pops. Respect for my mom. Honor them both, so my life will be long. Third time is the charm of the third strike. Had to turn my back on the street like tears come down. Both hands up, thinking about what life will be like. If I never change, mine stay the same. Stay playing games. Yeah, end up in a cell, free but a slave, or inside the grave. Used to dive in the pool of the hand off. It was me and my bros to the end off. Wasn't blood, but we was still kin off. Was alive, but dead in my sin dog. I was heading down fast like an asteroid. I had a good heart, was a bad boy. I played girls like they was just toys. Gold was the poker, mine like Blastoise. I would chase girls to use them. I ended up getting used. It's crazy the things that you do will come back around and bite you. That is a mouthful to chew. Try not to choke. Life ain't a joke. Why everyone hitting the snooze? Sleeping on me, it's time you get woke, my God. Famous. Yeah. It's heavy. I don't know why they keep sleeping on me, man. Let me wake 'em up. Wake 'em up. Flow sick, man, I been high. I saw a guy who the dopest. Hopeless, what I used to be. Now I'm moving packs to that potent pressure. If love is a drug, I need extra. I don't look to people, look to the one who poured and don't even measure. Killing beats give me pleasure. Please call the medic, this beat came to me on a stretcher. In the lab, I step to the mic and feel like I'm Dexter. I'm a man, dark world, but I'm still shining like treasure. Yeah, I got joy like ha ha ha. Wait, and I can't wear smiles, that's fake. Then I'm between love and strong. Hate clock says no time for mistakes. Ring the alarm, sirens go off, but I'm calm. My life resides in his palm. Submit to my pops, respect for my mom. Honoring both, so my life will be long. Third time, get the charm of the third strike. Had to turn my back on the street like tears come down. Both hands up, thinking about what life will be like. If I never change, might stay the same. Stay playing games. Yeah, end up in a cell, free but a slave, or inside the grave. Used to dive in the pool of the hen dog. It was me and my bros to the end dog. Wasn't blood, but we was still kin dog. Was alive, but dead in my sin dog. I was heading down fast like an asteroid. I had a good heart, was a bad boy. I played girls like there was just toys. Gold was the poker, mine like Blastoise. I would chase girls to use them. I ended up getting used. It's crazy the things that you do will come back around and bite you. That is a mouthful to chew. Try not to choke. Life ain't a joke. Why everyone hitting the snooze? Sleeping on me is till you get woke. My God. Famous.
Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. You know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I when I fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Yeah, it's heavy. I don't know why they keep sleeping on me, man. Let me wake 'em up. Wake 'em up. Flow sick, man, I been high. I serve a guy who the dopest, hopeless. What I used to be, now I'm moving packs of that potent pressure. If love is a drug, I need extra. I don't look to people, look to the one who poured and don't even measure. Killing beats give me pleasure. Please call the medic, this beat came to me on a stretcher. In the lab, I step to the mic and feel like I'm Dexter. I'm a man, dark world, but I'm still shining like treasure. Yeah, I got joy like ha ha ha. Wait, and I can't wear smiles, that's fake. Then I'm between love and strong. Hate clock says no time for mistakes. Ring the alarm, sirens go off, but I'm calm. My life resides in his palm. Submit to my pops, respect for my mom. Honor them both, so my life will be long. Third time, is the charm of the third strike. Had to turn my back on the street like tears come down. Both hands up, thinking about what life will be like. If I never change, might stay the same. Stay playing games. Yeah, end up in a cell, free but a slave, or inside the grave. Used to dive in the pool of the hand off. It was me and my bros to the end off. Was blood, but we was still kin dog. Was alive, but dead in my sin dog. I was heading down fast like an asteroid. I had a good heart, was a bad boy. I played girls like they was just toys. Gold was the poker, mine like Blastoise. I would chase girls to use them. I ended up getting used. It's crazy the things that you do will come back around and bite you. That is a mouthful to chew. Try not to choke. Life ain't a joke. Why everyone hitting the snooze? Sleeping on me is till you get woke. My God.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, we're making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us.
حتاكل لين تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا أجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes.
when you look into my eyes. Tell me, what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want, then? You wanna war? Show me what's up, then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
So, we're here, day 2 of the Team Championship, final day here at ESL R1 at Gamers8, sponsored by Aramco. So many storylines. Will Kevin Siggy be able to get his head back in the game and contribute to Team Redline's first Team Championship? Will Max Benecke and Mouse be able to take home their second championship of the weekend? Or will Porsche continue their dominance and take home the Team Championship? In a few hours, we are going to find out.
Under attack. He wants to eliminate Team Redline. He's made it work. As they head through towards Malmedy. Can he make it stick the long way around? Oh, God, no!
It is Team Championship time, baby, here at ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. And boy, oh boy, am I certainly excited. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Jasmine, otherwise known as Veracity. And sadly to say, this is our final day here at Gamers8. And joining me here on the desk, I have Arjuna and, as always, the fantastic Jardier. Arjuna, Homie, how have you been feeling being here at Gamers8, enjoying the atmosphere?
I somehow still have my voice, so that's a good thing. But I think today we are in for a bit of an unknown, right, Yardier? We don't know how many races we're in store for as we try and pay out for our team championship $250,000 to the winner.
Yeah, we had some very interesting predictions so far from the teams and from us as well. Yeah. How long actually are we going to be racing today? And I'm actually curious.
You know what? Before you give too much away, it is time for us to dive into our pre-show presented by Savvy. So go ahead. I want to like a little ooh, there we go, as it came up on the screens as well. All right, so talk to me. So far, so good. Things have been shaping up pretty nicely. But unfortunately, yesterday, our results, Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports not quite making the cut to top 6. Arjuna, was that a surprise for you?
I think in many ways it was. Dara McCormack switching group, the only driver to try and find some other tracks and some success. A first and the 4th place finish set up Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports very well. Daniel Pashto, unfortunately, unable to very much convert. And I think we talked to some of the drivers yesterday, a bit dejected, but ultimately we had 12 of the fastest teams. 6 of them had to say goodbye, and we're left with 6 very capable teams ready to battle.
How about from your side, Jardia? Were there any teams that you were really rooting for? Before you say Porsche Coanda, you can't do that, okay? You got to give me another team that you might have been rooting for from the very start that you're maybe a little bit upset didn't make it through.
Oh my God, you're always showing me under the bus.
I'm so sorry.
From the teams that didn't make it, I'm absolutely gutted for Williams because I have some friends there. Yeah. So obviously seeing that emotion, you know, seeing guys yesterday after the racing being really down to like really, really sad. But also at the same time, they knew they have to refresh, regroup, and next time smash it again. So from the teams that didn't make it, I'm actually a little bit sad about Furia. I think Furia was doing very good. They have some very young drivers and they need to get more experience, and getting more experience is exactly what they're here for. And I think they're going to be a really interesting team for the future of this series.
How about when we start to look towards the likes of a FaZe Clan? Obviously yourself, you're pretty good friends with some of those drivers as well. What do you think kind of let them down heading into this event? Was it the last minute additions of new drivers? What do you think that might be?
I think obviously that's a very big aspect for this racing. Like some of the teams like Redline, for example, these guys race with each other for years, you know, and FaZe obviously is new to the sim racing. They had to do some last minute changes and stuff, and it's very hard to compete against someone who has years of advantage.
Well, fellas, we started with our 12 teams yesterday, down to only 6 right now. If you're only just joining us, then don't worry. I have a little suspicion that today is certainly going to be a long day, but here is how things are going to shape up. As I did mention, yesterday we had our group stages with our 12 teams, but today the top 6 teams, aka 24 drivers. You may notice that says open end at the very end of that, and you might be wondering what on earth is open end. Well, that basically means we could be here until 4 a.m. In order to win, our teams have to garner themselves 150 points. Once they do so, they reach finalist mode, and once you have finalist mode, all you need to do is get one more win. Now that could be either one of your drivers getting that one more win, and obviously the finalist mode counts across the board for all of your teammates, which means there's going to be a world of pressure on some of these drivers' shoulders. But driver nominations, fellas, talk to me about that one. The pairings heading into this one, I think, is particularly intriguing, I must say.
I think you mentioned that the pairings are important because 4 drivers a team, but the 2 drivers in the race can communicate with one another. You want them to be somewhat helping each other in terms of pace, but also able to work together. I think some of the important things that we've seen, Yardier, is most teams have gone to split up their fastest drivers and make sure they've got speed in both races.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's very, I think it's a very smart, safe strategy, not taking too much risk at the beginning of the day. So they are taking their fastest driver and a little bit slower driver pairing. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how they will perform, but also going to be very interesting to see later when we'll have teams reaching those 150 points, what they're going to do with that.
Well, it's very important to note that the Group A lineup will be our races 1 and 2 of today, and Group B will be 3 and 4 as well, which means if you're trying to tune in for your favorite driver, do stick around because, like I said at the very start, it is all to race for and there is absolutely so much on the line. But what tracks are they going to be heading on into is the real question. What do you guys think was the most hectic track of yesterday?
Oh, I mean, can you pick all of them? Some of our qualifying sessions, we were split by 4/10 through 12 drivers, and then plenty of chaos, not just at the front, at the back. I think ultimately Monza's always one where you expect plenty of drama, but Nürburgring and Hockenheim, despite being more tight and twisty and technical, delivered plenty of 3-wide yesterday.
Yeah, personally, my favorite pick so far is Hockenheim, because I think Hockenheim gave us the most drama, most racing, some crazy free wide and such, you know. Like Monza is like, it's a little bit different. You always expect something to happen there. But Hockenheim, we had some like very big incidents and some drama with stewarding as well.
Well, you did mention incidents and you did mention drama and stewarding. So on that note, I think now is a good time as any to explain our penalty point system. Now, we've had some drivers that have been a little bit chaotic, to say the least, and garnering themselves many penalty points, which of course have carried on through to today. So Arjuna, talk to me, who is the main culprit heading into today?
Well, the main culprit's not involved anymore. Peter Berryman already has got a qualifying ban from yesterday's action, but we're left with Yuri Kastop on 14 penalty points for Miles, and that means one more penalty point and he gets a qualifying ban. That's significant, but not as significant as the fact that penalties in the race apply to not just the driver that was offending, but also the teammate, and that means if your teammate's running up the front and you're battling for 6th, then you end up with some contact. Your teammate may no longer, be leading the race.
I do love this team element of it, right? Because a lot of the time in sim racing, we talk about teammates supporting one another, but now teammates very much have the ability to be the detriment of one another as well. And I feel like that in itself is going to cause some chaos out there on the tracks as well. But our team prize pool, I know everybody is wondering, why is this such a big deal? Why do all of these sim racers care so much? Well, to put it bluntly, we have $600,000 on the line, and first place, if you win that sweet team championship trophy, you'll also be walking away with $250,000. Just let that sink in.
You love to say that, right?
I
Quarter
do.
of a million.
It's so impactful, no?
It's amazing. What a prize money. Unbelievable. Like, we already had amazing prize money for the Friday race for the drivers, but in here on the team, I think all the teams really want to get that pile of cash.
It's a life-changing amount of money, not just for the drivers, of course, in that Drivers' Championship, but for teams to be able to take the next step forward, maybe to build facilities like Porsche Coanda, Team Redline, and even Apex Racing Team have done, and maybe to sign some new drivers and go even faster in the next season of ESL R1.
Well, obviously, when we cast our minds back to the previous spring season here at ESL R1, we actually had Team Redline taking away the victory there. How do you think that they fared up this time around? Are you seeing the same kind of performance from Team Redline as you did last time here?
I think a lot of the drivers from other teams thought that Redline were going to be maybe the strongest team coming into the tournament. And while they have shown speed in qualifying, it's been a little bit more difficult in the race. Sometimes the other BMWs have had more speed. And just look back to yesterday where sometimes we thought Redline were in danger of missing out on getting to the top 6. Kevin Siggy, oh boy, was he angry with two consecutive incidents with Mitchell de Jong.
Well, on the flip side of that, we also have Marcel Chinchik representing R8G. Obviously, previously he had won our driver championship at the Munich Major. How do you think R8G as a team are looking heading into this one, Jardia?
Oh, I think they are looking, after yesterday especially, they're really strong. When I was watching Thursday and Friday, I was like, maybe this driver of the R8G is a little bit slower. Maybe he's going to be a little worse to fight with or work with. But yesterday, the team, oh boy, all of the drivers were performing absolutely fantastic. All of them.
Well, one thing that I definitely want to highlight is the fact that previously in Munich, we had Erhan Yujovski and Marcel Chinchik as the two kind of teammates on the field at that point. This time around, it's a little bit different. But you know what? I'm not going to give away too much because it is almost time for us to throw it over to the stage. Have you guys been enjoying that gorgeous stage?
I love it. I
can't wait to see the photos on there.
God, yes, it's such a beautiful stage. I can't say anything bad about it. Like, it's beautiful. Like, every sim racing driver or esport driver, I think, wishes to be on a stage like this, performing for this amazing prize money and for this event.
One thing that I've continued to hear from a lot of our drivers is the fact that, you know what, a stage like this, of this size, this magnitude, this much attention to detail, we have not seen before, Arjuna. So how important is an event like this, a stage like this, and a prize pool like this for our drivers?
It's an opportunity, like I said, but I think in some ways it's also a learning experience. Jem Bullock-Bassi, one of the drivers that maybe hasn't had the most speed, but has plenty of experience in LAN events, came into this fairly confident. When Gianmarco Fiducci talked to me, he was like, This is my first LAN event. I'm a little bit nervous about the lights, the cameras, and all those distractions that you've got to deal with.
Well, you know what? He has been through a lot, obviously being the newest addition there to the side of FaZe Clan. Temporarily, of course. You're not going to give him away that easily, are you, Josh? Not going to want to let it go. But fellas, tell me, what are you most excited for today? Which pairing do you think is going to rise to the top?
Well, I can't personally wait to see the team driving, like how they will perform together and how will they work together, you know, holding the opponents and apparently holding and fighting together forward, you know. It's going to be amazing to see.
Well, without further ado, it is over to Barney and Atik as they take us through the action.
The sun is blazing, the moon is shining. In a land of heroes, where the stars are rising. Nobody can stop me, I walk through the fire right here for fame. Who will us the gusts of the storms in the desert? This is not a game. We fight for glory. My night. With every win we ascend a new heights. I'm sharpening my skills and I focus my mind. The pie nice in the heart of a line. A battle with pride is a matter of time. I become the most greatest, the victory's mine. We reach for the cup, and attention is up. In the city area, everybody's getting hot. It's not about luck, it's simple the skills that we got in the national scores from all over the globe. Are you ready to show up from above the spot?
No one remembers the guy who finished in second, apart from the guy who finished in second. A brutally honest quote from the legendary indie racer, Bobby Unser. But a quote that remains true to a lot of our drivers here today.
صحيح الرحلة اللي عديناها اللي كانت معنا 3 أيام الماضية وصلنا إلى لحظة جدا صعبة اليوم وهي اليوم الحاسم خصوصا إنها يوم الفرق اللي راح تكون معنا.
6 teams have been sent packing. And so we have our remaining 6 teams who will go toe-to-toe until the checkered flag drops.
معنا الفرق الحالية اللي وصلت معنا إلى المرحلة النهائية 6 فرق واحد فيهم بس واللي راح ياخذ الكأس في هذه البطولة فكلنا متحمسين على الرحلة العظيمة وكيف راح نختتمها ونعرف أبطالها في هذه المرحلة.
So if you're at home watching online or if you are here in the Gamers8 arena, welcome to ESL R1 at Gamers8 sponsored by Aramco. It is Championship Sunday. My name is Banks and I am your host and joining me here on the main stage is my co-host Atik.
صحيح بعد ما تعرفنا على الرحلة العظيمة ووصلنا لها إلى المرحلة الحالية، راح نقدر نقول لكم حياكم الله مشاهدينا أعزائنا الحضور كلكم وين ما كنتم من كل أنحاء العالم، حياكم الله في جيمرز 8 في بطولة ESL R1 المقدمة لكم من أرامكو، اللي راح نشوف فيها أبطال هذه النسخة. معكم مقدمكم باللغة العربية عتيق، ومعنا مقدمنا باللغة الإنجليزية بانكس.
And so, for the final time, let's introduce our teams to the main stage.
والحين للمرة الأخيرة عشان نقدر نعرف الأبطال، خلونا نرحب معنا بالست فرق على المسرح.
Stepping out onto the main stage, bringing grit, determination and drive to Gamers8. Is that enough in a field this stacked? It's Mercedes AMG Petronas Esports team.
فريق تميز بصموده وسيطرته العالية. رحبوا معنا في فريق مرسيدس AMG Petronas Esports team.
One of the most competitive team of drivers to grace ESL R1 in 2023. It is Team Redline.
فريق حقق انتصارات كثير، مسابقينه ما يهبطون. رحبوا معنا في فريق Redline.
With a powerful end to yesterday's races. Can they carry that momentum into today? It is G2 Esports.
فريقنا ذو الشعبية الكبيرة ما يخيب ظن مشجعينه. أعطونا تحية في فريق G2 Esports. See me and I'm looking like 100 racks. I don't show up if ain't no briefcase. Your girl told me that you.
Within this next team, our ESL R1 at Gamers8 Drivers Champion is in the mix and looking to make a big impact. It's Mouse.
معهم المتسابق الفائز بالسباقات الفردية، هل يسوونها وياخذون السباقات الجماعية؟ رحبوا معنا في فريق ماوس.
With one of the strongest starts to any day of competitive sim racing yesterday, can they do it again when the stakes are raised? It's R8G Esports.
بالهدوء والتوازن ظهوره دائم وزن. رحبوا معنا في R8G Esports.
All eyes on this next team who flew up the leaderboard at the end of yesterday's competition and cleared second by 8 points. But today is another day. The pressure is on for Porsche Coanda Esports Racing Team.
صاحب أعلى نقاط وانطلق على طول معنا إلى المركز الأول في المجموعة. رحبوا معنا في فريق بورش كواندا.
Come on down. Come on down, Josh, come on down. Oh, your team are running away. That's fine, don't worry about it. Congratulations on yesterday's performance. You know, you've done absolutely incredibly well. Let's bring it back a little bit. Also, let's nudge over. Let's walk over here. Come on, let's nudge over. Come on, we got this. Okay, let's take it back a little bit. How did the debrief go after yesterday? Because you guys put in one hell of a performance.
Yeah, honestly, it was good. To be honest, last night, though, we just wanted to get to sleep. But this morning, we went over a lot of things and for sure figured out our plan for today in terms of how we want to approach things. And yeah, I think we certainly know what we want to do. We know what we need to do to achieve it. And yeah, we'll be looking to have a good run.
نبغى نعرف الخطة لهذا الفريق كيف راح تكون، خصوصا ان مستواهم امس كان جدا متصاعد. فذكر قال بالنسبه لنا كان اهم شيء اننا ننام بشكل كويس، واهم شيء حتى برضو يوم جلسوا وخططوا عرفوا وش يقدرون يسوون معنا في اليوم النهائي واللي راح نشوفه في ادائهم اليوم.
So in esports, we have this kind of ongoing thing about universal just momentum. So going in from one game to the next and one day into the next as well. You obviously finished yesterday extremely strong. So I guess in the sense of momentum, will you be kicking things off in the driver's seat today?
Yeah, I'll be doing the first race alongside Mac. Obviously, as a team, we'll just try and continue what we did yesterday. Overall, as a whole, we all scored great points. So we'll be looking to do the same today. And really, that's all that matters, right? It's not about one driver today. It's about us working together as a team and getting the job done that way. And yeah, I'm sure we're I'm confident that we're the great people to do it.
فعلا شيء جدا مهم ان شلون راح يقدرون يتعاملون مع الموقف الحالي، خصوصا انها في النهائيات. ذكر معنا المتسابق قال داخلين بثقه عاليه، وهذا همهم. كل الاهم بالنسبه لهم يجمعون النقاط، وطبعا بشكل طبيعي يعني هي في البطوله النهائيه معنا، وهو راح يبدا معنا في السباق الاول. هو وماك راح يبدون معنا في اول سباق، ويقول هذا سباق مختلف لان كلها يعتمد على العمل الجماعي.
We've talked about confidence already. We'll get back to that. From a personal standpoint, obviously, Drivers' Championship didn't really finish the way that you wanted it to. So this time round, how are things going to finish? I want to get a sense of your confidence.
Yeah, I'd certainly like to be able to finish off today as team champions for Porsche Coanda. Obviously, like you said, Friday didn't necessarily go as planned, but yeah, that's honestly out of my mind now. It's all about the team today, and yeah, we'll be looking to put in a good result.
صحيح. بالنسبة للمتسابقين أن يوم الجمعة أو قبل يومين في البطولات الفردية ما مشت بالطريقة اللي هم كانوا يبغونها، لكن الحين هنا في البطولة الجماعية يختلف الوضع تماما. فهو بالنسبة له يقول يعني بشكل خاص أنه حتى برضو يبغون يعطون كامل طاقتهم كامل جهدهم عشان يقدروا يحققون النصر. وقلنا له يعني لا تلعب علينا بالنقاش اللي كان معنا أمس. اليوم إيش توقعك راح يكون؟ قال أكيد بإذن الله راح نبذل مجهودنا عشان نقدر نفوز في هذه البطولة.
Well, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. Best of luck to you and your team for the entirety of today. It's going to be a tough day, but best of luck. So if you could go and join Mac over there on your rig and the rest of your team, if you can make your way upstairs and stand by, we will introduce your first drivers to open up this race of the Team Championship Finals.
صحيح. الحين عندنا المرحلة الحالية. حاب أذكركم بس في شغلة سريعة. هي صحيح أن عندنا المتسابقين الحاليين، كل فريق راح يرشح متسابقين 2 راح يشاركون في السباق القادم. فالحين كل المتسابقين راح يروحون إلى أماكنهم يتجهزون من اللي المتسابق حتى برضو اللي راح ياخذ السباق في المضمار الأول منه برضو في المضمار الثاني، بعدين تصير التبديلات كاملة معنا.
Boss where my money at. Walk in like a boss where my money at. Walk in like a boss where my money at.
Kicking things off, Mac Backham.
Like 100 racks. Walk in like a boss where my money at.
Josh Rogers.
Like a boss where my money at. Walk in like a boss where
Marcel Chinchik.
See me and I'm looking like 100 racks.
Shibu Kazuban.
Your girl told me that you was a cheapskate.
Enzo Bonito.
Your girl, she a keepsake. Got money like I keep.
Isaac Price.
On the A-list, you a C grade. Make $1 million on a free day. Do it my way, I never give you.
Isaac Price.
Throw you out of the car on the freeway. Looking, yeah.
Sebastian Job.
Cooking, I've been cooking with the winner, chicken dinner.
Yuri Kazdor.
Put my money on the table before I turn you.
Moritz Lohner.
Bono Hughes.
Walk in like a boss where my money at. Walk in like
James Baldwin.
Walk in like a boss where my money at. See me and I'm looking like
$600,000 is on the line in today's competition. We've got the ESL R1 trophy as well, of course. Drivers, you may now take to your seats and prepare for your first race. But let's not forget, Atik, pride and glory, something that comes along with racing, of course, every single time when it comes to competition. So, with that being said, let's hand over to our desk who can break everything down before we start our first race of the Team Championship Finals.
صحيح. هذه المرحلة الأخيرة، كل المتسابقين يبغون يحصلون النقاط في بدايتها. وخلونا ما نطول عليكم أكثر، خلوا المتسابقين يجلسون في مقاعدهم يربطون الأحزمة وينطلقون على طول معنا في النهائيات.
Thank you so much for that, fellas. I'm sure the teams are certainly feeling the pressure. But let's go ahead and revisit everything that happened yesterday, just to give a little bit more context about the teams that didn't quite make the cut, and of course the ones that most definitely did. I know you had mentioned before, Jardier, being a little bit upset about the fact that Furia didn't quite make the cut there. How about you, Arjuna? I was kind of hoping a little bit more out of Apex Racing Team.
Yeah, you know, Kevin Ellis Jr. has very much been carrying that team on his back in this championship. And for Jamie Fluke, Johan Hart and Peter Berryman, putting aside some of their iRacing responsibilities, I think they would have been hoping for a bit more speed, but not really firing off the blocks. The one thing that they'll be delighted with, though, Kevin Ellis Jr. took a race win yesterday.
Yeah, at least missing that wedding was worth it. He told us yesterday he had unfortunately missed his girlfriend's mum's wedding in order to be at this event, so at least it wasn't for naught. But yeah, that brings us down to our final final 6 teams that did make it through. So let's go ahead and visit our driver lineup for our very first 2 races of the day. Fellas, I know we were speaking about this whole driver pairing situation, so I'm going to come straight on over to you, Mr. Jardier. I know you're a big fan of the Porsche Coanda boys. We've got Joshua Rogers and Mac Backham. Obviously, Josh having been the driving force between, you know, the team results that we had yesterday, 2 back-to-back wins, but 3 in total for the Porsche Coanda boys.
Yeah, what a performance yesterday. Absolutely fantastic. And I'm very curious how they will open the first race. If they will take it a little bit easier or if they will go very aggressively forward. Joshua was doing like very fantastic, stable driving the whole weekend so far. So I'm very curious about the Marek Bakum, how he will do, because he was a little bit struggling now and then. He was like very good with the performance, but little struggle now and then. I wonder if him having Joshua on a grid with him right now will be a little bit better and improvement on his side.
What kind of benefit do you think having Josh and Mac on the track together is going to bring to the overall results of Porsche Coanda?
So there's going to be some pressure on Mac for sure to match Josh in qualifying, given that Josh tends to be up towards the front. I've dubbed him the king of qualifying. I think the thing that will help, though, is the fact that you can communicate between the teammate. It's not just the team manager that's going to be able to pipe into the ear of Rogers and Backham, but if Mac wants to ask a question of Josh, maybe says, how are you finding so much speed through that corner? Maybe there's an answer, and maybe some time to be gained.
Now, how about the R8G side of things? We mentioned that Marcel is not going to be joined with Erhan on the track this time around. He's going to be joined alongside Thibaut Kazubon. Obviously, he hasn't had necessarily the longest of runs or stints here at ESL R1 during the online rounds. So how do you think that team synergy is going to go compared to the team synergy he had with Erhan?
It's been interesting for Romain Grosjean Esports because, of course, Risto Capit was the 4th driver for the majority of the season. Kazubon stepped in for the penultimate 2 rounds, quarterfinal on the first time of asking, semi-final the second time. And so now we've seen that progression has very much been able to fight for podiums here. And I think ultimately when it comes for Kazubon being able to put full focus on this championship, he's been able to bring a 4th driver to the mix for R8G.
What do you think the drivers will be thinking of communicating between each other? Because obviously this is a team championship, so we'll probably see some team strategies. Do you think we're going to see something like when the drivers will be communicating like, hey Joshua, can you slow him down for me a little bit? You know, can you defend him so I can overtake him? Do we think we will see some dramatic moments like this?
I think for sure, and you're definitely going to also be seeing, I think, the reality that draft at Monza, which is where we're going first, is going to be important. And maybe if you are able to give some draft to your teammate and make sure they're able to get on through, might be something they're going to work through, and I'm thinking that over the course of the day that a teammate synergy is going to be important as we also mix up the selections maybe later on.
I know you mentioned Arjuna, the concept of all of these penalty points, and we've had a naughty driver amongst this list of them, shall I say, to say the very least. We've got Yuri Kazdop with his 14 penalty points, only 1 point away from a qualifying ban. He has been paired up with Moritz Lerner, who only has 3 penalty points to his name. Do you feel like that pairing might have been in order to stop Yuri committing to so much aggression, having Moritz maybe bring him in a little bit?
Well, I think it's twofold. I think that's part of it. I think having Moritz as a teammate who is got a very calm head on his shoulders will be of benefit. But of course, Patrick Holtzman, Max Benneker, former Redline teammates who moved over to Mals at the end of 2022 to start this ESL R1 campaign, it seems like a natural synergy for them to continue that relationship, continue that alliance, and I'm sure it's going to be some good communication between the two.
Well, I know you had briefly mentioned that we're heading on over into Monza as our first track of the day. Fellas, who do we think is really going to thrive in this environment, and who do we think is going to struggle?
Oh, well, we saw R8G certainly being really strong on Monza. We already also saw that BMW is very good in a quali for Monza, but not as good in a race. Struggling on tires, struggling a little bit on pace. I think that's going to bring definitely some very interesting moments, because Porsche, for example, was a little bit harder to drive, but at the same time a little better on the tires.
I think the one thing that we have to watch for is Marcel Chinchik in that R8G Audi. Consecutive poles, consecutive victories in the final day of our Drivers' Championship, and we know just how strong Chinchik can be. I think he wants to very much redeem himself for a lackluster beginning to the Drivers' Championship on the final day, which very much took him out of contention to get into finalist mode. He wants to lead the R8G team to success today.
Right, so yesterday we had kind of coined the term of MVP of Monza. Without further ado, it was indeed Jeffrey Rietveld. Fellas, obviously Jeffrey not being in the mix for this one. We do, however, have Enzo Benito and Luke Bennett. Do you reckon they've taken note of some of Jeffrey's strategy, had a little bit of a team talk on how to approach this best?
I think the Red Line team is maybe amongst the 4 drivers, the closest match of them all. Maybe they can get within a 10th or 2. Other teams maybe a couple more 10s. I think, Yardi, that's something that in this team championship is going to be so important because you have the consistency across every single race.
Yeah. We saw some of the teams are very, let's say 2 of the members are very, very consistent with the results, getting podiums, getting top positions. But on some other teams, we see the consistency is a bit of a lacking. We saw some mistakes. For example, Marco Page in Mercedes jumped the start, got a drive-through penalty in Spa. I'm very curious how the teams will handle this race.
I know yesterday we certainly said that Marcel Chinchik was the monster of Monza. So do you think he's going to be the primary target for Team Redline, the biggest difficulty or struggle for them heading into this?
Yes, absolutely. They need to dethrone Marcel on this track. That is their main target. Unless they don't want to lose any points extra. So I'm sure everybody in this group going to this race knows that, as seen yesterday, Marcel is a master on this track. We need to take him out. I mean, not off the track, but take him out of the position.
All right, well, I'm curious to go ahead and hear from the Team Redline manager. I want to hear about the strategy, but ultimately, I want to see how they're feeling about this race.
I'm here with Andre, team manager of Team Redline. Andre, you made it through yesterday. Quite an eventful few races, but you're through. First up, Enzo, and who else have you got in the car?
We've got Enzo and Luke for the first 2 races. Reason being that we have Monza and I believe Spa. No, it's Nürburgring, right? For the exact reason. So we've seen Enzo deliver quite a strong quali yesterday. Luke, we know, has been outstanding in Nürburgring. Unfortunately, he had a couple of off tracks, but that will be fixed for today. So yeah, our car strengths, let's say, are not in Monza. So we hope to score good points in Nürb, and in Monza we just need to sort of be quite defensive and just damage limitation, really. That's why Enzo and Luke.
As you said, Luke had a bit of a troublesome day yesterday. How's he feeling into this one? And is this going to be the rise of Luke?
I hope so. I hope it's going to be the rise of Team Redline, because after yesterday, we struggled a bit. We had a couple of unfortunate incidents. But for today, we are just really looking at ourselves. I think that's the key message to the team. Let's look at ourselves and let's make sure that we don't get distracted by anything what's happening outside of our control. So that's the plan for today.
Perfect. The race to finalist mode starts now. Thank you so much, Andre. Best of luck. Back to you guys in the studio.
Rory, I'm still here at the desk. Veracity and Jardier step aside, and Ewan O'Leary joins me. Ewan, we were there at the end of the Drivers' Championship on Friday when, in this ESL R1 sponsored by Aramco tournament, Max Benecca took home $100,000. Now we raise the stakes even more, and we've got plenty of team activity with which to talk about. I've got to ask how you're feeling heading into today.
Yeah, very excited to see how this format is going to work now, because it's a little bit different to how it is in the Drivers' Championship. I mean, in the teams, obviously, we've still got finalist mode, but it will work a little bit differently in terms of how we get there, how long it takes to get there, and the maths that we have to do partly as well, which is going to be difficult. But yeah, and then how you win as well. It's not a case of both drivers have to win a race or more than one. It's just one of those team drivers has to win a race once you've reached 150 points, and that's the winner.
How's your voice doing right now?
Oh, I'm doing okay. We'll see how we are after by about 1 a.m. tonight when we've finished up here, or whenever it is.
Yeah, we're different teams have very different expectations for how long they think this is going to go. Some teams thinking as short as 5, maybe 6 races, similar in length to what we had on Friday, but some others thinking a little bit more like we're going to see closer to 10 to 16 races, depending on which driver in the G2 Esports camp that you talk to. We're seeing drivers out there for practice right now. Before we get going for that one-lap shootout in qualifying, drivers get staggered and sent out there one by one. In your mind, in qualifying now with 2 drivers from each team, how would you approach it as a team manager? What are you going to tell them that they need to do?
Well, I think it's just a case of don't get a slowdown and stay up there at least. But the drop-off in points is so big. The leader, the winner of the race, gets 25. You know, only 5th place already down to 10 points. That's a really big drop-off. 15 points from 1st to 5th even. And if you're further down than that, then it's even worse. So, yeah, it's very important that you qualify well, as we know, but possibly out of all of the circuits, Monza is the least important. You can race your way up the field if you're able to. It is possible around this circuit, unlike the Nürburgring, which we'll be visiting a couple of times today as well.
And we saw plenty of passing in the first 3 days of competition here. A couple of double overtakes. Ryan Barneveld thought for a moment on the first day of racing that he had a chance of getting the KFC's Colonel choice for best overtake. However, in that final race on Thursday, Moritz Lohner said, I want to go around the outside of Thibaut Casabon into Ascari. That award was mine. Yeah, exactly. And so he won that on that particular day. And yeah, fair play to him as well. He's here in this race as well, as you can see, just past Bono House. So you're looking at there for Mercedes. He's got an important job to play for them. But yeah, Lerner's going to be important because I don't feel like he's been on quite the form that he was on the online rounds in Poland as well. He was pretty good in Munich as well, actually. Finished up there in the top 10 in the drivers' standings. But here in Riyadh, it's not quite been as good for him. Well, here we go then, I think, to get qualifying underway. It is going to be the Master of Monza that will hope to once again find his way to the top, and he's the very first driver to head towards the line. Let's ride on board with the RAG number 15 and take a look around this Temple of Speed. In towards turn number 1, brake at that 150 on the left-hand side and down into first gear. Use the curbs to rotate the car, and as early on power as you can get to maximize the slingshot, maximize the momentum as you swoop your way 1.2 odd kilometers through the Curva Grande into the Rettifilio chicane. And Marcel Chinchik has sort of designed himself as the master of Monza over the course of especially this LAN event, but previous ones as well, and the regular online season too. He's been so strong over the course of that season. His first chicane, they're not quite so good compared to where maybe he needs to be, and he's got to slow down through the second chicane. Instantly for RAG, one driver looking to start from the back, and well, major drama instantly. And that's big for Porsche Coanda as well. We were speaking about those two and maybe being the two favourites going forward with this event here today. RAG Esports not getting off to a good start because, as you say, Chinchik is so strong at this circuit. He knows how to win here, but he won't be able to do it from the back of the grid. The good news is Casabon's been relatively quick here as well. Not necessarily as stunningly consistent as Marcel Chinchik, but very much expecting him to be able to hopefully bring some speed as well. So that middle sector, like we said, almost 2 seconds off where we'd expect him to be. And so for Chinchik, the benefit will be he's going to the slowdown has come at a track where we know he will be able to pass. But we talk about the points and what he needs to do. I think RAG were expecting him to be number 1. Now for Casabon, there's some more pressure, and for Chinchik, the pressure is to work up through the field as he runs to the line. Yeah, the problem is he's not maximised his best track, which is going to hurt RAG Esports, I think, over the line for Marcel Chinchik. It's going to be a 48.3 from him, so that's 1.3 seconds, 1.5 seconds, maybe, or 2 indeed. I can't do maths. 2.5 seconds away, maybe, from where the pole time is going to be. If we can get below that 46.0 mark, then that is going to be the region where we get pole if we get the time that quick. Luke Bennett's been rather frustrated, I think, so far through the first 3 days of competition. You can also see his teammate Enzo Benito working through in qualifying. Oh, Luke Bennett's not happy with that. It's a 46.4, 4 tenths off, I think, what we'd expect. The final sector, 3 tenths lost alone. Yeah, he's not been having the best weekend, has he really, Luke Bennett? Got knocked out of the Drivers' Championship in really frustrating fashion at the Nürburgring. And unfortunately, it's not got started very well on day 4 here on the Sunday either. Can Enzo Benito maybe do something here for Team Redline as he makes his way towards the line? He's going a little bit better than his teammate, but will it be pole? Yes, by just over a tenth. Not much excitement because right now we really haven't seen a proper representative lap time. I think we still expect drivers to potentially go into the 46.1s. Just to note, team logos not showing on the screen. We'll get those up in a few moments' time, but of course, you can always head on to the Rennsport mobile app to be able to pick apart those timing details a little bit more. Head on to the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store to download it now. Sebastian Job, boy, does he have a job to do in that G2 Esports BMW. It's a rather easy punt if we're being honest. The sector time's relatively competitive, and at the line, it's the first 46.0 of the session. And that's going to be up there. Seb Job knows it. He knows that time is going to be very, very difficult to beat, and it's probably going to have to be one of the Audis. Don't think it's going to be Yuri Kastrup by the looks of that middle sector there. He'll be a tenth or so away, but he'll be looking for a front row here. He'll be important for Miles because let's not forget that Kastrup has maybe not been as strong as Beneke or Lerner over the course of the season. Kastrup will need to accumulate those points to get them towards finalist mode, though. And of course, Kastrup 1 penalty point away from a qualifications ban. Slides his way up into second, jumps in front of Enzo Benito. Barreto, and at least grabs one spot inside of the front row for the Mouse camp momentarily. Here's Baldwin, that first sector, about a 10th off where we expect maybe some of these drivers to be. The second sector, maybe 2/10 off, but I think trending closer to Yuri Kastup than to Sebastian Job as he brings that Mercedes out of the final corner. The little bit of change in BOP since the spring major has meant that Baldwin, amongst the best of the Mercedes runner, has struggled to be able to get towards the top of the field, and it's only going to be a 46.2, but it is in front of Kastup for second.
I'm surprised about that. I didn't think he'd be able to manage that, actually, but yeah, front row for the moment. Now, this is going to be a big challenge to Seb Job's pole position time at the moment, or at least it was on the way in. I don't think the sector times are going to quite be enough for that 46.0 that is needed. Maybe G2 Esports are going to be off to the dream start here. RNG Esports certainly aren't. Thibaut Casabon looking to sort of make up for Marcel Cinchic's slow down there on that lap. It's over the line for the Frenchman. He's up there as well, only 5th place.
And so already 7 drivers with times on the board. It leaves just the 2 Porsche Commander Esports drivers, one of the Miles Audis, 1 Mercedes AMG Petronas car, and then the G2 Esports number 99 of Isaac Price. First up, it's Hypermac Backham that will power his way towards the line. 34.8 in that first sector. Actually relatively competitive to what we just saw out of James Baldwin just a couple of moments ago. So it's going to be interesting to see if Backham's going to be able to find his way forward to where we expect Josh Rogers to be at the very front of the qualification order. It's only a 46.3 and he slots inside of the top 6.
It's very close, other than Seb Job at the moment. It's very, very close from 2nd down to 7th at the moment, and that small mistake has put Luke Bennett a long way down. Josh Rogers will have to work his magic then for Porsche Commander Esports. We know that he can. He's won on the first days of each of the competitions. He's won all of his races. He's been absolutely fantastic this weekend. Unlucky not to win the Drivers' Championship. Now looking to lead Porsche Commander Esports team to the teams, and it's 2nd place at the moment for him.
Yeah, those sector times weren't necessarily trending too well, and so for Rogers at the very least able to work his way forward and get onto that front row, qualifying not the be-all and end-all. That second sector from Isaac Price, very, very competitive, but maybe that first sector half a 10th or so off from where he would have wanted to be. Can it be a G2 Esports BMW lockout of the front row? Our MVP so far at Monza, Jeffrey Riedfeld, in another BMW. The number 99 to the line and just inside of the 146.2s, but unfortunately it's just behind Josh Rogers.
Very good start for G2 Esports here in qualifying. I know that they need to convert in the race, and sometimes the BMW does fall away ever so slightly on some of the circuits, but Isaac Price has given himself a good chance of being near his teammate Job there, who's at the top. Bono House makes his way around the Parabolica right now as well for Mercedes. Of course, this team, the only team in the top 6 running that manufacturer here today. Over the line for Bono House, it's a 46.3. That puts him in 9th.
Quarter of a second splits the front 9 cars. Luke Bennett just outside that benchmark. Marcel Cinchic, the only driver to have suffered a slowdown. Here comes Moritz Lohner. Very competitive first sector. Pretty tentative in some sections, it would seem, in that second sector where we traditionally expect the Audi to be quick. It's in this final sector where the Mercedes traditionally brings more time back in comparison to the Audi. But in that drag race to the line, Moritz Lohner sweeps out of the curve for Alboreto and is going to dip into the 46.3s, but for Maus, not exactly what they wanted to see. Kastrup, the best of their drivers, I think.
And out of all the circuits, I think Yuri Kastrup is the best at Monza. This is where he's qualified so well in the past, and nearly did well on day 2 as well, until an unfortunate incident at Ascari. But here is your starting grid.
So Marcel Cinchic, oh, the master of Monza, has it all to do from the back. A slowdown means he lines up alongside with Luke Bennett. Another one that is not enjoying the best of starts to this final day, the championship Sunday for our team championship. Moritz Lohner back in 10th spot. Bono House will roll alongside with Mac Backham and Thibaut Casabon rounding out the back half of the grid. It'll be Enzo Benito, the feisty Italian, that lines up alongside Yuri Kastrup, the best of the Maus Audis, James Baldwin, Isaac Price, Joshua Rogers, and then Sebastian Job gets the job done. It is the fastest qualifying lap by ALJ that goes the way of the G2 Esports BMW. And for Sebastian Job, it's just the first mark of what's going to be a long, lengthy day.
Well, he didn't compete in all of the regular season, of course, but when he got into the ESL R1 Championship, he was fantastic, showing that once again he has the pace. Despite not having the experience of everybody else on the Rennsport platform, he can compete with the best.
we're going to be in for a fun front row as well, because that is a rivalry that harkens back to 2020 and the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, where Sebastian Job was able to dethrone Joshua Rogers. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how they continue to battle at the front. Of course, let's talk about Job for a second here. Not just, of course, one of the best sim racers that has very much developed his talents over the last handful of years. Those talents developed so far that Sebi is now the official test sim racer for the Red Bull Racing F1 team. It's not just about esports anymore for Sebastian Job.
Yeah, and I've heard they're pretty good.
Not bad.
that team. So yeah, fully deserves that, by the way, to be there, and it's developed over such a long period of time, but now has been at the top for quite a while as well in his career. It's only the next step really for him to come to ESL R1 and start to dominate. Let's not forget, he nearly made the major in those 3 rounds that he managed. There were obviously question marks about whether he would have gone had he made it anyway, but he nearly made it, and that's the point. I think that the development and the way he was able to step into Rennsport was absolutely fantastic.
Drivers get that final warm-up before we go, and for Marcel Chinchik, that's a look on the face that I don't think we've seen too often. Some frustration, some trepidation for a driver usually so full of energy and full of enthusiasm. He's been pegged back and now very much has to dig deep and respond.
He certainly does, and Seb Job certainly doesn't have that problem here. He's starting right from the front, and there is the pit wall, if you like, for G2 Esports, arguably having the best qualifying there out of everybody. Well, I'll say arguably, I don't think it's arguable actually. Price and Job up there inside the top 3 places. They've just got to convert now in the race, and that's the man who might be able to stop them.
I'm going to throw you under the bus, but not in the way that you think. How many races do you think we get before we get a team into finalist mode?
Well, the minimum is 4, as far as I worked out the other day. So it's possible that happens, I guess. I'm going to go with 6. Yeah, 6, is that too many? No, I'll go with 6 then for finalist mode, sure.
And how many races today?
Oh, well, that could be a very long time. As I say, it may be, I'll go with 7 maybe. I think a first team to get in finalist mode will go straight through. You don't have the same problem that you do in the drivers of being ganged up on, do you? Because you have a teammate there, so I think it'll be a little bit easier for that team if they're on their own.
So, could be done in a similar sort of time span to what we had in the Drivers' Championship. The drivers finishing up that warm-up session and now getting gridded up. Team managers will be talking to not 1 but 2 drivers, and inter-team communication will be so important.
It certainly will, and playing that team game as well, it will be something to watch over the course of these 9 laps.
It is the fight for $600,000. 12 teams whittled down to 6, and now it's going to be a lengthy day on Championship Sunday to sort it out. The lights go out and we go racing once again at the Temple of Speed. Sebastian Job drops the hammer and will lead them down into turn number 1. But look at the team games coming into play. He gives the draft to Isaac Price, and Price is going to clear Joshua Rogers on the run into the opening braking zone. The Porsche Coanda driver tries to fight back, but it's the BMWs that power out of turn number 1 in the lead.
G2 Esports having the dream start here. Josh Rogers couldn't get off the line quite as well and didn't really have the speed towards turn 1 there. He got overtaken, and it's side by side between Enzo Benito and Thibaut Casabon for 6th place at the moment. These positions for minor points way back, while G2 Esports are 1 and 2.
Almost 3 wide further back into the Reto Filio. Look at those team logos on the left-hand side as well to be able to see where the teammates can work with one another. Casabon and Benito go door-to-door on the entry into Lesmo 1. It's the Italian in the BMW that has the inside, and Casabon's got to be careful. Cannot afford to be shoved out wide, especially with Chinchik still running at the very back of the field and trying to work forward. Moritz Lohner's got a great view of that fight though, as we swoop out of Lesmo 2 and rise up to Ascari.
But the biggest fans of this fight are the top 5 and all of those drivers, because they are really racing away as a result. Moritz Lohner has to slalom through Enzo Benito there. He'll head to the outside now in towards Ascari. This could be a repeat. Oh, it is. Moritz Lohner with a repeat on the outside of Ascari, just as he did on Thursday. He does it again on Sunday.
It wasn't as good as the move on Thursday, if we're being honest, but it's an early contender for the KFC's Kernel Choice for Move of the Day. Oh, Moritz Lohner's come and is ready to fight. He'll continue to look forward now to try and close to Thibaut Casabon, but at the end of the lap number 1, just 9 laps of racing, a short 15-minute affair. Sebastian Job from Isaac Price, from Rogers, Baldwin and Castor, the top 5.
Miles are having a decent start here here, but I tell you one team who aren't, Team Redline, the team's champions from the spring season, having a bit of a disaster at the moment. Moritz Lerner trying to get near to his teammate Yuri Kastorp here for 6th.
Isaac Price has dropped down to 4th. Not sure what's gone on in that G2 BMW, but that's an important swap down through the field. Backham's trying to fight a little bit further back, I think, as well. But as we watch out of that opening corner, look at the run that Sebastian Job has got. Baldwin slides to 2nd, and Rogers now in that final podium spot.
He is almost exactly where he was before, but the drivers either side of him are now different, or in a different order at least. Isaac Price heads to the outside. He's going to get very squeezed there and almost on the grass, and so decides to back out of that one in towards the 2nd chicane. So not sure how James Baldwin managed that, but it's great news for Mercedes with Bono House all the way down there.
And so we'll settle into the rhythm. Remember, 25 points for the win, 20 points for 2nd, and ultimately both drivers in this pairing and all 4 drivers across the team have to tally up to 150 to enter finalist mode, where just one driver has to win. Here's a look at the replay then as we head off into that opening corner. You can see the toe that Joshua Rogers was being fed initially by Isaac Price, but now Sebastian Job, the teammate, tries to help the Isaac Price number 99 out, and then 3 wide they went.
It's just the BMW straight line speed. I don't think there's anything more to say than that, really. James Baldwin was very strong on the brakes, though, and slides it in. Fair play to him. Gets ahead of Rogers and Price in towards the 1st chicane. That was a very nice move indeed. It wasn't a simple slipstream Monza pass. It was nice and late on the brakes and very well executed as well. Inadvertently, Isaac Price has helped Sebastian Job, though, because he's now given his teammate an 8/10 lead.
It was 2 for the price of 1 in that one for James Baldwin, and we've got 2 early contenders now for our move of the day. I think we're going to be quite busy in tracking that. Don't forget, we also track defensive moves. We'll see how aggressive teams will go on the defense if they're able to work together. Once again, Isaac Price just getting absolutely swarmed in a straight line. This time it's Yuri Kastorp in that Maus Audi that will try and get to the inside through the exit of that first Rogers chicane. Price trying not to be squeezed onto the gravel, and now as he tries to get the power down, once again just being let down potentially by the traction, the top speed of the BMW, but Kastorp seemingly getting a slightly worse exit.
Well, he stayed ahead through the chicane as Price, or kept the inside at least for the Curva Grande, so we'll hold on for now. And Yuri Kastorp will decide to stay in line, because if they fight too hard, then they could invite those from 6th on backwards back into the fight. Josh Rogers wants to retake this place from James Baldwin as well. It's a nice lead for Sebastian Job, and this battle is only going to grow that gap further.
And for Rogers, sitting in 3rd, Backham's back in 9th. I don't think this is necessarily the way that anyone thought this would go. R8G and Porsche Coanda were definitely the favourites coming into today, especially given the performances yesterday. Right now it's G2 in the best position of them all, and interestingly, it is the Maus Audis that are the 2nd best. Casabon, the best of the RAG cars in 7th. Chinchik's only been able to get past Bono House so far.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a surprise, to be honest, given the way that he performs around this circuit. This is arguably his strongest one as well, although maybe it is just with the Audi and the pace there. I'm sure there's a bit of both going on there, and I'm sure he won't like me bringing that up, to be honest. But he does need to make up some places. So do Team Redline. Enzo Benito down in 8th for the moment. That's 4 points. Luke Bennett 10th. That's 2 points. 6 points from the first race for Team Redline. Are you kidding me?
And at that rate, how many? We probably need a good 20-something races for Redline to get into finalist mode. Yeah, there's a long way to go, that's for sure. Still at the front, it's 8/10, but as you pointed out, Isaac Price getting past allowed Job to break away and slightly break the slipstream. It's Baldwin and Rogers a little bit closer and heading off into that first corner, as Benito is going to slide to the inside of Thibaut Casabon, who doesn't even offer a defense.
And just on Rogers there, by the way, that was quite smart from him. He's realised the same situation that we have. Sebastian Job has got a bit of a gap, and if Rogers fights with Baldwin, that gap's only going to grow more, and it's only going to get worse, and that gap's just not going to come back. So he's staying in line for the moment. He's not going to stay there the entire race, but he just needs to make sure that that gap stays in check, and maybe they can just start to bring it back again. But it's going to be difficult. Once you get a bit of a gap around here, it is hard to pull it back in the length of the race that we have.
Josh Rogers, I'm sure in so many ways, was heartbroken at the end of Friday when his contact with Jeffrey Riedfeld, as we were in that finals race with 3 drivers in finalist mode, ended with Rogers in the wall and Max Benneker grabbing our Drivers' Championship. Rogers still grabs 2nd in the points at the end of the day, but for the Porsche Coanda esports driver, there's only one target. That was #1 in the points, and with now the team to work with, it's going to be interesting, especially because we talked about this a bit in the pre-show. Some of these drivers are leading their teams. Some of the other drivers are hoping to support their teams.
Yeah, and there's a big difference there because of the way that this championship is won. When you're in finalist mode, you have to win a race, of course. Even though these are 24 of the best drivers in sim racing, not all of them can win in this field, we think anyway, not without big problems or you know, on a normal day. To be honest, I don't know if I'd put Sebastian Job in that category. I might have put him in the category of not winning, but maybe that's just me, because at the moment he's putting on a great performance. These kind of drivers, the likes of James Baldwin and Josh Rogers, are certainly the ones that can, and they, as you say, are leading their teams. As Josh Rogers leads his way down the inside, James Baldwin lets him have that one.
I think you said earlier Rogers not going for the move because he didn't want to cost himself time in that gap to the leader. Executed swap around, a calculated swap around from both parties there. James Baldwin not wanting to fight too hard, especially given that Bono House is running at the very back of the 12-car field for the time being. Just as I say that, seems like Mac Backham unfortunately drops to the very back, and so Josh Rogers second, Mac Backham 12th. It is only going to be 20 points as it stands right now for the Porsche Commander Esports team. And this is something that we mentioned slightly earlier as well. Different teams have different expectations of how long we think will go before the first team enters finalist mode.
Yeah, some people have been, you know, early as race 5 for this, which I think is a ludicrous shortening of how this is going to go. Some teams think we could go on all night, but I don't think that's going to happen either. At the moment, some teams are going to take all night, as you mentioned, to get there. Still, well, Redline have gained another couple of points now. That's 6 for Benito and 3 for Bennett, so that's 9. That's still more than 15 races over the course of the day. That's not going to happen, you wouldn't imagine, because once again, you know, these field drivers are so close that they're not going to be in this order every time.
And that's the thing, right? Depending on how the order works out, you're not expecting to have both cars in the top 6 every single race. And we might end up with a situation, if we do see G2, for example, be able to be relatively consistent, maybe they can enter finalist mode at a time when every other team, the 5 other teams in competition, are going to need 3-4 races to reach that mark. That would give them a great advantage.
It would, but being in the top 6 with 2 cars is not the same. G2 Esports and Miles are proving that right now, because at the moment G2 would have 38 points, whereas Miles would only have 18, despite the fact they're both inside the top 6. And right now that could be put to an end with Enzo Benito closing in on Moritz Lerner. These two very much fighting on their own, with Timo Kazamon trying to join in. That was another lifting off of the throttle on the way in towards turn 1.
And behind them, Marcel Chinchik's had a big send up the inside of Luke Bennett. The master of Monza shows just why he loves this track, takes that opportunity. And Luke Bennett, with the lack of traction, the lack of top end speed in the BMW, going to drop down to 10th as Redline continue to struggle. Look at Bono House though, because he's got a great view as Chinchik swoops to the inside, forces Bennett to the outside to try and make the move, and into the Roger. Back into line they will go.
Yeah, Bono getting pretty close to the back of Bennett there on the brakes. Thought for a second he might have broken a little bit too late to cause a domino effect, but got away with it. Chinchik has done pretty much all he can from this race, although he's only really gained 3 points with his overtakes. These are the problems. This is what we spoke about with Kuba Brzezinski yesterday. His slowdown throughout qualifying at this very circuit on race 6, I think it was, race 5. Certainly the second last drivers' pairings. He had just too much work to do, and while he did maximise his race in that respect, he still only picked up 6 or 8 points where he could have picked up more, and that's what Marcel Chinchik should be thinking right now.
There's a look at the trophy that they're all fighting for. I did get a chance to go pick it up just before this Championship Sunday started. I was surprised that it was a bit heavier than I was anticipating. I hope none of the drivers are thinking it's going to be light. Yuri Kastorp tucks into that draft of Isaac Price and now gives a shot to the back. And Yuri Kastorp, 14 penalty points, was only 1 penalty point away from a qualifying ban. Fortunately, Isaac Price not run off the road and is still holding on to that 4th position. But those are risks that Yuri Kastorp cannot afford to be taking.
Oh, Yuri Kastorp has just made a bit of an error there, I'm afraid. It's going to be, well, I think he's actually refraining from going through here. He was gaining on the BMW because of the Audi, but he'll be very frustrated with himself there. A little bit of a too late on the brakes, went into the back of Isaac Price just in front of him, and may well get penalty points for that, which could be a problem for Miles later on.
And the minimum penalty points that you get if you are involved in an incident and found at fault is 3. The most that you can get is 15. That would be quite egregious to get a qualifying ban for just 1 incident.
Yeah, well, yeah, you'd have to do something really reckless, as the rules state, to manage that. As we re-look at Marcel Chinchik's pass on Luke Bennett here. This looks like a pretty simple one in the end, just later on the brakes from the Audi. Bennett not giving that one up, but they're going to race actually a little bit more than I was expecting there, but once you hold the inside through Curva Grande, it's pretty much over.
Yeah, and there was the momentum again. BMW, maybe lack of traction that Redline have talked quite a bit about to me. And you can see just move made, Chinchik up into that 9th spot. Baldwin still works on the back though of Josh Rogers as we head on to the final couple of laps at the line. At one point the margin that Sebastian Jobe enjoyed had grown to almost 1.2 seconds, but as Joshua Rogers tends to do, he brings that just back in check. I do remember when Sebastian Jobe made his debut at the Nürburgring in ESL R1 earlier this season. He was in the same quarterfinal as Joshua Rogers. Final lap of the race, Jobe running up the front, Rogers running just behind. There'd been no move offered until the NGK chicane when Rogers said, you know what, I just want to remind you why we've been rivals for so many years.
Yes, the mind games going on between them, even in a quarterfinal. Wow, did he nearly hit the pit wall there? I think he's just weaving around to block the slipstream there. Yeah, it's the mind games that go on between those two, it really, isn't it? And that's fascinating to see, especially in a quarterfinal where it really doesn't matter at all, as this is one of the overtakes that is going to matter least all day long. Two RHE Esports cars swapping places, but it's smart for Chinchik to go ahead because Kazamon has less chance of catching those in front than Chinchik does.
And I really like this idea that it's not necessarily the team manager, Mehdi Al-Fathi, that is giving the instructions to Kazamon to let Chinchik go. It could be Marcel Chinchik queuing up on the radio and saying, Thibaut, you're not able to get on through. Give me a chance to close up to Moritz. One more lap to go. Valuable point that we need, given what a struggle it's been. Neither of the cars inside of the top 5 just about holding on to spots inside of the top 10. The top 3 have broken away, though. Isaac Price somewhat under fire from Yuri Kastorp, and after the shove that we saw slightly earlier, you've got to wonder what's going through the mind of Kastorp.
Yeah, I'm certainly wondering, because it may just put him off from actually making this move at this point. Miles are having an all right race at the moment. They're first, sorry, they're not first, they're fifth and seventh, excuse me. That's 16 points for the moment. It's an okay start. It's certainly better than some of those around them, certainly better than Redline and RHG at the moment. You know, it's relatively near to Mercedes and Porsche, who've only really got one bullet in the gun up there in the top 6. So yeah, it's an all right start for Mauser. I think Kastorp really needs to be careful on those penalty points.
He really does. Fortunately, no penalty for this race, because Isaac Price held on to that 4th position, because the penalty would have applied to Moritz Lohner as well. That likely would have dropped them to 11th and 12th. So just 1 point would have come out of this opening race. We're cycling on to the final lap here, though, at this wonderful Temple of Speed, the Monza circuit, of course, known for its treachery into turn number 1, but we've seen plenty of calm, cool, and well-executed moves, and now it's Yuri Kastorp that is going to try going the long way around on Isaac Price. The last time they tangoed, bit of contact between the two. Price has got the smallest of overlaps, though, as he commits to the braking zone, and it's going to be Kastorp that bullies Isaac Price into submission as they run out of the Roger.
He just made sure that he didn't shove Price into the gravel there on the outside line, and that was very important, because that would have been penalty points, you would imagine, maybe even penalty in terms of seconds at the end of this race. He made sure not to do that. He's going on the defensive in towards the second chicane now as Price tries to come back at him. It's late on the brakes from the British man, and he's side by side, very close between them. Kastorp hangs on, and it's 4th place for the Mouse driver.
And they've got to watch behind, because Moritz Lohner, Enzo Benito, and even Marcel Chinchik are getting stacked up as well. We've seen plenty of last lap drama here at Monza, and there's a queue of cars that's building. Up front still Joe from Rogers from Baldwin, now 4 seconds clear almost of these cars behind.
And maybe that was just a happy side effect of Kastorp making the move. Maybe this was the plan all along. Moritz Lohner loves an outside move in towards the Ascari. Surely he can't do it 3 times in 4 days. That would be unbelievable, and rightly so. He stays behind for the moment. It's going to have to be a last corner lunge if there's going to be any move of position there for 5th place.
Don't necessarily think up towards the front. We're seeing too much of snaking back and forth for the lead. I think James Baldwin's hoping he might be able to sneak a surprise to the inside. He'll look into that final corner. No send attempted, and Joe from Rogers from Baldwin. 3 of the best in the sim racing world. 1 BMW, 1 Porsche, and 1 Mercedes. Championship Sunday starts off with a bang and with a shake-up in the order. Sebastian Jobe gets the job done for G2 Esports. Behind a drag race to the line, Kastorp from Price from Lohner.
Price just holds on to a 5th place there, with Moritz Lohner hounding him right to the very end. Photo finish between them, but G2 Esports, what a start from them. 35 points out of 1 race, and it's Sebastian Jobe who takes the win.
And it was after the job in qualifying as well. First for Jobe, 3rd for Price. Yes, he dropped backwards through the course of the racing, but ultimately, it's about getting the results on the board.
Yep, and Sebastian Job has managed that for them. Isaac Price played his part as well, let's not forget. He did good defending throughout the day, but did bleed positions generally as the race went on. At least he stayed in front of Moritz Lerner there by thousandths of a second to hold on to that top 5.
We'll grab a look at some highlights of the start. It was a great drop of the clutch from Sebastian Job. No worries about the jump start that he had in his very first online final earlier this year. And then the draft given to Price enabled the BMW to swoop through that opening corner. Rogers would try to come back and cover off Baldwin as well, but Price very much getting the elbows out and holding station from there. But it wasn't to hold for very much longer for Price.
I'm pretty sure team manager Nick Daly went to bed dreaming of that last night, and it nearly happened for them. Well, it did happen for them at turn 1 and 2. Didn't hold on to it throughout the day, but what a start it was from Isaac Price. Got a good launch. You can see that his punch off the line is just better. Job covers off Rogers and then gives the slipstream to his teammate. Somewhat abnormal, because normally you want to defend the inside line towards turn 1 when you've got a challenge like that, but when you've got a teammate to help out, you'll do anything for them, and giving the slipstream was exactly what Job needed to do. A little bit aggressive with Price and Rogers there, but I think just enough space was given.
We do tend to see that the outside of turn 1 actually is a very viable opportunity. It's just the momentum you get on exit tends to be a little bit better. Here's the look on board with Josh Rogers. You can see just how much they were fighting in that opening race, but it was ultimately Sebastian Job that run away to take the victory. He's standing by with our hosts.
Sebastian, race 1 in the books. Awesome work. I've got to say, Isaac gave you a nice little little bit of an opening at the start of the race, which was awesome, and then it kind of just was up to you to just maintain speed throughout that entire race. How did you feel throughout that? Did you feel any excessive pressure, or were you okay?
That was one of the most nerve-wracking 15 minutes ever, because I knew that my race pace that I was doing was good, but I knew it was right on the limit and I could have my tyres drop off at any second with the way this car is. And I also knew that if Josh got past, he would be really quick and hunting me down, because he could save his tyres a bit behind James. So as soon as he got past, I was like, gotta do some great laps here. But yeah, luckily at the start, Isaac qualified near the front, helped me out. We were kind of chatting like, what's the strat here? What do we do? Do we go for a 1-2 or do we try and get me a gap? And I think in the end we went for the right result, which was to make Isaac defend into turn 1, try and not do anything stupid, but slow them down enough by battling to get me out of that slipstream range, and I could just about hold it for the rest of the race. Because once you get to 7 tenths, they really close in, and on that last 2 laps, Josh was hovering right around that. So.
سباستيان قدر يحقق النصر في هذا السباق، وسألنا أن كيف كان السباق بشكل عام بالنسبة لك. ذكر أن صحيح أنه بالنسبة له كان شوية صعب، خصوصا أن اللي كان وراه جاش، فكان يحاول ياخذ الصدارة عليه، يحاول يتقدم، يحاول يسبقه. فهو أنه كان حتى برضو مرتبك شوي بخصوص برضو حرارة الكفرات اللي كانت موجودة عنده، كان مسبب له ضغط مرة كبير. أول ما قدر أنه يتجاوز فيها جاش، فقدر أنه يتقدم مرة ثانية، فحاول أنه يرتاح، يصنع المسافات اللي يحتاجها بس السباق عشان يقدر يتفوق فيه، وفعلا حقق اللي عليه. لكن باقي السباق الجاي اللي راح يكون برضو ضغطه أكبر.
I guess there was also a little bit of luck involved that, you know, James and Josh were battling it out behind you as well, which also provided you a little bit of extra space. But next up, Nürburgring. What are your thoughts going into that? Obviously, very, very heavily kind of relies on the qualifying pace. So confident about that?
Yeah, I've not really hooked up a lap yet at Nürburgring, and I've done a couple races there, so hopefully I'm saving it for now. Like, I know my raw pace there is really good. It's just I've not actually done it yet. I've not shown it. So now's the time to do it.
فعلا السباق الجاي اللي راح يكون في مضمار نيربورغرينغ اللي راح نشوفه في المضمار القادم، فهل المتسابق راح يستمر برضو وكيف حتى برضو راح يتسابق فيه؟ ذكر انه صحيح انه الى الان في البطوله ما شارك فيه او ما تسابق فيه، بيكون شوي صعب، لكن بيحاول يسوي اللي عليه عشان يقدر يتفوق في السباق.
Well, you've taken the words right out of my mouth. Now is the time to do it, if there is any time at all. Congratulations on race 1. You've done an incredible job. Good luck going into race number 2. I'm holding out a spud, and you know what? I'm getting rejected. It's fine. It's because I'm holding this as well. I don't even need it. So, we're going to go over to the desk. Sorry, mate. We're going to go over to the desk so they can break everything down for our second race of our first group of drivers in the Team Championship Finals.
بالضبط. الحين أعزائي المشاهدين خلينا نرجع للاستوديو نشوف تفاصيلها ونرجع لكم في السباق اللي بعده.
Well, you know what, fellas? This is how it's supposed to go. There we go. See, just like that, congratulations are in order for Sebastian Job, representing G2. We heard from him yesterday saying that he feels like he's finally warmed into this event. He's found his groove and is definitely heading into it looking a lot more confident. The real question is, though, do you think this young blood is going to have what it takes to be the driving force and a little bit of a carry for the side of G2?
Yeah, he looks really, really strong. It's amazing to see his performance. It's also incredible to see his performance through the races so far since the Thursday. And he's really like, he also seems in a better mood. You know, he's very chill now. He's being very positive and everything. So that's exactly what the driver needs, you know, to be calm and happy and everything going your way.
Well, speaking of things going their way, we saw Isaac Price having a very good quali lap time, but he was ultimately overtaken by Baldwin. What do you think the cause behind that was? Why do you think he fell off?
Yeah, that was amazing actually, seeing G2 P1, P2 after the first lap. That was absolutely incredible. But I don't know, like, it seems like Sebastian Job was able to hold the performance of his car. Maybe Isaac, with the pressure behind him, was a little bit more wearing his tires and just couldn't handle the pressure. I mean, having Rogers, Baldwin behind you, Kasdorp, that was like all top drivers in the world, you know? So, yeah, I think he did good in the end. Very good start for G2 so far.
Obviously, Yuri Kasdorp was another one of the drivers we had spoken about at the start of the show. 14 penalty points to his name, and you know what, he was able to bring it back despite not the best starting grid position.
Yeah, personally, I think very strong start from Mouse. They were in the midfield, you know, like we had, for example, Joshua Rogers on P2, but his teammate was all basically last on the grid. So I think Mouse getting P4 and 6 is pretty good, successful opening start of the race. And Moritz Lerner almost got Isaac Price. Maybe this was the closest moment so far we had this tournament, 0.008 of a second between P5 and P6.
Well, we also had Yuri finishing ahead of Moritz as well. So was that a surprise on your front, typically Moritz being the faster one?
I think I never doubted Yuri in a way, but I'm actually surprised. Yeah, I personally thought Moritz will be outperforming Yuri a little bit, but seems like today he took it a little bit easier. I don't know. Looked like it.
All right, well, let's go ahead and check out our team championship standings so far, because I want to focus on the R8G side of things.
Wow.
Because we had said at the very start that yesterday Marcel was the monster of Monza, but it seemed like things didn't go his way this time.
Yeah, like obviously, like, I think right now RG is under a bit of a pressure because first of all they are last to the standings, which is not good for them, but their top driver literally on his best racetrack didn't handle the qualifying or made a mistake in the qualifying. Started P12. He bring it home on a P8, which is like a nice save in this very competitive grid. But I think really RAG right now really needs to do the top performance because losing over 28 points already on G2 is not really good.
Well, it's going to be Nürburgring coming up next. So what is the approach for the side of R8G? Diving into that one, because realistically, you want to be climbing as early on as possible to try and alleviate some of that pressure you're ultimately going to feel later down the line.
Yeah, I think so far what we saw this tournament, the Nürburgring was very dangerous track for qualification. A lot of drivers making mistakes and getting slowdowns for track limits. So I think the pressure will be on. I'm very curious to see what the drivers will actually do this time around.
So how do we think all of these different cars are going to fare up on the likes of a Nürburgring? Do you think anybody's really going to thrive in this environment based on their cars?
Oh, luckily the cars are very, very similar, very close to each other. Obviously some performance up and down, left and right, but overall I think Audi is very strong. Porsche, I think we saw Porsche being like ultimately on a one lap time. We saw a film from Rogers so far on Friday, was it? Or yesterday, can't remember. Was absolutely fantastic and the fastest lap we have seen, like basically yesterday the best lap we've seen was like 3 tenths slower.
So it's basically the Rogers show is what you're telling me is what we've had so far. But you know what? Props to every single one of these drivers, because it's not going to be an easy feat going up against the likes of a Sebastian Job. Coming into this, the fresh face, the young blood, do you think, based off the performance you've seen from him so far, going up against all of these legends, as it were, of the ESL R1 circuit, because obviously we've seen them throughout online, do you think Sebastian Job is going to be quaking in his boots a little bit heading into Nürburgring?
Oh, yeah. I think he's such a good driver, such a smart driver. Also experienced driver. He's a very young, but he's a world champion. He won the world championship in iRacing, so we know he's a proper deal. So in terms of London events, a little bit less experience, but I think what we see this weekend is exactly what he wanted to get. You know, like he's learning, getting more used to everything, as he said himself, and I think I'll be afraid of him in the Nürburgring for sure.
I got to ask you that I'm one of those people where like I get incredibly nervous, and I'm very transparent with that. How do you look to dive against that nervousness, especially when you're stepping out on the stage? There's prize money, there's people watching, your teammates directly above you judging your every single move.
Yeah, that's something you need to really learn. I think that experience, you know, that's what you need. You need to do the LAN events, you need to race, you need help from your teammates, from managers and everything to calm down and so on. Because driving at home on your computer and driving here with, as you said, cameras everywhere, left and right, you know, people looking at you, cheering and so on, it's completely different. And the experience really pays off here.
Well, you know what? I was talking with Marcel yesterday, and I was like, how are you finding the atmosphere? Because we've heard from a lot of drivers that, you know what, being in this environment on a stage, cameras in your face, lights, camera action, ultimately. I asked him, I was like, how are you feeling in this sort of environment? Are you finding it distracting? And he was like, you know what? I perform better when I have the lights, the camera, the stage, because for me, my mind is so much more active. There's so many things going on around me, and it helps me kind of disassociate from the stress that is coming before a race, because at home, you're just sat there in your rig. It's just you and the track, and that's it. You have nobody to look at, you have nobody to talk to. So I feel like that's certainly an interesting element that plays into this as well. So I want to know, how is Marcel feeling after that performance?
I'm here with R8G driver Marcel Sinchik. Marcel, what happened?
I just had a cut track in the quali lap, so I think I could be easily on like pole or P2, but I made a mistake, so I'm a bit pissed.
Yeah, upset, of course, that qualifying is so important here. You got yourself back up to P8 though, and looking forward to the next race. You know, what are you going to do from here? How do you reset?
We wanted to have a really strong beginning, but it's not happening, so we have to push now a lot more, so hopefully some better results.
Thank you for your time, Marcel. We appreciate it. Best of luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Marcel is always a happy chappy, isn't he? Always smiling no matter what, and has the ability to just leave the previous race in the back of his mind and focus in on the next one. So, how do we think this synergy between Marcel and his teammates is going to go? Because we spoke about it at the start of the show. He does not have Erhan there for backup. Do you think that might have a little something to do with this?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Gazabon is driving very well, but still, I would say Marcel is dominating driver in this group so far. So I'm very curious. How they will perform together. But I really think that Marcel has a bit of a pressure on his shoulders right now, because that first race didn't go this well. As he wanted to have it. So I think this race right now he needs to win. Let's be honest.
Well, on the Mercedes front, because yesterday they did have some successful performances. Obviously, we had Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports not making it through, but we did have Mercedes AMG Petronas Esports team. There's a lot of Mercedes going on over here. They did manage to make it on through as well. So what have you thought about their performance so far?
Well, so far the first race, not very good from Bono. Like, that could have been a little better, let's be honest. You know, he's an amazing driver, such an experienced driver. It's fantastic. It's so nice, but we have sim racers that are racing for 15 years here. It's incredible, and longer even. And yeah, James did very nice. James did amazing double move. I don't understand how it even was possible, but James overtook two cars going to the first corner. Joshua Rogers, Isaac Price, out of nowhere, easy peasy, onto P2. That was fantastic. So I'm actually very happy for James driving very well today so far, because when I was chatting him earlier, he said he's not feeling very well from all the air condition and so on, that he's feeling a little chill. So yeah, maybe it's going to be actually better for him, because sometimes personally when I'm sick, I drive better than when I'm not sick.
You drive better when you're sick than when you're not?
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know how it's possible.
I have no idea how that's possible either. But who would you say the main driving force behind that team is? Because when we start to focus on the Porsche Coanda side of things, it is no secret that Joshua Rogers is most definitely the driving force on that front. Yeah. What about for the Mercedes team?
I think for Mercedes it's James. I think James is literally the head of the team right now. He's outperforming his teammates most of the championship and most of the rounds. And I'm very curious how they will continue forward.
All right, well, let's go ahead and find out a little bit more about Mercedes AMG Petronas Esports team.
My name is Bono Huis and I'm a driver for the Mercedes AMG Petronas Esports team, and I'm from the Netherlands.
I'm Graham Carroll. I'm a driver for the Mercedes AMG Petronas Esports team, and I'm from sunny Scotland.
So yeah, the first season we did was personally for me quite a struggle. Coming into a new game, a new car, I just really struggled getting on with it. In general, I've never really done many GT3 competitions, so that was really a car that I struggled a lot with. And I came to Poland at the LAN event, and I was just not comfortable with it and really not sure on how to drive it yet. So it didn't go too well, and our car wasn't very competitive either. So all that combined, and it was just a bit of a disaster at the beginning. But as soon as the season got underway, then per race, I felt I was getting more and more comfortable and getting more and more competitive. So at the end, I was getting some decent results. Still not what I want, so I still want to be here or come here and make that step to compete even higher. So that's really important for me now to basically make another step in performance and yeah, really do well as a whole team.
Kind of similar to Bono. Struggled at the start a little bit, sort of getting used to the car and all this sort of TC and ABS, something that I've never really driven with before. But we sort of found pace, we got there, and then just a couple of silly errors sort of got me a few qualifying bans, and I was starting at the back for a good few weeks. Kind of lost a little bit of motivation with it all, and then started to get a few good results after the quali bans were gone. So I know the pace is there, I know we can do well. So yeah, no, I just kind of tried to put season 1 behind us, never made it to Munich in the final. But again, we know the pace can be there, so it's very promising, and hopefully we can extract that pace this weekend. We're coming for that P1.
Well, what a start to that day. What a fantastic result for G2 Esports. A victory for Sebastian Job. Lewis McGlade, George Morgan kicking out the B team from the commentary booth. We are okay. We're heading into the Nürburgring, though. This could be very interesting. This is Josh Rogers' country if ever I've seen it.
It's tasty, isn't it? I have to tell you, Lewis McGlade. I mean, off the back of what was, without a doubt, a stellar running for G2 Esports. Nathan Tague just reviewing certainly the practice session right now, because of course we are going to be heading to the Nürburgring for race 2, and I'm sure he is absolutely thrilled because Sebastian Job has obviously enlisted the first blood, should we say, in today's festivities. Isaac Price wasn't bad either.
Certainly not. Like I say, very impressive for G2. When I say it's Josh Rogers' country, we'll focus a little bit on Porsche Coanda, who might well be classified as having a bit of a disappointing result there. Joshua Rogers in 2nd position, but they find themselves 3rd in the Teams Championship because, unfortunately, Mac Backham finds himself further down the order, just 12th place. You can see him there on our screen. Now, finishing down in 12th place nets you 0 points. He will be feeling pressure now to kind of respond. He knows his teammate's strong. He knows it's a track that he's fast at. He knows it's a team, a circuit that the Porsche is fast at. So for Mac Backham right now, if Porsche have intentions of winning this later on, it can come down to races like this, results like this that Mac Backham needs to respond on. It's not a, oh, well, hopefully you get a good result. You must get a good result.
Yeah, and qualifying is going to be very important, certainly for Mac Backham. Needs to try and qualify higher. Last time around, obviously, qualifying P8, whilst it's not the back, it's not enough, and obviously due to the fact that events happened during the course of the race down in P12 as well, we just caught sight of Dane Warren, who's also in support of his team. Joshua Rogers did fight his way towards the front after losing an initial place. Obviously Isaac Price with a stellar start off the line, and granting yeah, it really was. Started P3, but that straight jump certainly gave him the advantage into P2, heading down towards the Retofilio chicane. But it's a different story this time. Nürburgring, so tricky, and some of these corners are absolutely devastating. Many overtaking sections as well, coming out of Mercedes Arena. Don't forget, though, the hellacious Dunlop hairpin.
Oh, there's a team out for me. Look at those. Little bit of, there was a macaroon on there, couple of bits of cake as well.
You and your macaroons, Lewis McGlade.
I've been all over it this weekend. It's been ridiculous. Yeah, Porsche Coanda, so I wonder if Porsche Coanda know coming into this, but they probably do. They know they're one of the big teams. They know they're one of the favourites for this, one of the ones we're expecting to be strong. But of course, they find themselves 3rd in the championship standings at the moment, after just one race, of course. Mouse in 2nd, but G2 Esports, that was not something we were expecting coming into this. G2 Esports and this driver here, Sebastian Job, getting on top.
Yeah, well, if you really do look at G2 Esports lineup for this series, you know, sort of. They sort of go underlooked at. I think from time to time we look at some of the figures they've got. Sebastian Job, so experienced in sim racing, vastly superior across various different platforms. But coming here to ESL R1, of course, we've got the very best in the business working here. That win in our previous event was scintillating. Yeah. And if you're Isaac Price as well, despite dropping a couple of places, certainly finishing where he did, still big points. And naturally, P5 granted them that 10 points, and they currently lead the championship on 35. Yeah, certainly. So I was getting fancy with the fades there. The transitions, obviously, showing a little bit again of this this beautiful stage that we are racing at. Of course, for the last day here in the ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. The look behind the scenes: Kevin Siggy, Jeffrey Rieveld looking over the shoulder of Andre Kunchman, who is the engineer for this weekend for Team Redline, effectively playing it as he's the one managing the drivers this weekend, keeping his eye on everything that's going on. Look at everything of what they're kind of like looking at on that screen. They're seeing the laps that their drivers are setting at the moment and just trying to kind of react to it. Yeah, definitely. We're just seeing the RAG team as well looking to bounce back after a tricky time for Marcel Chinchik. Qualifying very poorly, 12th place. Just did not go to plan. Ended up finishing P8. There was some points obtained, 4th place as well. As the drivers get set for qualifying, so you can see some movements there in the managerial sectors. Kevin Siggy walking away from the Team Redline bench as he now looks to take his place up at the top end as well. He's actually going to have an interview as well, I think, yeah, Rory's on the with attack. Rory standing by. I tell you what, he's relentless, isn't he? Yeah, Rory's just constantly on the attack. He's like, boom, right, you're not racing at the moment. You're in next race. Up you come, up you come. What a superstar! Exactly. The drivers there that will be racing for Redline, it remains the same lineups as in the previous race. So Enzo Benito and Luke Bennett will be taking on this one. This though is, whilst I say Josh Rogers country, it's Luke Bennett country as well. This is where he took his first online victory. This is where he's looked so strong. There is Enzo Benito, who I'm wisely informed, I'm going to say it, even though it's absolute rubbish, I'm sure, that he went to school with Gianmarco Verducci. So I doubt it. I just don't see it. You just don't believe them, do you, Lewis? No. I mean, they tried to convince us with that story last night, but you just saw the graphics. Qualifying now, about to get underway as we look to go racing yet again here at the Nürburgring. Race 2 coming up very shortly, but first a small matter of where they're going to be on the grid, and Josh Rogers taking us around first. Yeah, certainly so. Of course, the driver that would have topped practice slightly coming into this, so going into it as the first driver to go round. Luke Bennett will be next. It's going to, actually Enzo Benito will be next, then Luke Bennett. It's going to be very tight out through the Mercedes Arena section and down towards Ford and Valvoline. We'll see what these sector times are from him. Again, aiming for a 36.2 in that first sector. Guess what it is? It's a 36.2. However, Joshua Rogers did set an unbelievable lap on Friday, which is a 52.7, which is actually about nearly 3/10 faster than the sectors that I've got down here as my delta. Yeah, well, coming through Dunlop hairpin now, obviously already enlisting that very nice 36.2 in the first sector, as you alluded to, Lewis McGlade. He'll now look to try and plant somewhere in the 47.3s here for sector 2 as he comes through the Michael Schumacher S section. Of course, then Michelin curve coming up after this. Of course, a dogged left-hander at turn 10, where you really need to prime your braking point as he does clip the curb on the inset. Third gear as well, straight to the accelerator still, as he now makes his way through turn 11, a bit curve, and then the very high intense rise now before then you reach Bogan and then the NGK chicane. 47.3 in the middle sector. That looks good, Lewis. Yeah, it's decent. It's tracking for being in the 52.9s. It's not going much faster than that. Could be good enough for Bowl though. Depends how he nails this final sector. Into the NGK chicane, absolutely nailing the curb as hard as he can either side of it, and then down through the final corner. Needs to do the final sector in around about 29.5 seconds. Anything around about a 0.4 or 0.3 would be pretty impressive. See what Rogers can do up across the line. Aiming for a 52.9, not quite, 53.1. I am not sure that will be pole position. Well, that sector 3 time could be the issue, as now Enzo Benito makes his way in towards the chicane at NGK, setting a 36.2 in the first sector, which is spot on where we're looking to be. 47.2 as well in that second sector is very fast, as now he makes his way through the final corner as well. Coming out of turn 15, the Italian now looking to rise. The Italian stallion, Enzo Benito, coming up towards the line in sector 3, 29.5 in that final sector. Ooh, lost a little bit, but enough for first fastest. Yeah, I did think he clipped a little bit too much or kind of caught the curb a little bit awkwardly in the first part. Let's see what Luke Bennett could do. He's tracking for very similar sector time through the first and second, up and over the first curb, up and over the second curb, out through the final corner again. Watch his face in the bottom left. See if there's any reaction from Luke Bennett. He comes through the 15th and final corner. He knows what lap time's been set. That was a little bit wayward coming through the final. Bit of a shake of the head up towards the line. It's going to be a 53 something, maybe a 52. It's not quite a 53.020. So up to provisional pole. That might just stand. Yeah, well, I tell you what, Sector 3, breaking hearts. And I tell you right now, Sector 2, while it's a 10th out of where the threshold is for Marcel Chinchik as he makes his way out to the NGK, a 36-1 in the first sector is stellar as now he makes his way in towards the final corner at turn 15. A slowdown penalty on the outset of the NGK chicane. And again, the third sector claims another victim. I can't believe what I'm seeing. That is back-to-back slow-down penalties for Marcel Chinchik in qualifying, meaning he started from 12th in the previous race, and he's likely to be starting 12th in this one. 3 seconds off. R8G really starting to struggle. Here was the focus of our attention coming into this. Mac Backham, who, of course, struggled a little bit in the previous race. 12th position in it. Qualified in 8th, though. His teammate is up in 3rd. He needs to get up into that sort of ballpark and start to challenge. Of course, he's going to go ahead of Marcel Chinchik, but he is going to be behind his teammate Joshua Rogers. It's just about by how much. That middle sector is not quite good enough. I think it might be a 10th or 2 off of Rogers, and certainly ends up 3/10 off of the pole that Luke Bennett has presently set. Yeah, Bono House now up next, 36-2 again in that first sector is showing well. 47-4 though, just slightly out of the 47-3 you might prefer in that area. Of course, sector 3 coming up next though. The scenes are where Marcel Chinchik will lose out again, and RAG are going to be seething at the fact that now one of their top talents is suffering at the helm now of a slowdown penalty. Bono Hoos now heading up towards the line. The Dutchman looking to strike 29.5. It's modest at best, but enough to go fourth fastest. Yeah, it's decent. It's decent. It's nothing crazy, but it is decent. And Yuri Kazdorp will be up next, the first of the 2 Mouse drivers. Now, Kazdorp did finish in 4th in the previous race. I said before he looked like a different driver in LAN, particularly on the Thursday. Bit too much curb and a slowdown penalty for him. I mean, you could see that reaction straight away. He'll come through the final corner. It's going to be challenging Marcel Chinchik's time, but unfortunately not any of those at the front. No, not at all. Chinchik now has... No, certainly he can at least breathe a sigh of relief for something, at least. You know, Kazdorp joins him now towards the tail end of the field, though Kazdorp does go faster than Chinchik, and only 2.8 off Luke Bennett. But nevertheless, Isaac Price, 36-2 in the first sector, is good again. 47-3 again, matching where the threshold is in Sector 2. A big Sector 3 required now for the man who had a monumental start at Monza in our previous race. Comes around turn 15 this time, does the Brit. Can Price raise the stakes for G2 Esports? Coming up towards the line now, 29.4 is pretty good. It's enough for third fastest, 52 thousandths off the top. Look at this lap time though, coming in from James Baldwin. Sector's looking really good, 36.2 in the first sector, a bit a higher 2 though, but the middle sector's looking really strong, up and over the curbs. This could be a 52 from James Baldwin. He comes down into the final corner at 15. Let's see what it'll be for Baldwin. He needs to respond, he needs to react. He had a fantastic 2-car pass at the previous round at Monza. He'll come towards the line and he'll move his way into 2nd place. 200ths off of Luke Bennett. Decent lap time for Baldwin. The top 5 all within the same 10th of a second. Sebastian Job, though, looking so dialed in right now. 36.2 in the first sector. 47.2 in the middle, though, is very good. NGK chicane now. Can he join Price in the top 5? Can he take the top spot? Luke Bennett currently sat on a 153.020 for Team Redline. G2 looking to break their hearts here with Sebastian Job now. A little shrug, a little smirk. Comes up towards the line. Is it enough? It is enough. It is a 53.004, 16 thousandths faster than Team Redline's Bennett. And he didn't look particularly pleased coming through that final chicane, but still, it should be, at the moment, good enough for pole position. It's about what Moritz Lerner and Thibaut Casabon can do. At the moment, Lerner's time is not tracking to be good enough, but it looks like it actually might be decent comparatively to the rest of the R8s. Of course, the other 2 being Marcel Chinchik and Yuri Kazdorp, who've received slowdown penalties in that final sector. Moritz Lerner will come through the final corner and out towards the line. He's not looking particularly pleased. I think he's lost a bit of time in that final sector, and he'll move up just ahead of Mac Backham, but nearly 3/10 off of the pole and behind Butterhouse. And most of those lost in Sector 3. Once again, it claims yet another victim here at the Nürburgring. Thibaut Casabon is going to be the last driver to head through the NGK chicane, representing RAG, with Chinchik currently at the bottom end of those that have set lap times now as they head through turn 15. The Frenchman now looking across, of course. A 36.3 in the first sector isn't ideal. 47.4 certainly isn't either, but this will surely be enough to go ahead of his teammates as he heads across the line now. It's a 53.495, only enough for 10th fastest. RAG struggling. But G2 looking they've come into today in a different level. It's 5th place for Isaac Price, but it is 1st place again. Sebastian Job. I mean, we've said that about the strength of him. He was one of the big casualties on Thursday that never went through into Friday's action. He's a driver that we know is rapid. We know he's focused. We know he's quick, and that's why he's at the front. Let's take a look, though, at the starting grid. Marcel Cinchik will start from the back of the grid along with Yuri Kazdorp after slowdown penalties. Thibaut Casabon in 10th place with Mac Backham in 9th. Still struggling a little bit in the qualifying session one. Worse than he did at Monza as he starts just behind Maurice Lerner and Bonner House. Into the top half of the grid, Joshua Rogers, a driver we were expecting to be very strong around here, missing out on pole position by just around 1/10 of a second, will start from 6th position with Isaac Price for GT, the points leaders, starting from 5th. Then Enzo Benito, James Baldwin and Luke Bennett for Team Redline, and of course Sebastian Job taking the ALJ fastest qualifying lap here in race number 2. What can he do wrong? He won back in Monza from pole position. Looks to take another one here at the Nürburgring. Sensational scenes indeed for G2 Esports. Back-to-back pole positions here in the quest for the Teams Championship. And this is the man you want behind the wheel of your sim rig. He's back again. Can he win again? Oh, I think he can. From pole position, he gets, if they're getting starts like what they did back in Monza, now yes, it's not as long of a run down into the first corner, but he will be looking fairly comfortable. Comfortable's a word, though. Let's be honest. In a race like this, in a battle like this, comfortable's it's not really
one
common.
thing to say it, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's another thing to do it.
Absolutely.
So there we go. Yeah.
Well, there is another look. Once again, your ALJ fastest qualifying lap by Sebastian Job. Sebi, of course.
Yep.
For G2 Esports, the team's points leader. This is massive, not just for Sebastian Job, of course, and Isaac Price, but for Joni Tormula and Freddie Rasmussen, who'll be going in the next race after them for the next 2. If you're going into it, yes, sure, you've got a lot of pressure, but you've almost been like, my teammates have done this. I know what my pace is to them. Let's do this.
It gives you that boost of confidence. Team Redline once again all smashed together here in their area, just sitting tight, waiting for the race to start. They've got a little bit of an upward curve to go in their way too, because of course they've got Luke Bennett on the front row. So obviously he's going to look to challenge heading in towards turn 1. Enzo Benito, though, not necessarily having his greatest run so far. Luke Bennett looking to bounce back as well from 10th place. Benito looking to bounce back from 7th. Both point scoring areas in terms of the classification. They've yet to obviously have their other drivers come into the fold, but nevertheless, it's all about those early results. It sets the tone for the championship.
Penny for the thoughts of RHG, though, coming into this definitely as one of those teams that we were expecting to be right at the front. And Marcel Cinchik, a driver who we know is extremely strong, our Spring Series champion here in ESL R1. Wow, another slowdown penalty, another 12th place in qualifying.
And they look to have, you know, a lot of promise coming into this event too. They were utterly astonishing yesterday. In fact, Cinchik was one of their key figures, but Luke Bennett as well, as we take a look at him panning on the screens, he is now rising to the occasion. P10 in the previous race, now he has a chance to go put a 1 against the result. This time, though, he'll want it without the 0.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is with Bennett, we know he's fast around here. But he won in the online round as well. It was here that he did it. Of course, James Baldwin had a great lap in qualifying as well. Let's not forget the top 5 are all separated by a 1/10 of a second. Is it kind of what we've become accustomed to in ESL R1?
Yeah, it's very competitive indeed. There's Marcel Cinchik, who's got to try and find something to bring some big points to RHG. A big prize pool on the line as we look to go racing, of course. You can cut the tension with a knife here at ESL R1, brought to you by Aramco. Get set. Lewis McGlade, what are your thoughts?
I think we're in for quite a race. Nürburgring sometimes doesn't deliver. On this occasion, I think it will. Of course, it's our first time visiting Nürburgring today. We've done a race at Monza. Now we race at the Nürburgring. After this, we'll go to Hockenheimring and Spa. But the focus is on that run down towards the first corner. At the moment, G2 Esports are leading the points. Will they continue to do so after the second race here on Championship Sunday? The lights will go on, and it will be Sebastian Job to take control as they race their way down towards the first corner. It is a decent start once again, I do believe, from the G2 Esports man, and it certainly is. He comes over to come across Team Redline. James Baldwin going on the attack down into the first corner, incredibly tight between the two of them, but realistically, that is a fantastic start from Sebastian Job.
Yeah, Sebastian Job cutting off any approach. He managed to hold firm, certainly to the lead, and kept the advantage heading through the Mercedes Arena section. Still being pursued, though, by Luke Bennett, who has got James Baldwin all over his rear. We got a battle further down as well as Team Redline ascend again, but G2's Isaac Price, as well as Sebastian Job, looking to try and rise to the the occasion. Price looking around the outside as well as they make their way through the next left. Can't quite make the move, but still on the attack.
Yeah, Benito covered that one off really well, but of course it's Joshua Rogers now on the attack. Porsche Commander Esports not scoring what they think they should be scoring right now. 6th position on the road for Joshua Rogers, 2nd place in the previous race. Porsche Commander a bit further down in the point standings than where they'd expect. 3rd place at the moment. They're looking to move their way forward. Of course, G2 Esports currently running in that 5th position with Isaac Price. Rogers will be trying to apply as much pressure as he can. We go single file up through the Michael Schumacher S, Joe, Bennett, Baldwin, Enzo Benito, Isaac Price and Joshua Rogers.
Yeah, absolutely climbing the hill now. Of course, James Baldwin now about to take certainly the next left-hander as they make their way down in towards the next right as well. This circuit very treacherous here as they now round the next right. Of course, as we're now seeing, obviously all of them still tied up. There's a little gap though starting to brew. That of course being between Enzo Benito and James Baldwin. Benito though not alone. He's got Isaac Price right behind him here. There we have a look at Porsche Commanders. Joshua Rogers 4/10 within 4/10. The 2 RAG cars at the back squabbling as well, trying to get past the big Mac Backham, who sits in 10th place. Kazibon and Chinchik, goodness me, 11th and 12th. If you are Mehdi Al Fatih right now, you're going to be absolutely seething.
Yeah, because you know if you basically, again, as we've always said, you need to get your team to 150 points, and right now scoring just a 1 point from this race. RAG are really in the mud. They can turn it around. They can fire their way back towards the front, but they need to have an incredible one with Yuri Toman later on. Here we go, down the inside. That was, of course, Moritz Lerner trying to get past Bunner House for 7th position. We look at Joshua Rogers in 6th. Now, backwards from him, you can see that fight from behind. And there we go. Oh, it's almost going to be covered off. Bunner House trying to get it down the inside. Was Moritz Lerner. He's trying to send one through. They exit the Mercedes Arena section, and it is the Mercedes that stays on front.
Yeah, absolutely right indeed. As they now peel down towards the next part of the track now. You can see the mouse car now looking to go side by side. Moritz Lerner and Bono House now battling for 7th place as they beckon down through towards the hairpin bend. Bono House being forced out wide as well as they look to try and bump wheels, but respectful racing in between the two. They've got the hairpin coming up next now, as you can see them now parallel down towards turn 7 as they creep on through the mouse Audi, trying to usurp that of the Mercedes. Will have the tighter inside line. The favourable line as Yuri Kasdol tries to push it through, but it is Mouse on top in this occasion. Moritz Lerner jumps ahead of Bono House and takes that 7th place.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, here we go. So dropping backwards, Bunner House goes. Yuri Kasdorp now involved in the mix. They'll go up towards the section, towards the back stretch as they go down towards Ad Van Bogen. It's the inside line being taken. That's a bit wide, though, unfortunately, for Bunner House as they send their way through. It's being pushed off into the gravel trap. That's Yuri Kasdorp. Is going to lose a few positions because here comes Mac Backham as he goes through the fast kink of the right-hander. Oh, he's being squeezed through. This is incredible stuff. The bubble draft coming in from Marcel Chinchik as well as we come towards the NGK chicane. The inside line from Yuri Kasdorp. They're squeezing between the two as Bunner House is just able to drop back, but he's not been spun around. That's a fantastic move from Yuri Kasdorp. Bunner House down to 9th position. Marcel Chinchik out of nowhere up to 10th as there's an attack from Kazabon.
Absolutely, Chinchik needed to make the move. Kazabon now also looking to rise alongside his teammate. 2 RAGs now looking to try and score points. Both of them now in the point scoring sections, but they'll want more as we now take a rear view from Marcel Chinchik's car. There you can see Mac Backham around the outside, goes later on the brakes than that of Kazabon, who now has the inside heading out of turn 1. He'll have a better line. The better line indeed for P11. Takes it as well heading through Mercedes Arena. RAG now both in the points, but like I said, they need more, Lewis McGlade.
Wow, this is tense towards the back. I mean, that 3 wide down the back stretch through Ad Van Bogen was absolutely incredible. Scintillating action, and Mouse find themselves 7th and 8th. Bonner House down to 9th. Obviously not being able to assist his teammate James Baldwin up the order. Mac Backham being dropped once again to 12th. I feel bad for Mac Backham right now. Obviously, he was just in the middle of all of that, and when you're in the middle of it, someone has to be the loser in all of that. It's just a big shock for him, and you know that's going to be living in his brain, basically living it rent-free.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, he had to do something heading in towards turn 1, but late on the brakes cost him dearly, and unfortunately Kazubon, he managed to get through. RAG, though, 10th and 11th. Still got to chase after Bono House for that 9th spot. The 2 mouse cars currently sat together as well. Moritz Lerner, though, leaving a bit of a gap in between himself and Josh Rogers, who is now starting to pepper the back of Isaac Price's car. But a very familiar sight at this point, Lewis. 1 and 5 for G2 here at this point. Red line, though,
securing some good points as well, should it stay like this. I know we're only on lap 3 of 8, but Bennett and Benito, 2nd and 4th.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's exactly where they finished in the previous race. Of course, Sebastian Job getting 25 points, Isaac Price getting 10 at the moment. They're trying to work their way up to 150 points, and if this is how it's going to finish, well, G2 will be on 70 points, meaning, you know, that
halfway home.
In realistically, they're just under halfway home. Yeah, you're absolutely right. One more race after that, and we're done. That sounds simple. It will not be, of course, because after this race we have driver changes. We'll see the other side of the G2 esports team taking over. Joni Tormela and Freddie Rasmussen behind the wheel. So, yeah, whilst things are going well now, that's going to be a big confidence boost for the team. They need to not let that slip away, otherwise that trophy might not be going to G2.
Arguably their most experienced lineup as well in these first 2 races. Of course, Sebastian Job, one you would expect to be at the forefront of everything good here at this point. Here comes a replay. This, of course, being that of Yuri Kasdorp, I believe, against that of Bono House as they came together heading through this section. A lovely sky view as we see them come through the track of Nürburgring, tying up now, heading through the next right-hander, of course. We then saw, of course, Joshua Rogers looking to try and make it 3 wide, trying to squeeze through as well, heading down. Oh, sorry, Big Matt Backham trying to challenge, but then, of course, RAG cars were then queuing up. Matt Backham, despite challenging for the places in front of him here, I think this is the point where it left him exposed, heading through the NGK chicane as well. Lost himself a lot of time, and then he got mugged by the 2 RAG cars.
I mean, you could see it clear as day from up above. He was ready to drop out back into 2 wide action through the NGK chicane, and it just so happened that unfortunately Bonnehaus was going a little slower than he expected, and he actually put it back to being 3 wide. That was not his intention. He was trying to drop in behind to not lose out anymore, and guess what? He lost out more because it went 3 wide. It's just how it goes sometimes. This is back up the order. Luke Bennett, of course, 2nd position on the road, attacking Sebastian Job, 2 young British talents that have been towards the front of sim racing for a fair while. We know how strong Luke Bennett is, and considering Redline's points take in the previous race, you know he is going to be desperate and hungry to move through.
Yeah, definitely. And now we've reached the halfway point of this race indeed, lap 4 of 8. So another 4 to go after this lap concludes. Matt Backham currently sat down in the back end of matters. Currently got Chinchik and Kajubon just ahead as well. P's 10 and 11th for the 2 RAG cars, as I said before. But look at this. Chinchik on the back of Bono House is now going to work. Needs to as well. The gaps are starting to formulate. Cannot afford to stay behind House too long because he knows that the gap is extending between that of Kasdorp and teammate Moritz Lerner as they head through towards turn 1. Taking a wider line as well, Marcel Chinchik. A tactical move because it will give him some overspeed heading through Mercedes Arena, which might help him in the second part of this sector as well. Heading through towards turns 3 and 4 very shortly, as you can see, applying the brakes. Bono House, Chinchik all over him like a nasty rash.
Yeah, Marcel Chinchik, I mean, at the moment, RAG are scoring 3 points. We expect them to be at the front. You know, there's almost... Days like this, there's nowhere to hide. There is absolutely nowhere to hide, and that might well be the case for Isaac Price now. He's gone out wide as they head through Ford and Valvoline out towards Dunlop, and it's Rogers that is on the attack. Once you make mistakes, that's where the door can be open, especially if you make those mistakes and your tyres start to overheat. It still is 6 for the race lead. Of course, Sebastian Job, Luke Bennett, James Baldwin, Enzo Benito, Isaac Price and Joshua Rogers all involved in the fight. 2 for Team Redline, 2 for G2, 1 for Mercedes, and a bit of a mistake there for the Porsche Commander man. Wow, he managed to rescue that one.
This isn't Porsche Commander capitalising right now, is it at all? I mean, Joshua Rogers, one of the strongest contenders they have at their disposal. 2nd last time out, but it's 9 P6 and now being held back by Isaac Price. G2 having a stellar showing. This has been a truly remarkable performance by a team that have come here with certainly names that would, I'm sure, be looked at in adulation by many of the fans of sim racing, but you would have expected both Redline and Porsche Commander to be taking the helm of this, but G2 currently taking it away. But I will argue this, look at Luke Bennett, near enough within 2.5 tenths.
Oh yeah, he will go on the attack. There will be an attempt from Bennett, I have absolutely no doubt. Maybe he's timing it right, maybe he's waiting a little bit. Marcel Chinchik can't afford to wait too long. He's on the back of Bonner House, and he'll be charging up to the rear end. There could be a move down into T1. The big thing for him is that he can see it's 1.4 seconds up towards Yuri Kasdorp, over to the right-hand side, down towards the wall as a defensive move from Bonner House. Marcel Chinchik in the tow, in the slipstream. He'll go to the outside, he'll commit to it. He didn't want to try down the inside. He might well be forcing Bonner House into a mistake, going for the up and under up towards the Mercedes Arena section.
Yeah, took that wide line like he did before on the previous lap as well, going wide again as they make their way around turn 3. But Bono House using all his experience to defend against the attack from Marcel Chinchik. In behind as well, Thibaut Kazubon also queuing up for a piece of the action as the exit turn 4. Still no switch.
No, certainly not. And of course, between Marcel Chinchik and Thibaut Kazubon, as much as they're teammates, they will play a team game today. There is no Drivers' Championship in this. You cannot be selfish, but Marcel Chinchik is the faster of the two. There's no way that Kazabon's going to try and fight him unless there's mistakes right into the rear end of Bunnerhaus. Marcel Chinchik goes through Valvoline. That's actually going to slow him down, meaning there is absolutely no opportunity going down to the Dunlop.
No, not at all. It's going to really hamper him. Obviously, all that momentum that he carried out of the first sector will dissipate as a result, as we're now seeing them tie up towards the front end as well. Of course, there is Luke Bennett, who is looking to try and take the lead of this race, but he will have to fight off a very competitive Sebastian Job as well, fresh off the back of getting another pole position, his second consecutive one. He is chasing a second consecutive victory. Luke Bennett, though, the man to challenge as they make their way out of the next section. Coming up the hill, he'll have a chance here, Lewis.
Yeah, this certainly is. This is as close as Bennett's been. Once again in that slipstream, once again closing. You can see Sebastian Job felt that. He pulled over to the right-hand side, but Luke Bennett, he is not going for it. I kind of wonder if right now, after the previous race where they finished in 7th and 10th, while was Team Redline, I wonder if there is a little communication from Andre Countryman. Right, let's just end this with a decent result, no penalty points. Let's not get penalty points, because as you might have heard earlier on, if they breach 15 penalty points behind the scenes, we can discuss this ad nauseum, then both drivers will be starting for the back in the next race. So you cannot afford that right now. So you can't afford penalty points early doors. Joshua Rogers, though, is going for some points. He's going down the inside of Isaac Price down into the first corner. He'll try to commit to it, but that's surely not going to work.
No, not at all. Blocking it off very well. Isaac Price again defending to the hilt again, as we've seen already several times. But a switch back here once again. This time for Joshua Rogers. They come through turn 3. Turn 4 coming up next. And Joshua Rogers trying to eke out as much as he can. Well, he had the inside. Outside again, but Price fights back as they now make their way down through towards turns 5 and 6. Valvoline next. Ford afterwards as well, as we're now seeing them come together. Rogers round the inside still. Price still fights back. Brilliant stuff between these two. Price, a stern defender, trying to hang on to P5.
Yeah, that is superb defence from Isaac Price. He put on some great defensive mastery back on Thursday. We've seen plenty of times from him, but that's a super send from Joshua Rogers. Is it too much as they head down towards Dunlop? He's trying to send it down the inside. He's trying to clear them as they head up towards the Michael Schumacher S. It's side by side between them. There's contact between them, and that is Joshua Rogers straight around the outside going through the Michael Schumacher S. Brilliant stuff and a bold dive.
Fantastic move. Could be a contender for overtake as well of the day. And we'll have to watch them now make their way heading through this next segment of corners. Isaac Price now losing out a spot, of course, one below where he finished on that previous occasion. I'm sure Joshua Rogers enjoyed that one. Those two professionals coming together. Looks a little bit stressed, though, as they make their way through the latter sector once again. Penultimate lap, 7 of 8, as now we see Bennett hovering all over the back of Sebastian Job, and very defensive Job heading through the NGK chicane, but watch out for James Baldwin. He's hot on the tail of the pair of them.
Absolutely. Now it's gone from 6th to the race lead. After that battle between Rogers and Price, it's actually become 4 for the race lead. Just Sebastian Job, Luke Bennett, James Baldwin, Enzo Benito as we come across the line to start the final lap. Weaving here from Sebastian Job. Now this they have to be careful with. They did get penalties yesterday for weaving on the straight, so he must be careful. That will be a 3-point penalty if race control see it and they think actually that was definitely weaving in the braking zone. A bit of a mistake there from Sebastian Job, but thankfully he's able to take that wider line, carry a bit more speed off of the first corner up towards the Mercedes Arena section.
Ran a little deep heading out of turn 1, and that did nearly invite that of Luke Bennett heading through towards turn 2, as you now see them come together again, turns 3 and 4, as they weave outwards now out of the Mercedes Arena. Valvoline and Ford come up after this. Baldwin queuing up for a piece of the action. Further back, Enzo Benito not far away as well. I'm sure capitalise as well should anything happen. But naturally, this is imperative for Mercedes as well, because James Baldwin, one of their key marquee characters in their team, he needs to strike while the iron's hot. They need all the points they can in this final race that he's in.
Yeah, so Mercedes are not in the position we were expecting them to be, and like you say, you can see him there driving in a little bit too deep. Do you really see any major changes coming in? There's not many overtaking opportunities left.
No, not at all. I tell you what, there's opportunities in abundance for all these drivers as you make the move heading up towards Michelin Curve at turn 10. Turn 11 will come up afterwards out of the Dunlop section, but then of course Bogan leading through towards the NGK. We've seen a few moves being made here and there as well, as Sebastian Job still holds on. Bennett hovering all over his rear still as they now power through. They've got one final piece of circuit to take as they now make their way way around the next section still. Bennett on pursuit. Job still hanging on. It's G2 on top, looking for the double here at Nürburgring.
Yeah, I think we're absolutely right. I think Job is starting to struggle a little bit on the tyres. Is there going to be a send from Luke Bennett? The answer is no. He's not quite close enough. They navigate the NGK chicane, and I think Redline will more than happily take second and fourth after a fairly disastrous first race, but it is once again an almost perfect start for G2 Esports. Sebastian Job taking both victories to Open Championship Sunday. He'll come through the final corner, and it is G2 on top. The points lead is extending that with a first and a sixth. An incredible performance once again from Sebastian Job. He is looking like a man possessed.
He's looking so strong. The fireworks erupt here. And I have to tell you, it's looking like the fireworks are erupting at G2 Esports as well. Can they carry this form through to our next two races?
Certainly so. Like you say, big drama in this first group. After this race, we will switch drivers, so things will start to change up. Jonny Tormler and Freddie Rasmussen have quite the mark to follow, you've got to say.
Yeah, they certainly do. Sebastian Job, though, not hiding his elation. He is thrilled. He has done the job. 2 poles, 2 wins. That's how you want to start. Isaac Price as well doing the teamwork as well, trying to mastermind his way to securing as many points as possible to allow G2 Esports an easier run to the championship, if that's at all possible.
Yeah, teams that may need a bit of a switch up there. Yuri Kazdorp on a house all coming over to congratulate Sebastian Job over a fantastic start. Maybe R8G need to hit the reset button. Here's a look at that fantastic move. Joshua Rogers down the inside. I mean, that's just incredible.
A stellar showing between these two as well. I got to give credit to Joshua Rogers. He did not give up. Never say die from the Porsche Commander driver. A little touch as they made their way through the middle sector, but Isaac Price gave it everything. He just could not quite hold back the charge. Joshua Rogers carrying the Porsche Commander team on his shoulders. Look at this move down the inside as well as they made their way through the Dunlop curve as well, wheel to wheel, and then making their way in towards the middle sector. A stellar showing, Lewis.
It's incredible. It really is incredible. But they all fell short of Sebastian Job taking 2 victories to start.
What an epic start for G2 Esports. Cast your mind back, Sebastian. I want you to talk to me about what was said last night in the debrief. What did you guys chat about? Because today it seems like you're revitalized.
Basically, no pressure. We were happy with the outcome of P6 if that was the worst that happened. You know, once we got here, it was basically this is the target. Now we can just drive with no pressure. And when you have no pressure, good results come. And as you can see, we're not feeling much pressure.
للمرة الثانية المتسابق معنا سباستيان قدر يحقق النصر مرتين على التوالي. فسألنا وش تكلمتوا عنه بالضبط معنا أمس، يعني حرفيا جيتوا اليوم بداية جدا قوية. قال بكل بساطة اللي تكلمنا عنه كان بدون أي الضغط، هذا اللي يهمنا، نتسابق ونؤدي اللي علينا بدون أي ضغوطات، نبغى نؤدي اللي علينا وأكثر حتى. وفعلا قال لنا إذا البداية زي كذا وجمعنا نقاط كافية، في النهاية ما راح يصير فيها أي ضغط، وبدون أي ضغط نقدر نتسابق بشكل أفضل.
You mentioned that Nürburgring was a little bit disappointing up to this point. You got that win in the bag. Now you must be feeling like a lot of pressure is now kind of lifted off your shoulders. But that was actually a pretty dicey race, wasn't it? Were your tyres starting to go towards the end?
Yeah, honestly, I'm even though I won, I'm a little disappointed still because the qualifying lap was not good. In a lot of other races, that would not have been pole. I think everyone really felt the pressure. To not crack into the 52s is not great. So to be pole was quite a shock. And then in the race, you saw Luke was all over me the whole race. I killed my tyres, and he was protecting them really well. He drove like an unbelievable race, but it's so hard to pass it. I think any other track, and I'm not winning that race, so I had a bad performance on a good track for me. So yeah, I'm still happy.
صحيح أن في السباق الماضي سألنا فيها المتسابق معنا سباستيان أنه كان صحيح تحت ضغط عالي، وهو برضو ذكر أن أصلا نيربورغرينغ ما هو أفضل مضمار بالنسبة له، فهو فعلا بعد ما تكلم فيه قال أنه صحيح كان الضغط جدا كبير، لكن في الجولة الأولى اللي راح تحدد فيهم الترتيب قال أن أداءه ما كان جدا ممتاز، فهو صحيح أنه فاز لكن ما هو مرة مبسوط من النتيجة، لأنه كان ممكن تكون بشكل أفضل، خصوصا أنه يعني لوك كان وراه، وحتى برضو أنه صعب أنه يتجاوز، فحاول انه يعني يتخطى العقبات بشكل كويس، لكن مع ذلك ان كانت جدا صعبه عليه، مع ذلك قدر يحقق الانتصار، وهذا اهم شيء شفناه في هذا السباق.
Well, nevertheless, you got the win on the board. You got the extra points. G2 are starting to stretch that lead. Congratulations, well done. We did it well that time, didn't we? So we're going to send it back over to the desk so they can break everything down for the past 2 races, and then we can switch out our drivers and continue with our team championship finals.
والحين أعزائنا المشاهدين خلونا ننتقل مرة ثانية على الاستديو ويتبدل على بال ما يتبدلون المتسابقين معنا بعدين نرجع لكم في السباقات اللي بعدها.
Well, practice makes perfect, not only in terms of fist bumps, but also in terms of racing, as what a performance Sebastian Job has just put on. Powerhouse for the side of G2 Esports, no, but how about that Luke Bennett as well? Because Luke Bennett and Sebastian Job, I feel like it could have gone either way, but ultimately Sebastian Job being able to close that one out.
Yeah, what a drive from him, what a drive from him. And as he was saying, handling that pressure from someone like Luke Bennett for almost half of the race when he was really under pressure, couldn't make any mistake. He killed his tires and still didn't lose the position from Luke Bennett. Fantastic driving from Sebastian Job and Luke Bennett, of course, as well. Very strong performance from G2 Esport and Team Redline in this race.
Well, we heard Seb say that, you know what, he wasn't necessarily feeling the most confident with his quali lap time. And I mean, we were sat in the green room watching it and everyone was like, surely that is not enough to put him in pole position. But ultimately it was. Talk to me about why you feel that everybody else wasn't able to keep up the pace with the quali laps.
Oh, I'm very surprised because we saw, I think the fastest lap on Nürburgring so far was 52.7, and in this pole position was almost 3/10 off, which is quite slow lap to be fair. So I think the Nürburgring really is a difficult, in my opinion, so far in this event, is the most difficult track to actually put a proper lap together in a quali, because it seems like you can cut the chicane a lot, but if you cut too much, you get a slow down, and well, you start last.
Well, you know what? Yuri Kasdorp has been a driver that we have continued to focus on time and time again. And you know what? I'm going to go over and do it all over again, because 11th on our starting grid, going 3 wide with his overtakes and managing to close things out in 8th position. Do you feel that it was the combination of Yuri and Moritz that has enabled him to do that overtake?
Yeah, actually, I was watching both mouse cars following Bono Hood, and I really wanted to see what they're gonna do. And when Moritz was fighting with Bono, I couldn't help to notice a little wiggle in a hairpin to push Bono a little bit more wide in that corner, and then Yuri trying next corner to attack. So I think, yeah, in my opinion, I saw a little bit of teammateship there. And what a move there was from Yuri into the chicane, 3 wide going there, a little bit of touching left and right, but really, really nice racing.
Well, you know what? Before that race, we were actually saying that they needed to pull something incredible out of the bag, and I feel like they certainly have done so. That's a stepping stone as well, heading into the next race. Their teammates are going to be sitting a little bit pretty, not exactly the most confident, but talk to me about the driver pairings once again. Do you feel like the pairings is really what is coming into play here? Talk to me about the reasoning behind why you would have a faster driver paired up with a slower one.
I think it's the safe thing, you know, it's the safe thing, the safest thing we can do at the beginning. I think when we're gonna be approaching those 150 points, I think the teams will be taking much more risk. You know, they will take, for example, their 2 fastest drivers or something like that. But now at this stage of the competition, you really just want to get stable points, you know, not something that's actually working very well for RAG so far.
Yeah, well, speaking of RAG, we saw another slowdown penalty going in way of Marcel Chinchik during the quali. Talk to me, why was that? We saw it happen a few times.
I can't believe it, honestly. I can't believe it. It's like
poor guy can't catch a break.
Like poor Marcel. Like yeah. I mean, obviously it's his mistake, but what a shame! What a shame! What a horrible start so far of today. Obviously, we are so early to say anything. In the next 2 races, we might see completely different results, completely different driving from the teams. So yeah, so far not very good.
Well, I want to hear from the G2 manager himself and find out how they're feeling with the back-to-back victory.
I am here with Nick, G2 Esports team manager. Nick, that's quite the start, isn't it?
Yeah, probably better than expected, but we'll take it.
It felt like you kind of crept in the back door a little bit yesterday, but you really stamped your authority in this. What did you make of those first 2 races?
Nerve-wracking a little bit, but no, Seb got it all under control. So yeah, full trust in Seb and what he can do.
And next 2 rounds, 3 and 4, driver switch. Who's in and why have you put them in?
Well, next up is Yoni and Freddie. Yeah, 2 tracks they know the best out of the ones out there that we're racing on.
Great momentum, Nick. Best of luck for the next couple of rounds, and we'll be back with those 2 rounds after this short break.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
This is ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco, live from Gamers8. It is finally time for us to dive into our next set of incredible drivers. We saw a truly amazing performance coming out from Sebastian Job representing G2, but I want to go ahead and get our driver lineup up once again, and you're going to talk me through who we're going to be keeping an eye on heading into this one, Jardier.
I was like thinking like when we were casting the previous days, it was so easy to say like who is our favorite in this group and this group. But right now we have like the top drivers from each group. It's so hard to tell who is like the best and such. But obviously we have our championship winner, driver championship winner from Friday, Max Beneke in this group. So that's one of our favorites obviously to watch on. Kevin Siggy, he was always in the action. We saw some dramas with him, some problems left and right, some little incidents, some emotion as well. So I would definitely want to keep my eye on Siggy, how he will first of all handle the pressure today and how much we will see some interesting moments.
Well, speaking more about Kevin Siggy, we also have Jeffrey Rietveld joining alongside him as well. So talk to me about how that team synergy, that great combo is going to pan out as we head into Hockenheimring.
Oh yeah, we so far already saw Jeffrey and Kevin doing very good job on a Friday. So I think together they will have like a good energy, you know, they are very fast drivers. Like Jeffrey is like a calm guy. He's not doing too much emotion stuff, except when he's winning obviously. But otherwise he's like very calm and very serious. Super performance from him all the time so far. Kevin Siggy, a little bit going left and right. A little bit like problems and so on, but I think with Jeffrey he's gonna really push forward.
And how about that G2 side of things, because as we mentioned, Sebastian Joe paving the way for the rest of his teammates. Do you think they have a fighting chance over on Hockenheimring?
Oh yeah, Tormala was absolutely really amazing in Munich when we had our major, and so far this weekend he's driving really well, but it's not like he's not winning so far properly. But I think together with Fredrik Rasmussen they can do a really good job, and I really want to see them to keep that momentum they are having right now.
All right, so Hockenheimring, as I did mention. Now the Mouse boys were also another team we were certainly keeping our eyes on. Obviously Yuri Kasdorp putting in a shift despite all of those penalty points he's been accumulating for himself. How do you think they're going to look to approach this one as the rest of his teammates enter?
Oh, I think Max Beneke really needs to go forward right now in the Mouse eSport. Like, they need more points. I mean, they're in good position so far overall, but they need more points. And obviously, Max Beneke is the guy for action. He is the guy who wants to put Mouse on the first place or on the top of the standings.
So would you say that the approach of deciding who races at what point throughout the day has been purposefully applied in this scenario? Because Max Beneke, would you want him first and foremost or second?
Oh, I think they did it like on purpose like this. Like some of the teams, like for example, Porsche Honda, they took Joshua Rogers for the first races already to maybe get on the top of the standings, you know, to make it a little bit easier, less pressure for other drivers. But I think the Mouse took a little opposite approach when they are taking their fastest driver on a second run.
Well, speaking of the fastest driver, let's go ahead and find out who our MVP over on Hockenheimring is. Drumroll, please, Jadier. I hope that picked up. It is, of course, Jeffrey Rietveld, as you did mention. Cool, calm, collected. Not too much emotion coming out from Jeffrey, apart from when he's doing pretty darn well, if I do say so myself. So do you think that Jeffrey is going to be the one leading this race? Talk to me about how you think the quali is going to pan out.
Oh, please don't let me jinx him again.
You wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare.
No. Like, what a quali lap we saw so far from Jeffrey on this track. Like, we learned that the BMW is very strong on Hockenheim, can take the curbs very nicely on all the tracks, but especially Hockenheim is a very good track for them. Although the tires are really dying quick on their car, so we're going to see how this plays out, because the Porsche was very strong last time as well.
Well, we did hear from Kevin Siggy yesterday, his frustrations, his gripes with the situations he's been thrust into so far. But how is he feeling now, heading into today? Has there been a reset? Let's go ahead and find out.
I'm here with Team Redline driver Kevin Siggy, just about to go into the car. How are you feeling today? Obviously, we spoke a lot yesterday. It was quite an emotional roller coaster for you. How are you today?
Yeah, I feel a little bit better. I mean, I'm a bit tired, but like still, I'm sort of refreshed. So I mean, it's just a bit better than yesterday, I guess.
Today's a new day. You've got Hockenheim and Spa, obviously. How are you feeling going into those two tracks?
I mean, it's the same two tracks that I usually like, right? So, I mean, I feel even more comfortable now in Hockenheim after that practice session that we had. So, fingers crossed that I do turn one very well and then I just complete the lap as I usually do. With Spa, I mean, I had a rough few days, but I still feel confident on the track, even though I've done very poor qualifying laps. But we'll see how it goes. I mean, we're just going to go like head first into it and see if we can get anything out of it, or otherwise it's just nothing really to gain.
Based on the instance that you had yesterday, one of which obviously was at Spa, is there anything that you're going to do differently today, or is it just the same mentality going in?
I think it's just that I'm going to try and be a bit more careful on the cars that are actually faster on the straight, and maybe even watch what they're able to do and how close they are behind me, especially if I want to do like a switchback moment like I did in Hockenheim, which obviously didn't go well. And obviously I might take a bit more care when I'm driving next to someone, not turn into him a bit too much or anything else, try to give him a little bit more room than what I did yesterday. So that's really the only plan. I mean, there's nothing else to really change. The pace was quite solid in the race. It's just that qualifying was a little bit poor, and then the racing itself. I mean, in Hockenheim, I couldn't do really anything else, but Spa, it's something that I really need to improve on. And I mean, yeah, I'm just going to take the negatives from yesterday and turn them into positives.
Perfect. Great attitude to have, and I think I speak for everyone. We're happy to see that smile back on your face. Thank you for your time, Kevin. Good luck. Back to you guys in the studio.
It's great to see that Kevin Siggy is a lot more relaxed after being a bit tense yesterday.
Oh yeah, he was on the limit yesterday, obviously after a couple of incidents as well. But today things seeming a little calmer. I will say, you know, we're always a brave man to keep going back to him, but you know, that's fine, that's fine.
I think the good thing is Kevin's at least willing to talk to us, which sometimes when you've been involved in incidents like that, can be quite easy to want to shut down and internalize a lot of those emotions.
Yeah, I mean, you should have seen him playing Trackmania last night. He wasn't quite as strong as his teammate Enzo Benito at that, but there were some loud cheers in that. No, look, we know Kevin Siggy is a quality driver. We know he is. There's been a little bit of difficulty to the start of the day, though, for Team Redline, so that's added to the pressure to Kevin Siggy and Jeffrey Rietveld, who, by the way, Rietveld has the third highest percentage win rate on LAN.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stats around that. Of course, he's also, I think, at least coming into the day, has a couple of our MVP fastest lap awards, which is interesting to note in a BMW, which
including here
does seem to be quick in qualifying here.
Yeah, certainly so, including around this circuit. So Rietveld could be strong. Obviously, I've got to say, Rietveld, I mean, I said it to him the other day when I actually showed him around the stage that we've got here. I was saying, I was like, you're a different driver. Like, I don't know what it is, I don't know where it's come from, but Rietveld online was showing quarterfinals decent, and we always said then he gets into the semi-finals and the final and he's just kind of nowhere. Here, against the toughest competition in the toughest environment, bam, he's at the front.
Some people just enjoy the LAN environment, the lights, the pressure, and somewhat relish it. Moritz Lohner, of course, has so much experience in these sort of events, and I was having an interesting chat with him, understanding the slight differences that which he has to deal with. Over the shoulder of Joni Tormel, you can see the countdown running. He's going to have to wait for 340 seconds as we get the rest of the drivers heading out there as we begin yet another qualifying session. And as it has been throughout the course of this team championship in ESL R1 sponsored by Aramco, the margins in qualifying when drivers aren't getting slowdowns is infinitesimally small.
Yeah, certainly so. We've seen some big slowdowns already, mostly courtesy of Marcel Chinchik. We'll hope that there won't be any in this session. Dane Warren on the circuit, out wide going through that first corner as we head into qualifying. The first lap times to be set. Dane Warren, I believe, will be the first one to do so. He's into that first sector already. He'll be coming out and over the line and obviously aiming for a 20.1 in the first sector, something like that, something in that ballpark.
I feel like there's some pressure on Dane Warren's shoulders here because Josh Rogers is the leading driver in the pairing, of course, there with Mac Backham, and naturally for Dane Warren, he's the natural leader in the pairing for Mitchell de Jong. And with Rogers not having the best of luck in the first two races overall, yes, race one went his way. For Warren, he needs to very much live up to the hype in qualifying and put it at the front.
I'm not going to say luck's a part of it. I'm going to say Rogers just didn't nail that qualifying lap. Luck is not a part of that. He just didn't nail it. He didn't get it done when it needed to be done. Let's see if Dane Warren can do so. That first sector's a little bit off where we'd want. The second sector needs to be around a 45.4, anywhere on the lower side of that, and we're looking pretty strong. It's a 45.5. This is looking like it's not going to be an amazing lap time, but certainly want to put him in the front half of the grid.
Yeah, maybe a 136.2 or so for the Australian, but it's through this final sector where you've got to make sure that the rear end doesn't step around on you. Of course, you've pushed the tires for going on 4 odd kilometers and just now 2 corners to go. The outside of the surface here, very slippery on the drag strip, but fortunately for Dane Warren, keeps it within the confines of the racing surface and runs his way all the way using that AstroTurf on the outside to the line. The Australian will cross the stripe with a 30.3 final sector, right about where you want it to be, and manages to get himself back into the 136.0s.
Mate, that final sector's actually on it. 36.0 is with a lap time that I got here, but we said he lost about a half a tenth in the first sector and about a tenth in the second. Pulled it all back in the finals at 36.0. I know the Porsche's pretty decent in the final sector, so fair enough. Kevin Siggy, Mustachio is next. First sector is where the BMW is pretty strong, a 20.151. He will come across the line, challenging for pole position. Oh, it's just about 300th of a second Siggy goes there.
And after what was a disappointing day for him yesterday, he very much will need the qualifying performance to lift his spirits. Erhan Yuyovsky in the Audi that struggles through turn number 1. You can see that in the sector time for that first sector, almost a 10th off where we'd expect it to be. Another 10th loss in the second sector for the Macedonian. And where the car maybe is strong with the mid-engine nature, nice and balanced as you throw it through those last couple right-handers for Yuyovsky, potentially the chance to be able to get closer to the 136.0s. It is another 136.0, but almost half a tenth off.
Yeah, obviously R8G not having a great start to Championship Sunday, so dropping down the order a little bit. Third position, I'm not sure that'll be good enough for the first 3 rows. Maybe it will just about be right around about 6th, 5th, 6th position. Jeffrey Rietveld up next. Now the first sector again, decent. The second sector a little slower than Kevin Siggy, but he should be able to set a time around Dane Warren. If he nails the final sector, it might be faster than Kevin Siggy. He'll come out towards the line. Let's see what he will punch in. Team Redline on pole position at the moment. Team Redline go to 4th. Jeffrey Rietveld not getting it done in the final sector, but all 4 drivers within a 10th.
But I think importantly, at least for the BMWs, relatively in the ballpark. Rietveld, of course, almost a 10th off, though, of his teammate. Marco Pejic, the Mercedes, not necessarily favoured around here. A relatively good sector 1, a slightly slower sector 2, and after James Baldwin was able to bring the Mercedes AMG Petronas team up towards the front in that first race for Marco Pejic, he now looks to lead the line. To the line, and it's a 136.098.
Oh,
boy, is this a qualifying session.
This is very, very tight indeed. 5 drivers, all within a 10th of a second. Here's another one that can get in that ballpark, and you can tell that by his sectors. For an Audi, that's a pretty decent first sector. It's faster than his teammate, a 45.5 in the middle sector as well. He comes into the final one. It's Yuri Toman, R8G, needing a really good response here after disappointment in the first 2 races. Third in qualifying at the moment for Erhan Yuyovsky. Yuri Toman will try and come through and punch his line up the order. What's it going to be for Toman? It's 3rd, so he goes just ahead of his teammate, setting an identical time to Dane Warren.
So we've got 6 drivers split by 8 hundredths of a second. And here comes our Drivers' Champion in the 2023 ESL R1 sponsored by Aramco. That first sector about a 10th off. The second sector, though, right back on the money. And given that we've seen the RAG pair go 3rd and 4th position, surely for Beneke there is going to be the chance to slide his way on forward. A great run through the final corner in the Maus Audi, and the German looks towards the time and sees another 136.0. No, it's a 136.1.
Yeah, finally into the ones, but again, a 10th off pole position. Freddie Rasmussen up next now. His teammate is exceptionally good in the first sector. Freddie Rasmussen not 21.5. Well, finally, we're going to have this 1/10th streak broken by Freddie Rasmussen. He's received a slowdown penalty in the first sector, so around about a 2.5 off. He'll come across the line. I can tell you this will already be 8th position rather, where Freddie Rasmussen will remain behind Beneke. Incredibly tight ahead, but that gap kind of shows a little bit more.
Yeah, and that's, of course, for G2 Esports, not exactly what they will want after for the first two drivers, Sebastian Job and Isaac Price. They were very much able to deliver inside of the top 5. Here's Patrick Holtzman in the second of the Maus Audi's former Beneke teammate, of course, at Team Redline. Another one of a middle sector where he's lost a bit of time, and as he soars the wheel on that run to the line, don't think that Holtzman's necessarily going to be challenging in that 1/10th bracket that we've been seeing. And indeed, it's outside, almost a 1/10.5 off.
Yeah, Maus not actually looking particularly strong here. 7th and 8th in all of this. Few drivers that can challenge in there. Mitchell de Jong losing a little bit in the first sector. Again, I've said before about the Porsche being decent in the final. Dane Warren's qualified in 2nd position, just ahead of Yuri Toman, but Mitchell de Jong could put an end to that, potentially could get himself inside the sort of top 5. I think this is definitely going to be within a 10th of a second. Mitchell de Jong will come through the final corner. Unless he's bodged the final sector, he'll be in that mark as well. He certainly is 4th position, meaning that 8 drivers presently are within 1/10th of a second.
And that is crucial for Porsche Coanda Esports, for de Jong to be able to back up the performance of Warren. They're on the outside row right now and lined up in bumper-to-bumper fashion. Graham Carroll and then Joni Tormala, 2 final drivers to complete our session in qualifying. Graham Carroll had a torrid run yesterday, and I think just wants to be able to contribute to the cause. Sector times maybe not looking where they want to be. Face not that impressed either, and the time's going to be a 136.3, the slowest of the representative laps.
At the moment, G2 Esports in the final 2 positions, though. Joni Tormala is normally good in the first sector. That's actually a little bit slow for Joni Tormala. I've seen him set a 20.09 in the first sector. I think he's set the fastest first sector I've ever seen around the Hockenheim ring. This one not so great though. 20.2 in the first sector, 45.6 in the middle. That is not looking ideal. And when you're a couple of 10ths off here, you're going to be right down towards the back. It could be 10th place for him. He'll cross the line. And it's 11th. G2 Esports. No, it does move up into 10th at the end there. For G2 Esports, though, 10th and 12th, our points leaders.
Well, we thought we had a bit of a shake-up after the first 2 races of this championship Sunday, but it's been shaken up once again. Kevin Siggy is going to be the one that grabs the ALJ fastest qualifying lap here at the Hockenheim ring. And, of course, for Team Redline, they need these points after what was a difficult first 2 races, trying to close that margin to G2, who really struggled in the qualifying. Let's run you down through the grid where Freddie Rasmussen, the only driver with a slowdown, will line up at the very back. He's got Graham Carroll for company, while Joni Tormala just in front of his G2 Esports teammate. Lots of work for the 2 of them to do. Patrick Holtzman just behind Max Beneke with the Maus Audi. He's not looking the quickest in qualifying. Jeffrey Rietveld, Marco Page, and then Erhan Yoyoski roll up towards 5th position. It's going to be Mitchell de Jong that lines up behind his teammate Dane Warren on the outside row. But for Yuri Toman, lined up again, bumper to bumper with his teammate. He's going to try and work with some draft as they all try and displace Kevin Siggy. Once again, the ALJ fastest qualifying lap here at the Hockenheim ring.
Mustachio on top. It just had to be. I said before, when I was having a couple of chats with various people here, when I was having a chat with various people behind the scenes, that it depends what Team Redline we get today. If they show their practice form that we saw back on Wednesday, Redline will be the team to beat. We haven't seen that too much. They only really just got through yesterday, but if they click, if they find that form, that result in the previous race could be very important, and moving forward, that qualifying lap from Siggy could also be in the same kind of county.
And what a qualifying session. 8 cars within a 10th of a second. Yes, Kevin Siggy will take all the plaudits, but I think ultimately this is what we should expect today. The drivers have been building up to this. They've had 3 days of preparation, getting accustomed to the rigs, getting accustomed to the tracks, and after Kevin Siggy's rather disappointing Saturday, starts it on fire on Sunday.
Yeah, a 10th of a second is an incredibly small period of time, so to have so many drivers within it, it shows once again the quality here in the ESL R1 series sponsored by Aramco. it's been impressive. We normally see this around the Hockenheim Ring. It is normally quite close around here. It's not, I would argue, it's the easiest track that we have here.
Yes. Because it's flat and boring.
Because it's flat and boring.
To be clear, it's not that the Hockenheim Ring isn't fun, it's just that it used to be, what, a 12-kilometer blast through the forest, and over the years we slowly cut parts of it away until, what, back in 2002, Herman Tilke landed on the design that we have come to know since then, looking from up above, though, as the drivers get ready to go.
It is boring, though.
It is. Oh, it is very boring.
I'm not... It's not the worst track, but no, it's up there. G2 though, so that qualifying session, 10th and 12th for G2 Esports. We just saw over their shoulder. When it comes to them, when it comes to the points, well, obviously points leader Sebi has done a lot of work. He's done a good job. You know, I saw that even before I said it, I saw the smirk. He's done a good one, but realistically speaking, it comes down. It's a team championship at the end of the day.
You need all four to deliver. Isaac Price was able to back up Sebastian Job, and now it comes down to the other two from the back, Joni Tormela as well as Freddie Rasmussen, with it all to do. The drivers lining up on the grid, getting ready for those lights, and as they begin to build, they get their cars dialed in, ready to rumble for race 3 on Championship Sunday. The engines roar once again, and as the lights go out, it's the Kevin Siggy BMW that will punch it in towards turn number 1. Almost immediately the top 6 single file, but it's the Maus Audis that look aggressive behind. And of course, for those two machines, for Beneke as well as Holtzman, they've got to start working their way forward. It's Redline versus Maus, a battle of former teammates.
Yeah, I thought Mercedes of Porsche might have actually sent one down the inside, but you're absolutely right. Redline versus Maus in the mid-pack. You've also got a couple of movements and movers and shakers in the background. You've got Graham Carroll working up potentially 3 positions in the opening phase of the race. Obviously, just clearing. It's G2 Esports, by the way, 11th and 12th now. Joni Tormela has gone back a position as we look forward. There's a defensive line being taken from Maximilian Beneke. Jeffrey Riefeld trying to get on the attack as they head down toward the hairpin. He'll take to the outside. There could be contact here, though, almost between Marco Page and Maximilian Beneke.
Don't think too many of these drivers too close to thresholds for penalties, but keep that in mind that you don't want to be running up to the risk of a qualification ban heading into these next couple of races as teams make their way closest to finalist mode. Once again, it's still Riedfeld on the inside, and now Beneke finally will get that job done, up into 7th spot, and as they swoop their way into the final sector of the lap, it's with Siggy leading from Warren, Toman and De Jong.
Yeah, super close between this lot, but of course, this is the opening phase of the race. Kevin Siggy's had a good translation from the race start, but Dane Warren and Mitchell De Jong, the Porsche Commander, who also have not had a particularly great start to the day, let's not forget, will be on the attack. There is Yuri Toman, 3rd position as well. Speaking of teams that's had a bad start, I was curious to see, I don't know if you noticed with the gloves of Yuri Toman, obviously everyone's driving with certain things, certain comforts, certain oddities. I don't know if they're all fingerless, but certainly the index finger does not have the end of the glove. I wonder why.
That's usually for those people that can't get off their mobile phones, isn't it?
Well, normally you use a fingerless glove for that or for cycling.
Oh, that too? Oh, of course, I knew you would be looking towards the bike. Here's a move, though, as the G2 cars try and work their way forward, and it's as he tries to get around the outside of Graham Carroll. He'll compromise the Mercedes, try and pinch him a little bit on the entry, but Carroll parks it on the apex, and as they swoop through in towards the Parabolica, it's a drag race into that hairpin.
Yeah, Carroll is trying to defend from the team's leaders at the moment. The outside line will be taken going around the Parabolica for Joni Tormela, but once again, the slipstream's being dished off from the back of Patrick Holtzman, so really, the G2 Esports team can't really do anything about it. They'll go to the outside. Joni Tormela will try and attack Graham Carroll here, but he's still going to try and hang on, and I think on this occasion, Graham Carroll will, although that was almost certainly a bit of a squeeze off the circuit.
You can look at the drivers from the Spider Cam inside the arena. Of course, all of the teammates paired up next to each other, their team manager watching on from above. Freddie Rasmussen watches on as you can see still in front, the Mercedes trying to look around the outside, and now potentially swooping on through goes the BMW. Some contact between the two, and are we going to see 3 wide?
Yeah, certainly so. Of course, Freddie Rasmussen and Graham Carroll not that long ago were teammates, of course, at Red Bull Racing, the Red Bull Racing Oracle Esports team, and so really, Graham Carroll is trying to fight his old teammate. Joni Tormela will look to the inside. Freddie Rasmussen remains in 12th. He's obviously not going to fight his teammate here, but at the moment our points leaders scoring a whopping 1 point from this race. 11th scores 1, 12th scores nothing. That's drama.
And look at the gap. Look at the gap that Graham Carroll's got as well.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. I mean, oh no, I say I can't believe what I'm seeing. I think I said about this that the driver swaps when we change from grouping to grouping every 2 races. this is the bit that's going to decide it. This is the bit that's going to shape this whole championship Sunday. So for G2, who came into this race as being the strongest team, they're looking, oh, that sounds brutal, but I'm going to say it, they're looking a bit more like the team we were kind of expecting to see.
Oh, that is brutal. What I will also say is with that gap that Carroll has got, if they aren't going to be able to bridge it and use that draft, maximum points on offer for G2 in this race will be 3. Carroll covers the inside. Tormula once again, long way around, but this is where, if you're brave, you can try the switchback. Didn't work out for Kevin Siggy a day ago. Will it work out the long way around for Joni Tormula? Space given between the two of them, and now the drive into the Mercedes-Benz Arena. Surely Carroll, with the power and the grunts, going to hold on.
Excellent defensive driving from Graham Carroll right now. The outside line being taken through the fast kick, the inside line being taken from Joni Tormula. There might be a little bit of contact between a pair of them. G2 Esports going around the outside as they depart the Mercedes Arena section, but Graham Carroll is doing a sensational job to hang on to 2 points in 10th position at the moment. The trophy that might well be slipping from G2 Esports' hand, but look at this send down the inside. Joni Tormula at Mobile 1.
If you're wondering why we are so focused on this, it's because the points leaders in the team championship are being held back by Graham Carroll. The Scotsman putting up a sterling defense right now, and Tormula can do nothing but continue to watch and wait. Siggy from Warren, from Toman, from De Jong, still the front four continuing to break away. And as it runs right now, I believe advantage goes the way of Redline in the points.
Yeah, I mean, this is big for Redline right now. Of course, Rietveld only in 8th position. He'll be very disappointed with this, but Kevin Siggy is twirling that mustache at the front of the field. Just 3/10 clear, though, of Dane Warren, who finds himself 6/10 clear of Yuri Toman. The fight at the rear end of the field between Graham Carroll and the 2 G2 Esports drivers is absolutely fantastic. He's putting on a great defence. For G2 Esports, though, this is exceptionally frustrating. Nick Dealey, who'll be in the ear of his drives. By the way, the only reason I'll say that is because I know that Nathan Tegan, Nick Dealey can't hear me, so that's fine. But now I think this might be the opportunity.
We haven't really seen much fighting up front, and now finally with Joni Tormula to the inside, as much as Carroll will try and pinch him, it is advantage to G2, but only momentarily. Tormula's going to see the momentum given to the car on the outside, and once again the Mercedes, with that slightly better exit off the corner, will try and power its way into the arena. Now once again, though, with the roles reversed from a lap or so ago, it's Rasmussen that has to back out and potentially watch as Tormula around the outside might get hung out to dry.
Yeah, this is so close, but he's now going to have the inside line of the exit of the Mercedes Arena section, so Graham Carroll will have to potentially settle for that. But has he got the drive off and the run down towards Mobile 1? Freddie Rasmussen might also try and pass his old teammate around the outside. Graham Carroll's going to go. The answer to that question is no, and Joni Tormula needs to check out now. He's been struggling around the Hockenheim ring. Graham Carroll getting aggressive. Freddie Rasmussen getting aggressive to the outside into the Sachs curve. The 3 of them remain in their positions as they head in. Joni Tormula in 10th now, Graham Carroll in 11th, and Freddie Rasmussen in 12th.
Joni Tormula and Freddie Rasmussen, between the two of them, have a cumulative 3 penalty points. They've been relatively tidy so far over the course of the 3 previous days. Will make their lives a whole lot easier with which to battle. Graham Carroll, by the way, has 0 penalty points. There are plenty of drivers that have stayed out of the attention of Race Control's books.
Yeah, Graham Carroll has not had a great weekend here, though, and it might well get a little bit worse. He might be dropped down to 12th position. A little bit of a bit of oversteer. Potentially, there was even a little bit of contact as well between himself and Freddie Rasmussen at the first corner. Freddie Rasmussen will dive it down the inside, now around the outside as they head onto the Parabolica. And of course, you know what Joni Tormula is going to do here. The very second that he sees Freddie Rasmussen pull out of the slipstream, surely he goes out and gives slipstream, but he's still giving it to his teammate, to Graham Carroll.
It's a relatively narrow hole with which he's working with right now, so I don't think he's not giving draft to his teammate, but Freddie Rasmussen going to send it up the inside, and I think Graham Carroll realizes discretion the better part of valor. He held on for a long time, and he's compromised the G2 cars. Here's the challenge, though, for Dane Warren, trying to get to the point of the field. Still half distance left to go in this race, and around the outside through the Mercedes-Benz Arena, Dane Warren steals the lead away from Kevin Siggy.
Yeah, and this is what Dane Warren needs to do today. Joshua Rogers needs assistance. He can't win the team's championship by himself. The point structure just doesn't have it. You need to keep assisting with the team. All 4 drivers must perform if they're to be victorious here on Championship Sunday, and Dane Warren, they're exactly doing that. Up to 1st position, but you've got to say, give a shout out to Mitchell de Jong, 4th position at the moment, right behind Yuri Toman, potentially attacking for an extra little bit of that. This could be big for Porsche Coanda moving forward.
And I think the important point is with Mac Backup struggling in those first 2 races, Mitchell de Jong, as the 2nd Porsche Coanda driver in this pairing, is able to back up Warren across the line, half distance, completing this 3rd race of Championship Sunday. phrasing it like that makes it so exciting. It's almost like it's a Super Bowl or something.
We certainly are in that kind of category. It's been a difficult 4 days for every single driver, every team member, all of us as well watching all of this. It has been a nail-biter all the way through. I just can't wait to see how this is going to unfold. But right now, just 3 races in, I cannot pick a single team that I think is going to win this. This is what makes this so exciting.
So as the points provisionally run right now, it's Redline in the first place, Porsche Coanda in second, and who knows behind? RAG finally starting to get some points onto the board out of those first 2 races. Just 10 points accumulated for a team that I think many picked as the favourites coming into the day. Given that Dane Warren's been able to get past Kevin Siggy, though, one thing that we start to talk about as we reach lap 6, lap 7, tyre management.
Yeah, certainly. So around here, of course, you do lean on the rears, particularly around like this sort of section when you go through the Mercedes Arena section and then departing it. You lean very heavily on the right, very heavily on the left, and then once you go into this section, Mobil 1, into the Sachs curve, into that final chicane, into that the really tricky double right-hander at the end of it, you lean on the car so heavily, you overheat the tyres so much. If you're not careful, you'll be a sitting duck. And the problem is the major traction zone in Sector 1 coming out of Turn 2 leads you all the way around the parabolic. You're flat from that point once you get down into the hairpin. That plus slipstream equals you will probably be dropping a position if you're not careful.
It's 1.25 kilometers out of Turn 2 into the braking zone of the hairpin. So it's a pretty lengthy run, all things considered. We're going to dive through Turn 1 once again. You can see Dane Warren has already built 0.6 of a second buffer, and that's exactly what he will want to see. Off in towards Turn 2, go straight and you follow the old track. You land at the Jim Clark Memorial, but we land onto the brakes hard as you can, down into first gear and in towards the crucial 1.2 kilometer run in towards that braking zone. Not close enough for Siggy, but watch behind for De Jong, who is getting a little bit closer to Yuri Toman.
Yeah, I do also wonder, by the way, if Siggy's a driver that can sometimes get a little bit in his own head, especially when it comes to a driver's championship. But in this kind of scenario where you have to be selfless, where it's not about going for the race victory, it's about taking points home. I wonder if Siggy will be a different driver. There is a little bit of a look there from Mitchell de Jong. I think that was more so in defence from Erhan Yovsky, who Yovsky and Toman are trying to get RAG really onto the board now, running 3rd and 5th in this race. So it's a bit of a transformed sort of pacing from them. I would say right now the order that we're looking at, it's not trying to be disrespectful to G2 Esports because we know they're a fantastic team. We know Sebastian Job, Isaac Price have been incredible all weekend, but the order's looking a little bit more like what we expect. Here's the move from Dane Warren.
It started at the hairpin initially, and it was a switchback, and a late switchback at that. Drive off the corner for Kevin Siggy on the outside, able to get onto full power a little bit earlier, but of course slightly lower traction for that BMW, and allowed Dane Warren just that little bit more opportunity to match the speed and in through that very, very tricky turn number 8 at the Mercedes-Benz Arena. Finally the advantage had shifted and Kevin Siggy could do nothing but watch as Dane Warren grabbed the lead. Going to come to the end of lap number 7, now riding on board with a second Porsche Coanda Esports car. De Jong back in 4th, sandwiched by some RAG Audis.
Yeah, the big thing for Redline right now is the fact that Rietveld's not there to assist. Inside the top 5, of course, you've got 2 Porsche Coandas, 2 RAGs, and the lone soldier for Team Redline. Mitchell de Jong taking a bit of a look down the inside of Yuri Toman. 3rd position is what Toman's hanging on to. Bit of a mistake there, though, in the background. I don't know if you saw that from Yovsky. He was in too deep coming into Turn 2, and I think Marco Page might be close enough if he's got a good drive off.
He is starting to close in that draft. It's a little bit back from where we ride on board up into that hairpin. Find your braking zone on the left-hand side and find that battle as well. It's Pajic on the outside. Yeah, Yovsky with the compromise run. Forced tight, and now potentially is going to have to watch behind, because look at Patrick Holtzman as well and Max Benecke in those Miles Audis, because they will need to work on forward. Just 2 laps left to go, and the draft could pack all these cars up.
There were 8 cars within a 1/10 of a second in qualifying. The 9th of those was Patrick Holtzman, just about a 1/10 and a half off of that. And guess what? We've got 9 cars for the race lead. We're heading on to the penultimate lap of the race, so there's still plenty of time for some moves to happen. But I've got to say, Dane Warren is checking out to the point where I don't think we'll see him again in this race until we come over to cross the start-finish line for the final time. Warren is looking like a man transformed.
Well, we had 3 pole positions and then race victories for Porsche Coanda to end the day. The final 2 were, of course, Josh Rogers, but the one before was Dane Warren. 3 consecutive Porsche Coanda Australian wins, and in towards the final corner we go to start the penultimate lap of the race.
Yeah, here we go then. So Warren, Siggy, again, big gaps between a pair of those, but it's tight all behind, including this here, the tightest gap that we've seen. Yovsky's also dropping off of this a little bit as he's coming under pressure from Marco Pajic, courtesy of that attempt coming down to the hairpin. Mitchell de Jong I think he kind of has to try something because of the slightly slower start from Porsche Coanda, but with the issues for G2 Esports, with the fact that Redline don't have Rietveld up here as well, they must, and absolutely have to take advantage of this scenario.
I think, like you say, you've got to take the opportunities when they are there, and De Jong closes, but I don't think he closes fast enough into the braking zone. Now riding up to the rear bumper, and Toman sees him coming and switches to the inside. De Jong cuts back and is going to dive deep under the anchors. Gets through initially with some contact, but Mitchell de Jong matches Dane Warren on getting up to the podium.
Yeah, also behind Marco Pech is dealing with Maximilian Benneker for 6th position, so it's super close there. Great move from Mitchell de Jong. Yuri Toman as well, I think that was just about on the line. Nothing too major there, a big send from him, but the door was open, so Porsche Coanda see 2 drivers onto the podium. Maximilian Benneker, though, has received a 1 second post-race penalty for not leaving racing room. I think that was out of the hairpin.
And so that means that he will drop back behind both Jeffrey Rietveld and Patrick Holtzman, so that's a couple of points that unfortunately for Benneker that he will lose. He came into this day of competition with 0 penalty points, and so that's going to be good for him because likely to have a couple more added there. Patrick Holtzman's also got 1 second.
It won't change too much though. That'll just drop him a bit further down, so nothing too crazy there. But like I say, Maximilian Benneker's one is actually quite big because it gives Rietveld 7th position, so an extra couple of points to Team Redline. And like you say, if it comes down to 1 or 2 points later on as to who's in finalist mode and who's not, those 2 points could make a big difference. So Benneker will drop down the order and Rietveld will gain from it.
On to the final lap we go then, and it's Australian for Porsche Coanda that leads, but it's Dane Warren, not Josh Rogers, that might grab the first victory. Behind, you can see that Rietveld doesn't want to wait for the penalty to be calculated at the end of the race. He's going to try and get that run up in towards the hairpin as they swoop their way through the left and in through that long left-hander that then builds you up into the braking zone. The draft is playing its part, and now Benneker with relatively little help from Page up the road is going to go all the way to the white line.
Yeah, certainly so. Obviously taking that big defensive line straight down the outside. Jeffrey Rietveld will go. He was taking a lot of risk here. He may not have even been told about the penalty, so he's going to try and get around the outside. The mouse driver does give him room, so Maximilian Benneker just about trying to fend off Jeffrey Rietveld. That was super stuff from him. No big move as well from Holtzman to get himself back involved in all of this. So Benneker hangs on to 7th position, but of course a post-race penalty will switch that, as once again it's a 10-second time penalty.
That said RAG, but Patrick Holtzman, I'm not exactly sure what the penalty was there, but is there drama for RAG up towards the front, as maybe the status quo has somewhat returned in terms of pace?
Certainly so. Dane Warren, though, into the final sector. He's been brilliant. He's now put out over 1.1 seconds, Arjuna.
It's been a fantastic drive, and when you think of Porsche Coanda Australians, you think of Josh Rogers, but Dane Warren in 2023 is making a case for why he wants to become maybe Porsche Coanda's next Australian superstar. He'll round that final corner and grab the victory in that number 57. Kevin Siggy's going to grab second. He'll be delighted to at least put the misfortune from yesterday aside, especially since chasing him down was Mitchell de Jong, who tagged him twice yesterday.
Yeah, certainly so. It was very dramatic between the pair of them, but of course once again the fireworks go off, the focus on the trophy, and maybe the change of who is eyeing it up right now. Big drama for G2 Esports after being dropped down the order, barely scoring anything in that race. Team Redline, Porsche Coanda starting to get themselves involved in the mix. Porsche Coanda with a 1st and a 3rd. Absolutely incredible.
Oh, that's a little bit more emotion than we've seen from Dane Warren. You can tell that these victories are going to mean more today. You can see that Mitchell de Jong also has a bit of a cloth. He's wiping the sweat off his brow, and it is a hot day in there. Even with air conditioning, when you're working this hard behind the wheel, you better believe the drivers will be sweating.
Oh yeah, it is. Like I say, whilst it's actually not that hot in there, the air conditioning's working quite well, it's still pretty toasty. Here's the move though that Mitchell de Jong was able to do, straight down the inside of Yuri Toman, diving in a little bit too deep. I'm sure Race Control might take a little bit of a look at it, but for me, on my money, that is absolutely fine.
Parked on the apex, easy as you like.
Didn't miss the corner.
Yeah, Mitchell de Jong takes all that experience from so many disciplines. He raced in eNASCAR, iRacing Rallycross World Champion, X Games medalist in the real world, and now, of course, a Porsche Coanda factory driver. You can see the little bit of a twitch with that contact, but I think all's fair in love and war. Let's go down to the stage, though, and talk to Dane Warren.
Welcome back to the main stage with the 2 main men. 1st and 3rd, an incredible performance, of course. Getting those points, those ever elusive points on the board for Porsche Coanda. Now, I kind of just wanted to take a step back very briefly to just talk about, your approach to this, because coming into this, we have a lot of the penalty points carrying over and going across the entire team now. Are you approaching these races slightly differently, maybe a little bit more conservatively, considering the penalty points that could potentially happen, rather than, you know, in the Drivers' Championship when it only just kind of rests on your shoulders? Dane, let's start with you, mate.
I think so, for sure. Like, I think you can see when people are battling. I think there's a little bit more caution being taken, just to make sure you don't run someone wide, or, you know, just get caught in a position where you're just screwing someone's race, basically. So, like, definitely that's being taken into consideration. But yeah, I think everyone's just going to this, doing what they can, and yeah, getting as many points for the team as possible.
Mitchell, are you enjoying the team element of this as well, right? You know, like racing alongside each other. Like, do you find it a bit more exhilarating?
Yeah, absolutely. I think yesterday really set the precedent. I really enjoyed the format. You're kind of involved in the whole, you know, event the whole day, and yeah, I think this is really cool. And now it really matters. So hopefully we can deliver some more good performances and hopefully end on top.
فعلا سألنا المتسابق الأول دين إن قلنا بحكم وجود خلينا نقول بعض المخالفات بعض الأشياء بعض الأخطاء حتى برضو ممكن تصير، هل بتأثر عليكم في السباق أو بشكل عام وحتى برضو على أدائكم؟ يعني شفنا البعض ممكن يأخذ مجرى مختلف، ممكن عادي يصير يهمه ممكن ينطلق وبس، يعني ما يهمه يرتكب الأخطاء كثيرة بحكم إنه آخر يوم، فقام قال لا أكيد نعمل له حساب لأن صحيح إن فيها حسم برضو من الأوقات اللي مسموحة له، فكلها يعملوا له حساب حتى برضو ما يبغون يضيعون لها في كثير. فسألنا حتى برضو دي يونغ عن كيف مشاركته حتى برضو معنا الحين هنا كلهم حققوا المركز الأول والثالث في هذا السباق من فريق واحد، حققوا نقاط مرة كثيرة، فأكيد إنهم سعيدين وفخورين جدا في هذا الفوز العظيم اللي صار في هذا السباق.
Dane, you managed to snag the lead about halfway through that race, which was great, and then you managed to pull away even better. So I'm just thinking of congratulating you and just being like, you know what, mate, a job well done. Going into the next race, what are we thinking? Are we thinking like keep the aggression on, or, you know, what am I even saying? Are you going to, am I basically asking you if you're going to try and win the next race?
Sure.
Yeah, why not, you know? Why not? You know, with that, I've got nothing left to say to these guys. What an incredible performance from both of them. We're going to send it back to the desk so they can continue everything before race number 4.
فعلا زي ما شفنا قبل شوي سألنا هل تدخلون السباق الجاي وراح تفوزون فيه؟ كم قال أكيد، بس يعني شوي كانت الثقة يمكن مو مرة، لكن لازم تكون ثقة أعلى من كذا. لكن الحين أعزائي المشاهدين خلينا ننتقل مرة ثانية الاستوديو نتكلم تفاصيل هذا السباق ونرجع لكم في اللي بعده.
Having said that, I have one more thing to add. With that race, you guys have managed to snag the lead. Porsche Coanda are now in the lead going into the next race. Congratulations. Fist bump, fist bump. Now let's go back to the studio.
We had 3 fist bump. Anyway, لكن الحين أعزائي المشاهدين خلينا ننتقل مرة ثانية على الاستوديو بعد اللخبطة اللي صارت هنا.
All right. Porsche Coanda have just gone and done it. And Dane Warren, what a performance coming out from him. I know prior to today, we were mentioning the fact that, you know what, Josh Rogers had very much been the driving force for the side of Porsche Coanda. So Dane Warren being able to snag that one was a little bit of a sweeping move, a little bit of a surprise against Kevin Siggy. How do you think that overtake ended up happening so cleanly?
I'm actually really surprised. I was expecting Kevin Siggy to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more, you know, the elbow left and right and such, but he was very nice, you know. He was like, okay, you know what, you know, just let's fight a little bit, but, you know, go for it.
Well, that was actually the closest quali, arguably, one of the closest qualies that we've actually seen prior to this race. Yeah. We had said that Jeffrey Rietveld held the fastest quali lap time as our MVP as well. Do you feel like it might have been an aspect, an element of the fact that the teams, the drivers, they've been sat on the sidelines watching the races, and that in itself has helped warm them into this?
Yeah, 100%. But a lot of performance basically from whole this group was so close. It was even so hard to see any overtake at the beginning. Basically, the only fight we have seen for almost half of the race was between Tormala Rasmussen and Graham Carroll.
Yeah, speaking more on that one, Graham Carroll in a 1 versus 2 against the 2 G2 drivers. You know what? I don't know if you agree or not, but there is no way that he should have been able to hold them off as long as he did.
Oh yeah, like he was doing very defensive, very good job there. But also like hands up to for both Tormala and Rasmussen because they did it clean, was nice fighting, enjoyable to watch. So let's see more of that.
Well, as Barney did very rightly so mention, Porsche Coanda now in the lead of our team championship standings, followed by G2, Team Redline, Mercedes-AMG Petronas Esports Team, Mouse, and lastly R8G. Now heading into this, myself and you had mentioned that R8G was going to be the one to look out for. What do you think the boys need to do heading into the next race, which is going to be on Spa?
Oh, I'm happy they finally had a good race. Like, unfortunately, the first two races didn't go their plan. It wasn't exactly what they probably expected so far from the start of the day. But this past race, I mean, they didn't win, but they were there in the top 5, which is a good result.
A good result nonetheless, but I'd like to welcome joining us here on the desk, Mr. Marcel Chinchik himself, the man, the myth, the legend of our driver championship at ESL R1 at our Munich Major. Marcel, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Done and dusted for now?
Thank you, and thank you for the invite. Not really well at the moment because the first two races was happening really bad for me. But now Jiri and Erhan did a good job on the Hockheim race, the race 3, and hopefully we can bounce back.
Now, I got to ask you, before heading into today, obviously during the online rounds of ESL R1, you guys were in contention versus Team Redline, and they managed to snag the team championship trophy away from you. Heading into this event, do you feel like there's some form of revenge that you guys are cooking up?
We just try to win it, you know, like not really just against Redline or something, but of course they seem one of the strongest, so we have to beat them if we want to win this. So hopefully we can do that.
Marcel, tell me, today you were our favorite at the beginning of the morning. We were saying, you know, Marcel is a master of Monza. I think yesterday you said it in the studio as well. Can you tell us what happened today with your performance? Because it wasn't probably exactly what you wanted.
The practice was going really well. Like I could do the fastest lap, and when the qualifying came, like nothing that I got any more pressure or something. I just messed up the second chicane, and after that it just got confused in my mind a bit, and also I did a really bad job in reworking. So this was the worst possible start from my side, but now I will try to do better.
Now, what was the decision making behind the pairings heading into today like? Do you guys get a say in it at all, or is it purely on Mehdi and what he thinks you guys should be doing?
We deciding ourselves, like what we want to do, which truck, you know. And I really wanted to choose Monza because I was doing really well on the wall days now, but today it wasn't really working out.
Tell me, obviously, after the first 2-3 races, your team is right now in the last position. How do you clean your head? Because you're going to be driving again. How do you just sit down and calm yourself and deliver a good result?
I think just try to think back about the results from yesterday, because yesterday I could do P1 and P2, so I know I can do it. Like just have to be a bit more focused, I feel, so I try to do that.
Right, let's imagine you're there in the arena on that beautiful stage right now with your teammates. What are the words of wisdom that you're giving them as we head over into Spa?
I think Spa is a good track for us. Like both Jiri and Erhan likes it, so I think we have good hopes. We can be podium, hopefully, with both of the cars. So that would be really good for the championship.
Who do you think is your biggest competitor right now? Because like yesterday when we were looking at the results, we were like, okay, it's going to be RAG versus Porsche or maybe Redline, you know, and today it's G2 suddenly was in the top for the first 2 races and so on. Who do you think is your competitor going now to the other half of the racing?
I think all of the teams. Because like changing, because the first 2 rounds was really good for the G2, but this third race wasn't the best for them, so it's going to rotate and change, you know. So I think all of the 6 teams going to be able to win the championship, so it's going to be tough.
I love the fact that you're not underestimating everyone. You're just ready to take on everyone and absolutely anyone as well. Marcel, it has been an absolute delight to have you joining us here on the desk. Thank you very much. I'm not going to keep you much longer, and I'm going to let you celebrate with your teammates over on the stage. Fingers crossed, hopefully. Is that your prediction? You think your boys can finish first, second?
Yeah, I think.
You hope so?
Yeah. So.
What do you think? Do you think they... No pressure. I know.
Please. Please.
I keep putting him in this situation.
I keep jinxing everyone. I can't do this anymore. I want to see my checkmate Izitoman win the race. That's what I want to see.
Do you believe in the commentator's curse real quick?
I don't believe.
You don't? I definitely do. So Lewis McGlade is wrong when he says it doesn't exist. You said that you believe in it now as well. But without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to the Porsche Coanda manager to talk to us about how they're feeling right about now.
I'm here with Porsche Coanda team manager Jorn. Jorn, we didn't see the usual dominance from Josh that we have been used to seeing over the first 2 rounds, but wow, your second, dare I say, drivers have really stepped up in this one. A double podium, how's that?
Yeah, they had incredible performance in the qualifying, so they had good starting position in P2 and 4 they were, and then they could very good convert it into the race and actually were able to gain positions during the race.
Perfect, so smashed Hockenheim, Spa next. How do you think you're going to get on there?
I think they are both strong at Spa as well, so I hope for maybe both in the top 5 again. That would give us a good step forward to reaching the finalist mode.
Absolutely, you won't be far away if you manage another set of results like that. Thank you very much, Jorn, for your time. Best of luck for the next one. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks very much, Rory. Porsche Coanda Esports team in a great position after 3 rounds in the Teams Championship Finals here at ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. Ewan O'Leary alongside George Morgan for race 4. It's Spa for the first time here this evening, and we're looking forward to it because Porsche Coanda Esports have taken this championship by the scruff of the neck at the moment, and we'll see if they can hold on to that in this next race.
Yes, major points certainly earned their way. As you can now see, practice well and truly underway as well, because naturally it's all about Spa-Francorchamps, and Porsche Coanda, off the back of that previous result, they have now seen themselves climb all the way up to the point now where they're challenging G2 at the very top, and with their drivers at their disposal, they'll sure thrive. I really do believe they can. Of course, we heard from their team boss there as well. Mitchell de Jong, Dane Warren in the car. Dane Warren off the back of a stellar victory at Hockenheimring. I'm sure we'll look to try and channel that energy back again into Spa-Francorchamps. Mitchell de Jong also an impressive 3rd place. And I'd argue probably one of the most impressive Mitchell de Jong performances I think we've seen throughout this series.
He's certainly been getting better, especially here in Riyadh. He's been just showing signs that maybe he's up for the fight here, and certainly was yesterday. You remember his race around here at Spa yesterday when Porsche Coanda were trying to qualify for that top 6. They did manage that, but he did have an incident with Kevin Siggy, if you remember, down the hill towards Brussels. He was squeezed onto the curb on the inside. A slight bit of contact made, and the BMW ended up going around. I wonder whether those tensions between Redline and Coanda are going to surface once again today.
There's history here at Spa between those two. We, of course, saw the reaction of Kevin Siggy yesterday, where they came together, and naturally, there were words to be had between them as well. But nevertheless, back again, as they now look to thrive here at Spa-Francorchamps. Joni Tormler, with a huge responsibility on his shoulders. G2 Esports taking a little bit of a downward curve after what has to be said, a stellar run from Sebastian Job and that of Isaac Price. You can now see Price there with Nathan Tague in the team boss area. Sebastian Job as well on the other side as well. They're just watching over that of Freddie Rasmussen and Joni Tormler as we speak. Tormler finishing 9th in our previous race after qualifying 10th, and 10th for Freddie Rasmussen after qualifying 12th. Both drivers, though, have more in the locker.
It's got to be a bit of a confidence knock, though, hasn't it? After such a great start for G2 Esports, they took the championship lead by quite some distance, actually, after the opening couple of rounds, but now that's slipped away from them entirely. They're right in the mix with the likes of Coanda and Redline, and there'll still be the prospect of the likes of Maus, RHG and Mercedes rocketing up the standings towards the end as well. It's got to be a bit of a worrying moment for these two. Joni Tormler just in the first part of our picture, and Freddie Rasmussen in the background. Wonder what they can do there to pit themselves up from that, and how they're going to go here at Spa, because it's quite a well-balanced track as far as the BOP goes. There's no one particular car that you definitely want, like you would at maybe a Monza, where you'd prefer the Audi. This circuit doesn't really lend itself to that.
No, not quite. Another team to look out for, of course, is R8G, who have certainly struggled at the start of this one. Very unlike them as well, especially after the form that we saw them in the Drivers' Championship rundown, and not to mention leading up to today's final 6, because obviously yesterday they were on a points charge. Marcel Cinchik not having the ideal start. As we now hit qualifying, folks, we're getting set now for the drivers to launch around the circuit in Stavolo. Kevin Siggy getting us back underway as he now rises through Rouge and Radion.
Up the hill, revving it out at the moment in the top of 5th gear before heading into 6th towards the latter portion of the Kemmel Straight. They really do rev that BMW very highly, way past the lights on that screen. You can see just in the view that Kevin Siggy will be using. He comes up towards the end of the first sector now. It's a 38.8 from him He's on the money for the moment, but it's a long, long lap around this circuit. 7 kilometres up and down the hills of Belgium.
Yeah, it certainly is. Kevin Siggy now looking to dial in, heading through towards Rivage, keeping it tight down the inside. 38.8 in that first sector is just a little shy off a 38.7, where I'm sure he would prefer to be, as now he makes his way through the Jackie X curve as well, but relatively fast pace, a mid-speed corner as he now heads down towards Pouhon. Looking for around a 59.7 here in this middle sector. That'll then tee him up through towards this next swinging section. The S's are so tough, especially around Lafanier, heading down towards Campus and Stavelo.
Yeah, so next chicane coming up right now. You'll need to hold it to the inside, especially through the right hand here, just to open up this left hand coming up next. Get a good run out of here so that you can pull that car to the left hand side, ready for Stavelo, ready for this long, long run. As you get on the power through this right hander, it's a long, flat out run right from here towards the bus stop chicane, especially in qualifying trim. Kevin Siggy over that second sector line. It's a 59.7. He's roughly where he needs to be for the moment. It's an impressive opening to this lap time from Kevin Siggy. It could be enough for pole, but there's a lot to do here when you're first out, and there's 11 fast drivers behind you ready to overtake that time.
Yeah, it certainly is. Heading down towards the bus stop chicane now, and in sector 3 he'll look to try and nestle in somewhere close towards a 35.8 to bring his time to the forefront. Looking to follow suit after an impressive performance at Hockenheimring. Kevin Siggy now heading up across the line. He'll set a 2:14.366. Competitive. I'm sure we'll see some more.
We certainly will, and maybe it will come from Jiri Toman. Bad luck at the end of his race as he got a track limits penalty on the very final lap. 10 seconds, which has demoted him all the way to last in the standings there, dropping Orange Esports more than 10 points in a race that they really needed to pick things up a little bit from where they started. A 38.7 in the first sector is absolutely fantastic. A 59.8 in the middle is not quite so much, but it could even out quite nicely. It's a 14.4, I'm afraid, for Jiri Toman. He's just under a tenth away from Kevin Siggy.
That middle sector certainly was crucial. Max Benneker, though, with a 38.7. He is looking dialed in the first sector, and the middle sector is looking pretty smart as well from Max Benneker, the current Drivers' Champion. Back again for Mouse, this time at Spa-Francorchamps in a quest to lift them higher up through the team standings, as now we see him make his way through the bus stop chicane. Needs a vital third sector here in order to get past that of Kevin Siggy up at the front end. Second fastest, a mere 19 thousandths, a shrug of the shoulders. So close, but yet so far.
Very, very close between the top two now, and Team Redline have a good chance to get both of their cars up onto the first 2 rows now with Jeffrey Rietveld, who's making his way towards the final sector at the moment. He's had a really fantastic time in Riyadh here in terms of third place in the Drivers' Championship. Was an important part of making Team Redline a top 6 team yesterday, which has put them into today, and now he's put the time in. It's a 14.3. They're so consistently close, the Redline boys, just 0.03 of a second away from one another.
Half a tenth away from the top time set by Max Benneker at the top. In fact, looking at the graphics, a bit of a switcheroo. Siggy was 19 thousandths down in seconds, so we have had a change up. Benneker in accordance to the timing tower, 2:14.347. Bit of a difference. We'll have to confirm that later on. Erhan Yujovski now making his way through the bus stop chicane now. 5th fastest now. He makes his way up towards the line. What's it going to be for Erhan Yujovski? Will he usurp his teammate? Not quite. Just over 1.5 tenths off.
And around a circuit of this length and this magnitude, that's quite good normally, but with a field this closely matched, unfortunately, Erhan Yujovski will be hoping for a little bit more. Patrick Holtzman then for Maus, looking to join Max Benneker at the moment on the top of the timesheets for the Audi team. He makes his way out of the final turn now. It's a good lap so far. He may well be able to get up towards his teammate here, and he will. It's third place, 22 thousandths away. This is very, very close once again here this evening.
Looking strong for Mouse right now as we see Freddie Rasmussen. Of course, he was not being outside the top 3 in F1 Esports twice and Formula E Accelerate champion. Now here with the big boys here in ESL R1 as well. The Great Dane lifts through now the bus stop chicane. A 38.8 to the first sector is a little off. 59.8 though in the middle sector is again a little more than a tenth off as well. 35.8 to the final sector, more in line of where he needs to be, but it will land him in 6th place, but ahead of Erhan Yujovski.
It's Joni Turmala now for G2 Esports as they look to really rise back up the standings again with this race. We know that Sebastian Job is going to play a key role for them in winning 2 races so far. Needs to continue on picking up those points lap on lap, race on race. Joni Turmala just gets things wrong slightly through the final chicane, I think. Not much emotion shown, but that time says it all. A 14.7, he's more than 3 attempts away.
Yeah, G2 certainly don't seem to have the response like they had, obviously, in the first 2 races that we had already. Of course, the combination of Freddie Rasmussen and Joni Turmala, they're going to have some work to do when, of course, we go racing here at Spa. There's Marko Pejic, 38.8 in the first sector again. He would want more, 59.7 in the middle sector. Certainly is more to the point as now they make their way down towards sector 3 yet again. The Merc now powers its way to 5th place. Just over half a tenth off as well. That is getting so close between them up at the front end. The top 5 all within a tenth of a second.
Can Graham Carroll join them? He has struggled so far.
Sector 2.
Oh yeah, I didn't even spot that. Apologies. Yeah, that's not a good middle sector at all. Don't know quite where that slowdown would have been. There's no obvious place in the middle sector, but there's any number of them, and Graham Carroll has had the unfortunate task of that, I guess. I don't even know the word to find that. 16.0 is the one for him. 1.7 seconds away. That's only 10th in what's becoming a little bit difficult now for Mercedes. Carroll will likely be starting towards the back.
Yeah, and this time as well for Mitchell de Jong, looks like it might be out a tenth apiece in Sector 1 and Sector 2. Heartbreak, though, for Graham Carroll as he's struggling to get himself back into the frame, of course, just making a mistake, I think, through the middle sector, leading to a potential slowdown. Mitchell de Jong now crossing the line as well. Sector 3 at 35.8, more in line of where he needs to be, but losing crucial time and nearly 2 tenths off the pace.
Yeah, and what about Dane Warren? Porsche Coanda Esports team have started to really bubble up now in this championship. They've started to get going. They're starting to stretch their legs. Can they now push on towards finalist mode and win this before anybody else even gets there? Dave Warren's going to have an important role to play with that, of course, as he goes forward with this. What's the time going to be for him? A 38.7 so far, and then a 59.8. That's decent. And it's not a bad time at all. 4th place for Dane Warren, 32,000 from pole. What a session we've seen once again here at Spa-Francorchamps. But it's not going to be Dane Warren. It is going to be Max Benneker, the drivers' champion here in Riyadh. $100,000 richer back on Friday, helping Mouse towards that team's championship on Sunday.
Yeah, fantastic result for Max Benneker, managing to crank out a fastest lap here. 19,000's clear. Take us through the starting grid, Ewan.
On the back, it will be Graham Carroll and Joni Turmala then, with Mitchell de Jong just finding himself inside the top 10. Hanyoski 9th, just behind Freddie Rasmussen and Yuri Toman, both RHGs outside the top 10 with both G2s as well. Marko Pejic 6th ahead of Jeffrey Rietveld. Then there's Dane Warren in 4th, and Miles have had a great qualifying. Patrick Holtzman is 3rd, Kevin Siggy splits them, but it's Max Benneker who has the ALJ fastest qualifying lap here from Spa-Francorchamps for race 4. Our drivers' champion in Riyadh, leading his team, as we know he has to, towards glory in the team's championship as well. They've got catching up to do, Miles, but what better driver to have on your team than to do that?
Good time as well to get the big results as well, folks. Max Benneker on pole. The drivers' champion is back again. 19 thousandths ahead of Kevin Siggy, who is alongside him on the front row. A mouth-watering partnership on the front end of things. And as you so rightly said, Ewan, our ALJ fastest lap. Pole position going to Max Benneker. Can he take it from pole to victory? That's the big major question.
It is, and Mouse certainly need that. I mean, in the positions they're in at the moment, they score more than 40 points towards their tally. That's certainly less than the deficit that they have to the leaders at the moment, so that will be very, very positive indeed. But let's see how it goes. Of course, Kevin Siggy is in there as well. We did see Siggy up there a lot in qualifying yesterday, but unfortunately got involved in 2 incidents in 2 races, one of which was here at Spa. So let's see how he gets on with this circuit here today.
Yeah, it's all about pushing those bad memories in the back of your mind. Focus on what's ahead of you because we got a team's championship on the line. R8G, of course, not having the best of times either. Qualifying certainly is one to forget yet again for them. Can they fight back, though, and bring those much-needed points to the table for the R8G and Romain Grosjean's team as we take a look there at Kevin Siggy, the man with the greatest moustache you'll ever see. He'll be on the front row alongside of Max Benneker.
I wasn't watching earlier on, by the way. Did he give us the moustache tweak he was promised, or we were promised?
He owes owes me one because he promised me he would do it. But I've yet to see it. But you never know. Maybe if he wins, he'll do it.
He may have done it while I just wasn't watching, but yeah, we didn't do the full pan around at the start of these drivers because we introduced the teams at the start, of course, which you may remember if you were tuned in a little bit earlier on. It feels like a long time ago now, but race 4 is about to get underway. 7 laps around here at Spa-Francorchamps, where we kick things off, and once again, Maximilian Benecke has come full circle because he's at Spa again, he's on pole again. This is where he took round 1 of ESL R1, let's not forget, at this very circuit where he was unbeatable on that day.
Yeah, and 25 points as well going to Max Benecke will push Mouse right into contention with that of G2 Esports and Porsche Commander, of course, subject to the results that they achieve too. Of course, they have got the other Mouse car, Patrick Holzman, who I'm sure will look to contribute to that effect. Everything about the team's championship, that's what's on the line. A big sum of money as well on the line. Big prize pool here across this weekend, and certainly this week too here at the Gamers8. ESL R1 delivering as it has done. Brought to you by Aramco here at Riyadh. We're looking forward to it. Take us away, Ewan.
Lights are on and we get underway. It's Kevin Siggy with a slightly better launch there, ahead of Max Benecke, who pulled to the outside now and look to go around the outside of La Source here on the opening lap. It's a clean start from the front drivers and everybody gets away well, gets through the opening turn all right, and in the end Max Benecke holds on to the lead. Kevin Siggy has got into second place as well, with Patrick Holzman holding on to third.
He certainly did as well. Max Benecke holding on to the lead. Kevin Siggy just getting out of the draft, but he'll get straight back into it now as they climb up through towards the Kevel Straight. The team red line now, a former teammate as well, a former comrade, Max Benecke, under threat now from team red lines, Kevin Siggy, as they headed towards, now through towards Lecom, still wheel to wheel they go as Benecke looks to apply the pressure as they come through towards Malmedy. No move can be made for Siggy, he has to wait, but Holzman and Warren also going at it.
Warren ended up on the outside there of Patrick Holzman and couldn't get through. He has to stay behind. Jeffrey Riefeld, then it's Marco Payet and Freddie Rasmussen, who's very close in behind as well. He's side by side with Yuri Toman, who has to just pull back on in the way into no-name corner and then get the power out the corner. He holds on to 7th place at the moment.
Yeah, stellar showing indeed. Yuri Toman as well down in 8th place with Yujovski in behind. Freddie Rasmussen ahead of the pair of them as they come out of Pouon now. They've got Lefagnier coming up next to this chicane that can certainly upset a few. Again, we're seeing though Graham Carroll looking to lift himself off the bottom, tying up with Mitchell de Jong, who he himself, after a decent result last time out, again finds himself down in P11. A solitary point should he stay where he is going towards Porsche Commanders. Well, certainly, you know, results they have had so far. Points mean prizes, certainly here in the Teams Championship here in ESL R1. We're running on board with Kevin Siggy, just over 1.5 tenths out of the question from Max Benecke. Still big points though on the table for Siggy and that of Team Redline. They've got 2 cars in the top 5, but crucially enough, Mouse cars 1 and 3.
Yeah, it's $250,000, let's not forget, for the winning team here tonight when they take a victory in finalist mode. Freddie Rasmussen fires it down the inside and towards the bus stop chicane. That's not going to happen for him, I'm afraid. Marco Payet stays in front. He's in the silver Mercedes just up in front, and then there's Yuri Toman and Erhan Yujovski just in behind. 8th and 9th for REG. Who would have thought that that team are having such the day that they are? It's been a bit of a disaster so far as they make their way out of La Source for the second time. It's probably Dane Warren who's closest to the driver in front. He's looking for a move into Lecom, no doubt.
Yeah, Sebastian Job, of course, who would go on to take 2 victories in our first 2 races. Isaac Price also delivering big points. Freddie Rasmussen now being asked to contribute. You can imagine Nathan Tague is going to demand the best from his drivers. Freddie Rasmussen, who's going to get a lovely drag right on the heels now of Marco Payet. The Great Dane launches himself now through as they go side by side. The BMW and Mercedes tying up through Lecom as they go wheel to wheel still. Powering through now this next segment. Malmedy, Beckett. We've seen it already at the start of the race as well. But Rasmussen trying to fight, he's trying to scrap, he's trying to bang through now in towards P6, sorry. It's indeed Marco Payet pays the price. It is Rasmussen now with a nose, but he hasn't quite got through. But
now he has, heading through towards Jackie X.
And the top 5 will be enjoying this one because the battle for 6th is just dragging everybody into this, and it's losing them a lot of speed. Hanyuyovsky goes on the defensive in towards Puon. Yoni Tormala was the one making the move there for G2 Esports at the moment, only picking up 2 solitary points for the BMW team that led this championship early on. Now they're falling backwards, they're needing points, and for the second race in a row, both of their drivers find themselves outside of the top 5.
A reasonably busy first 2 laps. Max Benneker still leads the way, 7/10 of a second. Kevin Siggy in behind that gap has remained stagnant for quite some time. Holzman waiting in the wings as well, 3rd placed currently to his name. Max would love a 1-2 at this point. That would deliver certainly a huge abundance of points, 45 to be exact, should they be able to pull this off. There you can see the G2 drivers there, Freddie Rasmussen and Joni Tormala. They're in the top right hand of your screen as they look to try and get themselves nestled in the fight. As we now see, of course, as well, Erhan Yuyovsky being pressured by that of Joni Tormala. Looking down the inside there as well, Mitchell de Jong. All these drivers looking for a rise. If you're G2 right now, you need to try and garner as much as you can. Before then, Sebastian Job and, of course, his teammate Isaac Price step back into the car.
On board with Yuri Toman now on the way towards La Source as he looks for a move on Marco Pajic. It's not going to happen here. It's going to have to come in towards Lecom once again. It's a better exit, better line from the RHG driver on the way out of that turn. He may well have the problem of being too close, in fact, on the run up through Eau Rouge, unless he just feathers the throttle a little bit down the hill here and lifts off. He'll stay very, very close, as will Patrick Holtzman. It's the lead for Maximilian Benneker at the moment, but Kevin Siggy can't stay with him. And Patrick Holtzman looks to join his teammate at the front. Mauser having a fantastic race here at Spa-Francorchamps. It's the outside line for the German. He joins his teammate. Fantastic move. And Maus are 1 and 2.
That's that crucial overtake they've been waiting for. 45 points on the table for Maus. Should they be able to bring this one home? Benneker leads the way. The gap now nearly out to 8.5 tenths between him and his teammate. There we're seeing some 3-wide action as now Marco Pajic under pressure from Freddie Rasmussen. Enter Yuri Toman with the Toman toe as they look to come through Rivage. Still again, Pajic fighting back through Jackie X. A stellar defence as he retains P6.
What a battle that was. 3 wide on the run down towards Bruxelles, and Rasmussen looks to the inside again. Half in attack of Marco Pajic, half in defence of Yuri Toman, but this is only going to invite more pressure. Rasmussen has been defending hard for the opening 2 laps. Now that he's been overtaken, there's 5 more drivers behind him who will want to get through.
3 wide can cause misery up the Kemmel Straight. 3 wide through Rivage is just plain outrageous. They come together again, heading through the middle sector. Toman now trying to find every out. So you can imagine that Mehdi El Fati, the team's boss, obviously the team manager, driving his team forward, looking for the big results. They've had hardship already in races 1 and 2. It looks like 3 and 4 are going to be painting a similar picture with minimal points scored here from Yuri Toman and Erhan Yuyovsky. They need to try and clamber as best they can, this being one of the more crucial races as we enter what could yet be the midway point in this championship. As now Toman looks down the inside, this time on Freddie Rasmussen, a look in the mirrors just to let him know he's there.
Yeah, but not a move on this occasion. Rasmussen certainly losing that bit of speed because Pajic has got now half a second. Yuri Toman right behind the face of Freddie Rasmussen. You can see on the left-hand side, he'll be looking in his mirrors quite a lot more over the next few moments. And there's the very late braking from the Audi. That was very close to contact.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if there was a rear view camera then, there certainly is as well. Those drivers would have seen a very, very bright orange and blue and yellow car storming up behind them. I'm sure we'll get Jasmine's take on the livery very soon as well, as we now see the cars right up through Eau Rouge and Radion yet again. Rasmussen still in 7th, Pajic ahead of them, but Rasmussen not surely going to be concerned with what's ahead because it's behind. He needs to be worried about Yuri Toman getting the toe up the Kemmel Straight. He might actually have the favourable inside line into Lecom. All the momentum applied to that of the RHG Audi LMS R8 as they now power through, but a defiant Freddie Rasmussen, not content with foregoing the position. That was a brilliant defence, a stout defence heading through Malmedy.
He's still got a long way to go though, and that's going to be the concern for G2 Esports now. They're clearly not as quick as those around them, but they're losing places hand over fist at the moment. Still 3.5 laps remaining. We're only halfway through this race, and Rasmussen's lost one of those places so far. He's going to do very, very well to hold all these drivers behind him for the remainder of this race.
Yeah, I tell you what, this points haul could certainly send Maus clearly up into the top 3 as well. There's a lot of drivers in contest, a lot of teams there looking to fight as we now see them make their way through the middle sector here on lap 4 of 7. We passed the halfway mark.
We're now in the final 3 and a bit laps now, as we're now seeing Yuri Toman make his way down through towards Campus and Stavelo. Corbe Porfrere lines up after this. There's Joni Tormala, currently down in 10th place as well. Only a mere 2 points will be added to his echelons too, or certainly to that of G2 Esports. They look to try and lift themselves higher and higher in the team's contest. Certainly here the Flying Finn is going to look to perhaps have a pop here at Erhan Yuyovski, who's getting a pleasant toe off his teammate Yuri Toman as they come through Blanchimont now before the bus stop chicane at the very end of this circuit. One of the longest circuits, certainly the longest here in this championship. 4.352 miles, 7.004 kilometers, 19 turns beckon them as they make their way out to the bus stop chicane to begin yet another lap. Lap 5 of 7, only a small matter of 3 to go as now they make their way down towards La Source. It's Benneker on top, Holzman in second, Mouse in Dreamland, 4 tenths away Kevin Siggy. Here we go, folks.
Another race where RHG Esports are both outside the top 5, and that's really damaging for them right now. Only 7 points currently being accumulated by them. On board with Fredrik Rasmussen, who makes his way up the hill through Eau Rouge now, but he's going to have those 2 out. He's very close to him now, especially that one of Yuri Toman, who you can barely see in the slipstream of that big BMW. The sleeker Audi just ducking left and right, and now heading to the inside, heading in towards Lecom. It's almost a bit of deja vu, as we saw this exact thing happen last lap, but this time Yuri Toman gives it a better go. Round the outside through the second part, gives him the inside for Malmedy, and now he goes through into 7th place. Yuri Toman makes his move.
Yeah, but it's not done yet, because Freddie Rasmussen will have the outside line into Ravage. Actually forgoes that little bump though in the rear and to the front of Erhan Yuyovski's Audi too. He's got an RHG sandwich, 2 of them outside, 1 in front, 1 behind as well, and also you can throw in Joni Tormala. He's also added to this club sandwich we have here at Spa-Francorchamps, heading down towards Pouhon yet again. It's now Toman in front of Rasmussen. He proceeded, he knocked on the door, he persevered, and now he's finally got past that of Freddie.
Certainly has, and now the train is probably going to go down from 8th place on backwards, because Yuri Toman may well have the room to get away. Now back up to the top 5. Haven't seen these guys for quite some time, but Max Benneker is still leading the way here ahead of Holtzman, Siggy, Warren and Rietveld. It's a good day for Redline in this particular race, or good race, I keep doing that. Good race for Redline here. 2 cars inside the top 5.
I'm sure they'll rate the result as well, however. Of course, top 5 now, 2 cars in that mix. 3rd place going to that of Kevin Siggy, Rietveld in 5th. And certainly that'll go a long way as we make our way through this championship. Of course, the team's championship being decided here tonight, as now we see Jeffrey Rietveld make his way through the bus stop chicane. Up ahead of him, Dane Warren, who was a little disappointed. I think we could read that from his facial expressions in qualifying. Wanted that little bit more, but naturally as they cross the line to begin the penultimate lap. Lap 6 of 7, points on the table, still unperturbed up at the top. Patrick Holzman now very close to the back of his teammate Max Benneker, but they will not fight for the lead, surely, as they look to try and clamber on to P's 1 and 2. But Kevin Siggy, still 6 tenths away, can get a very useful toe, but this is all about Benneker giving a toe to his teammate Patrick Holzman, as Dane Warren now, with a very lovely bit of overspeed, comes up through Rouge and Radion.
He's very close now to pulling alongside Siggy already. He's just going to have that one last little bit of slipstream up the Kemmel Straight. He'll try and drive Siggy to the middle of the road here to compromise his line. Going in towards Lecom, but it's a late breaking move from the Australian, and he's into 3rd place. Fantastic from Dane Warren, as it's side by side between Erhan Yuyovski and Freddie Rasmussen as well. Erhan Yuyovski down the inside of Malmedy, and it's almost like what his teammate did, but not quite. Yuyovski can't quite execute, and now Tormala, his teammate, is here as well. It's Rasmussen and Tormala ganging up on Erhan Yuyovski.
He lost out at the expense of Yuri Toman earlier on. Erhan Yuyovski now looking to try and join him, or join his teammate further up the order. P8 currently up for grabs as Freddie Rasmussen now, does he buckle against the force? Joni Tormala now looking to throw his hat in the ring as they enter Pouhon, but a late break from Yuyovski as he plants his foot to the floor. He has taken it away from Rasmussen, who now drops down to 8th.
Round the outside, round the outside of Pouhon. Very, very fantastic. A very nice move indeed. Anyway, Yujovski into 8th place, then it's G2 in 9th and 10th, Mitchell de Jong in 11th, and then Graham Carroll, who's involved here as well for Mercedes. This is the battle we've been focused on all race long. It's been by far the most exciting of the two groups, but unfortunately it's just been a race of misery for Freddie Rasmussen, who's lost place after place after place.
Yeah, it's certainly some extra points as well going by the way of RAG, but they still need a lot more at this point. 6 points going to that of Yuri Toman. Should it stay like this, 4 points going to his teammate Erhan Yujovski. In total, that will bring to 10 off the back of this very race, but they need more. There's points movements up the very high echelons of this fight here in this classification, and we're on the final lap. Max Benneker now taking them through towards the source yet again with his teammate Patrick Holzman in what can be only described as a magnificent day for Mouse.
Out of the first corner for the final time, lap 7 of 7 here at Spa in race 4 in the Teams Championship. It's ESL R1 sponsored by Aramco here at Gamers8, and we're getting down towards the end of this as 4th race. Patrick Holzman pretty close to the back of his teammate Max Benneker at the moment, but there's probably going to be no move between the two Mouse cars as Graham Carroll goes all over the curbs at Eau Rouge and Radion there. That was all wrong from him, and for whatever reason, Mitchell de Jong's quite far off the back. Something's gone on here in this group, hasn't it? Because suddenly Yuri Toman is miles away, and suddenly Yuri Toman is round the outside of Marco Pajic. Where's this come from? Toman's into 6th place. Something has gone on at the back of this order because there's cars all over the place.
Well, Yuri Toman managing to calculate yet more points to his name as well. Unfortunately for Pajic, coming a cropper in that scrap, and now he's down to 7th place with Toman elevating himself up into P6, and now grows his points tally up to 8 off the back of this race round. Spa, they now come down towards Pouhon yet again, and certainly a stellar overtake that was much needed for RHE, but as I said before, more required as 2 red line cars are currently featuring above them, with Kevin Siggy in 4th, Rierveld in 5th, Dane Warren adding more to the Porsche Coanda makeup, 3rd place for them, another podium, but the Mouse cars in front, a legendary magnificent drive from the drivers champion Max Benneker and Patrick Holzman as they come towards the final sector.
It's the story of two teams doing really, really well in this race. Team Redline, first of all, 23 points from this one as things look at the moment. That's a good haul, but Mouse are going to absolutely destroy everybody else in this race. Race 4's going to go to them, and 45 points added to their tally as well. It was pole position for Max Benneker, who won the very first round of ESL R1 back at this circuit in February. Now he's going to win here in Riyadh as well in the summer. It's Max Benneker and Patrick Holzman for Mouse. 1-2, the first team 1-2 we've seen all day long, and what a time to do it, putting themselves right back in this championship fight.
Reaction speaks volumes between that of Patrick Holzman and Max Benneker. It's Vamoose. A 1-2 for Mouse here at this phenomenal event, the Teams Championship here in ESL R1, brought to you by Aramco here at Riyadh. Some vastly important points going to this team as we now continue this massive journey. And more to come as well. And you can just see the team there all celebrating with their 2 top talents. They deserve it, I think, here.
They certainly do. Cool as you like on the pit wall as well. Benneker and Holzman barely moving from their seats. Yuri Kastrup seems more excited than both of them at the moment. He'll be up very soon as well, as there's going to be a driver change for some of the teams going on now. You don't have to change, by the way, going forward in towards races 5 and 6. We'll talk about that a little bit more on the other side of this race before we're previewing race 5 as things go along. But let's have a look at how things went on a little bit further behind. This was Yuri Toman getting through on Freddie Rasmussen, and this was the story of our race, really, watching this battle, because it was fantastic, if not for Freddie Rasmussen.
Yeah, Freddie Rasmussen gave it everything, a stout defence against that of Yuri Toman. Toman was just so persistent, and of course in behind as well had his teammate to join him. Erhan Yujovski did attempt himself to try and usurp that of Rasmussen himself. Outside line out at Rivage is not ideal because you don't have that tiger line that can help you out through these moments, but they came together and bounced as well. Of course, we saw Freddie Rasmussen there hit the front car as well ahead of him, that of course being Toman, and then of course Yujovski in behind as they came together nose to tail. Here is the onboard, of course, from
that of Yovski's car as well. You can just see there Rasmussen switching to the left, has the racing line, but that defensive line from Toman proving to be the difference maker as they made contact heading through Rivage. It was a stellar display as we then saw them once again duel through this very same section.
Yeah, this was Erhan Yovski making his move through Malmedy, and then it went on for quite a long time. Joni Tomala got involved as well. Let's not forget, on the run down towards Bruxelles, it's the blue and orange REG Audi on the inside, which gave it the outside for no-name corner here on the Jackie X curve. Then Joni Tomala was able to get the run on both of them, but didn't really want to make it 3 wide. It was spectacular from Yovski, though. This is the move of the race, arguably. It's round the outside from the REG driver. What a move that was to put himself up the order. Further up the front, though, it was a Mouse 1-2. Let's hear from them on the stage now.
Well, that's one way to do it. One race, and you are back in the running. You did kick things off in 5th place coming into this race as a team. But you know what? I'm going to try and get confirmation in my ear before we finish this interview to know what position you're in right now. Maybe you guys already know, but I don't. So we're going to try and find out. First and foremost, Patrick, I want to come to you, mate, because I feel like throughout that race, you almost had 2 jobs. First one was keeping pace with Max, and second one is basically fending off anyone that came anywhere near. How was it for you, mate?
It was only one job really, to keep the car behind, because I had a lot of support from Max. He always positioned himself perfectly, so I have the perfect slipstream, and obviously it makes life easier when you have the best teammate in the world in front of you, right? So he always did the right things to support me, and then it was all about not making any mistakes. But dream scenario for us.
فعلا يوم سألنا المتسابق معنا باتريك قلنا له أن بكل صراحة يمكن كان عندك شغلتين لازم تركز عليها، هو أنك تحافظ على المسافة معك ومع زميلك اللي هو ماكس، وفي نفس الوقت أنك تقفل على أي أحد ممكن يعدي وراء. وذكر المتسابق قال أن لا بالأصح هي ممكن شغلة واحدة بس، أني أنا أحاول أني أصنع المسافة عن أي واحد أنه يعدي، لأن ماكس ما قصر من جد، اللي ساعده ودعمه ويشكره جدا، يقول أن معي أفضل زميل معي في هذا السباق وأدى اللي عليه وأكثر.
Oh, he's going to make you blush, mate, isn't he? You know what, though? Great words, and you've got to be happy with that result, nevertheless. 1st and 2nd place. Now, talk me through coming into today. What was the team morale like? Was it all positive vibes? What was the strats coming into this, or did you just switch it up between each race?
Oh, yeah, absolutely positive vibes. We go into this to win, obviously. We know our strength. In the end of the day, there's also a lot of luck involved, a lot of, performance on that exact day, So if you rerun Hockenheim now, you probably have a completely different qualifying result, right? So it's always about the small details. But very happy about the result, very well needed as well. Good job from Patrick there, absolutely amazing quality time. So yeah, nothing more to add.
فعلا ماكس جدا سعيد بالنتيجه، وقال انه بكل صراحه السباق ما هو بسهل ابدا، خصوصا انه يعني لو انه تبدلت حتى برضو السيناريوهات اللي ممكن صارت في هذا السباق ممكن ما تكون بنفس النتيجه. يقول احنا جدا محظوظين على هذا الفوز وسعيدين فيه، لان من جد ما كانت سهله، وباذن الله يبغون يحققون انتصارات اكثر عشان يقدرون يفوزون في الكاس.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us in this interview, and best of luck going into the rest of the races throughout the day. But for now, we'll throw it over to the desk where they can discuss everything that has been going on behind the scenes and the current team standings.
والحين اعزائنا المشاهدين خلينا نرجع على الاستوديو نشوف تفاصيله، لان ما زال المشوار ما بعد خلص، نبغى نعرف الابطال في هذه الرحله. خلينا نرجع على الاستوديو ونرجع لكم في السباق اللي بعده.
Well, we saw it there first hand. The Mouse boys surely happy with that result. 2 players making it through in 1st and 2nd position for them as well. Heading into team championship, I feel like people were a little bit sleeping on Mouse. Agree or disagree?
Yes.
Yeah, hard agree on that front. Given the fact that, Max Beneke managed to win out on our Drivers' Championship, I'm liking the fact that we're seeing the teams start to pull their weight as well. Surely going to be ecstatic with that one. But one driver that is certainly not going to be ecstatic with that one, surely, is Kevin Siggy.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of pressure on the Kevin Siggy this race. Yeah. They're obviously struggling a little bit, but still not too bad. 4th, 5th position for Team Redline. That's still very good. The most important right now at this part of the racing or this event is to get points and get as many points you get to get to that 150 points limit before we can pick our winner. But yeah, I mean, would you be really upset if you be Kevin Siggy?
I would be.
You know.
Honestly, I'll be honest with you. A second on our starting grid, dropping down to 4th, especially when we consider the fact that previously, throughout the duration of ESL R1, both at the major and during the online rounds, he had himself 2 podium finishes on Spa. So I would have thought heading into this, maybe, just maybe, he might be able to pull it out the bag once again, but unfortunately just narrowly missing out. His teammate, however, Jeffrey Rootveld, joining him all the way up there too. How about the likes of the R8G boys? Because we heard the boys commentating saying that, you know what, R8G had performed.
Yeah, like unfortunately, I don't know what's happening today with R8G. They are just not performing as good as they should. They are so far in the last in the standings. They are almost not getting almost any points. They have triple less points than the leader right now, Team Redline. That is a massive disadvantage for the next coming races.
Now, following on from the interview we had with Marcel Chinchek a little bit earlier on, he said that he felt as though Spa would have gone their way. They would have headed into this looking and feeling pretty confident. He had faith, he had the belief. Where do you think they went wrong?
I think, let's be honest, like the competition is so hard. Like it's 1/10 and you are either first or you're 7th, 8th, 10th. The competition is so close. So any millimeter matters. And to be fair, they are a little bit more careful than yesterday, but still, it's just the pace is just not there, you know? Like Yuzitaman was trying to really go forward, but he just couldn't make it.
Well, whilst Miles are going to be smiling from ear to ear, I'm sure their team manager, Renault, will be doing so as well. So let's go ahead and check in with him.
With a very happy team manager of Mouse Rene. That's pretty good, right?
I like it. We like it.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish, as we know from the Drivers' Championship. So moving on to rounds 5 and 6, who's in the car and why have you chosen them?
We have Yuri and Moritz in the car because we want to change our drivers now and give Patrick and Max some rest so they don't drive exactly now again in 4 races in a row.
Perfect. That puts you right back in the fight. Right back in the fight after a short,
We made a mistake.
Oh, who's in?
Actually, I have to check it. Yep.
Okay. Whoever is in, you're back in the fight. Well done on your, I think it's the first 1-2 of the event. So congratulations. Go check who's driving. And,
check, yeah.
Thank you very much, Rene. And we will be back once Rene works out who's driving in rounds 5 and 6 after this short ad break.
Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. You know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
We're back once again here at ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco, live from Gamers8. If you're only just joining us, then my name is Jasmine, and joining me here on the desk, I have none other than the legend himself, Mr. Jardier. Jardier, what have you made of the races that we've had so far as we head into race number 5?
Very good so far. I'm actually really surprised how clean racing we see today. We haven't seen any heated up moments so far. Like, for example, Kevin Siggy fighting with other drivers was like no problem whatsoever today, you know? And it was actually too easy for them. So yeah, I'm actually surprised the aggressiveness today is not that high so far, because there's so much that drivers can lose. And I think the closer we're going to get to the 150 points, the more aggressive it's going to be.
Well, whilst we do have $600,000 on the line here for the team championship alone, $250,000 going in way of our team championship winners. As if that wasn't enough here at ESL 1 live from Gamers8, we also have the most creative fan awards, as well as the team content awards that we are giving away as well. For those of you that don't know, we basically put up quite a good proposition, to be fair, in which, you know, the most creative fans supporting an organization would be able to have the opportunity to win prize money that goes directly to the organization that they are supporting. And boy oh boy, were some of these entries certainly interesting, very, very creative, I must say, as well. But can I get a drum roll from you, please, Jardier? There we go. Okay, it is with my pleasure that we announce the winner of our Most Creative Fan Award.
Wow.
It does indeed go in way of Harvey Guerra for his artwork supporting Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports. For those of you that are tuning in, yes, this is a still image, but I do urge you to go ahead and check out the video behind this as well, because not only are those pretty lights in the background, they also flicker, they move, and I'm curious to know how long exactly was spent on this painting, because chef's kiss, beautiful artwork.
That is fantastic. That is just unbelievable.
I'd love to have something like that in my background at home, no?
Yeah.
You just have the lights flickering on and off in the background.
That's incredible. How can I switch this this fan to our team, for example, you know, so we get this as well? Because, wow.
I would absolutely love that. But we also have runners-up awards as well. Of course, Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports walking away with $25,000 in their back pockets. Second place, we have BMW M Team BS Plus competition with Turner Motorsports. Third, we have $5,000 going in way of Porsche Coanda with a render of their car in Victory Lane. And fourth, we have R8G with $5,000 once again for a Barbenheimer meme versus ESL R1. Barbenheimer? I know everybody keeps going on and on about it, but let's be honest. ESL R1 versus Barbenheimer. ESL R1 here, right?
Any day, any day.
100%. Well, we also have the Team Content Awards as well. In first place with another $25,000 goes in way of Porsche Coanda. Now, they posted a Gamers8 trailer prior to arriving here as well, and I think that was pretty darn amazing.
Yeah, what a nice video. What a nice video. I like the hype up and everything behind it, so they are doing a very good job with this, and I like the creativity from their designers.
Yeah. And second place, we have BMW MBS Plus competition team, Desert Edge of the World. They went and checked that one out. Views looked astounding. Yeah. It makes for really good B-roll footage, I gotta say. Third, we've got G2 with the incredible G2 posters that everybody knows and loves. And fourth place, we have Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports with a video about Kuba Brzezinski during the driver championship we had here at ESL R1. And I gotta say, I'm a huge fan of the fact that teams are being awarded, prize money for the content that goes on behind the scenes as well, because I think a lot of people forget it is not just the impeccable driving and competing that is on the line. Branding, incredibly important as well, hence why we have this beautiful stage right here. But without further ado, it is time to dive on into our next set of races. Now, we did mention at the very start of the day, teams will have the possibility of restructuring their lineups heading into race number 5 today. And Mitch de Jong and Dane Warren staying on the grid, staying on the track for their team. Was this a surprise for you? Would you have had a little bit of a shake-up?
No, actually, Warren and Mitchell de Jong, I think it's a good combination together. I think Warren is like extremely fast driver, and Mitchell, with his massive experience from rear stuff and export stuff and everything, is a very mentally stable sim racer. So I think it's a very smart choice to maybe get those almost 50 points.
Now, how about on the Team Redline side of things? Because previously we saw Luke Bennett and Enzo Benito pair up with one another to start the day off. This time around, it's Luke Bennett and Jeffrey Rietveld. Why do you think that duo change-up might have happened?
I think maybe they're just trying something different, because, the previous what they did with Rietveld and Siggy worked very well, but maybe this will work even better.
Maybe, just maybe. And we also have Max Benecke and Moritz Lerner as well, another duo change-up, whatever you want to call it, for the mouse side of things. Do you think that duo is going to perform better than the one prior?
Impossible, because P1, P2 on mouse, finally, that was absolutely mega result. But to be fair, I'm very surprised they're actually putting Max Benecke back in a car without brake and putting him back to maybe score more points.
All right, well, without further ado, let's go ahead and check in with James Baldwin to see how he's faring up heading into today.
I'm here with Mercedes AMG Petronas esports driver James Baldwin. James, you had a really good first couple of rounds, 2 P3s if I remember rightly. What are you hoping for in the next two?
Yeah, that sort of result would be good. We are definitely on the back foot, lacking a bit of pace. So yeah, I think if I can get on the podium again, both races, that'd be mega. Top 5 still good. We just need to be realistic, and we're sort of holding on to 5th in the teams at the minute. So if we could do that, maybe get 4th, that would be a really good result for us today. So.
And speaking with the respect that the other guys deserve, you're almost, I don't want to use the word carrying, but you're definitely getting the results at the moment for the team. Do you feel that pressure?
No pressure really. We said going into today, if we finish 6th, last out of all the teams, that's the way it is. We knew we lacked pace, and there's quite some of our drivers are struggling more than others at LAN because it's such a difficult environment to get comfortable. So yeah, but obviously it's a long day. There's going to be loads of carnage later when everyone's trying to win it. So we think we can nick 5th or 4th, definitely. So
perfect. Thank you, James. Best of luck for the next two. Thanks for your time. Thanks. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, very interesting stuff there from James Baldwin, but once again we change around the groups and things start to spice up. But I think there's been some spicy things behind the scenes, because I think we need to go and catch up with our race director.
Welcome back to the main stage. We are at race control, joined by the race director, Adrian. Adrian, I believe we have some news from that previous race. Could you please fill us in?
Yeah, sure. There is a 3-second time penalty actually to De Jong, and which affects obviously his teammate also, which he will get 3 seconds also. So.
Okay, and the 3-second time penalty was because of what? What was the incident?
It was actually causing a collision in one particular corner with Tormala.
Okay, so a collision was caused with Joni Tormala from Mitchell de Jong. That means that Porsche Coanda are going to be receiving a 3-second time penalty.
بالضبط. بعد ما شفنا هنا عندنا اللجنه بعد التحقيق في هذا السباق اللي قبل شوي كان معنا، شفنا ان فريق بورش كواندا وبالاصح اللي هو المتسابق معنا ميتشل دي يونغ ارتكب مخالفه واللي هي حادثه صدم فيها، فهنا صار عليها المخالفه لمده 3 ثواني راح تاثر على الفريق بشكل كامل، فعشان كذا راح نرجع برضه في سباقاتنا ونشوف تاثيرها هذه كيف راح تكون. خلينا نرجع على الاستوديو ونشوف تفاصيل النقاط.
So it's just a short and sweet one from us up here at Race Control because we know that everyone is super busy right now, but let's continue with the day by going back over to the desk.
بالضبط. الحين اعزائي المشاهدين خلينا نرجع على الاستوديو ونشوف تفاصيل النقاط والحادثه وكيف اثرت علينا وناخذ اراء المحللين اللي معنا.
Well, very interesting stuff there. Some drama behind the scenes, and it was landed at the door of Porsche Coanda. So penalties there, obviously, for an instant down to the first corner. Now, it's not just about the time penalty in the race. It's more so about the points penalty when it comes to the license points. They cannot breach those 50 points because then they have to start, both drivers have to start from the back of the field.
Well, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, right? Because you're right that, yes, ultimately the penalty points are a little bit more of a worry in terms of qualifying bans and whatnot, but we're talking about both cars getting penalized, results changing as well, and so now for the Porsche Coanda team that started off a little bit on the back foot, they're once again pegged back.
Well, certainly so. Well, after that fantastic result in the previous race, Mouse are the first 2 out in qualifying. Maximilian Benneker remains behind the wheel of the Audi R8. Moritz Lerner will join him as well, back in from the first race. Very interesting, the different strategies that teams are taking into this. Only one team is keeping the 2 drivers on, 2 drivers off, 2 drivers on mentality, and that is G2. Every other team has switched it up in some variety, and a lot of drivers are doing 4 races on the bounce, including this driver here, Maximilian Benneker, up through the Michael Schumacher S. Looking pretty tidy on this lap from what we've seen so far.
You say 4 races in a row, but for so many of these drivers, they're used to being in endurance races, doing 4, 5, 6 stints in a row. So they are used to the mental focus. What is going to be a bit different, though, are those interruptions, the rest between the races. Look at that first sector from Max Benneker as well as we work our way around the Nürburgring. It's a flyer of a first sector and a flyer of a second, trending into the 152.7s once again.
Yeah, now we saw that mega lap time come in from Joshua Rogers. Are we going to see it as well from our drivers champion here at ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco? Maximilian Benneker did all the work on Friday, and he's looking to do the work here today for Mouse. He comes through the final corner. He'll punch his way up towards the line. We're looking for a 52 something. I think it might be into the 52.6s, 52.7s. No, it's a 52.8, but that is still absolutely phenomenal. Earlier on in the day, that would have been a slam dunk pole position, no doubt.
The only reason I think Benneker's frustrated slightly by that time is because he may have thought that final sector could have been even better. We know the Audi, as it clambers over the curbs at the NGK chicane, can be caught out a little bit, and in the previous qualifying session we had here, multiple drivers got slowdown penalties. In terms of sector times for Moritz Lerner, it's another competitive first sector, another competitive second sector. Will it be another miles 1 and 2 as Lerner runs his way to the line? It's not a 52, it's a 53.045.
Yeah, not a good final sector there from Moritz Lerner, but still the lap time was actually looking really good. That still could be a competitive lap time later on in this session, but we'll have to wait and see. Jeffrey Rietveld will make his way through the final and NGK chicane up towards the final corner. First sector's okay, second sector's actually looking pretty decent as well. He heads through the final in that BMW for Team Redline out towards the line. His teammate will be up next. Jeffrey Rietveld will come across the line and set himself a 53.007, not quite into the 52s. It would have been very good earlier on, but second place and nearly 2/10 off of our pole time.
If you're wondering what order they qualify in, by the way, it's the order in which they finished the practice session before, and so we've seen 2 miles. We're about to see 2 red lines complete this qualifying session, but it's going to be much more mismatched after this. Pretty decent first sector for Bennett, but given what we've seen so far, a little bit off the mark. Second sector, once again on the pace, but it's through the final sector that the time will reveal itself. The Brit powers to the line, and it's another 152. The red Redline split the Mousers.
Yeah, certainly so. And again, when it comes to these teams, Mouse, Redline, they're effectively 2 races away from being able to get themselves into finalist mode. Obviously, that is if things roll really perfectly indeed. We're kind of aiming for maybe 3 races, and we might well see our first team into finalist mode. Marcel Cinčić into the final corner. 36.1 in the first sector is really good. 47.2 is really good as well. Cinčić might take this off of Beneker as he comes towards the line. It's good enough for third. Again, losing out a little bit in that final sector, but that's a bit more like it for Marcel Cinčić. Finally, it's only taken his 3rd qualifying lap time to get something decent onto the board.
Yeah, finally able to redeem himself. Was talking to him after those first 2 races, and he sounded a little down, but as we chatted to him on the desk, you could still sense there was some optimism for Sebastian Job in that first sector. It's another flyer able to dip into the 36.1s, into the 47.2s in the second sector, but that final sector seems to be a bit more of a struggle, and it's only going to be a 52.9. Remember, he's had 2 pole positions already. Second, not good enough for Job.
I mean, the disappointment on his face, you'd think that was the back of the grid. It's 2nd place, though. I mean, that's just wild stuff. Jiri Toman not quite on the same caliber, not quite on the same level as some of the lap times that we've seen earlier on in this session, and I don't think he'll be able to assist his teammate Marcel Cinčić into those 52s. I think it's going to be a 53 something, maybe a 0.1. It might well be behind Moritz Lerner. I think this might be 7th place on the road. Toman up towards the line. That's exactly where he goes, 53.2, and he's fuming.
And you can tell, given that he is almost 2/10 off the next car in line. Now, for Porsche Coanda Esports, they've got the same 2 drivers in the mix, and unfortunately that first sector not representative for De Jong. The second sector even worse, a slowdown picked up. De Jong's going to be lining up at the back.
Yeah, terrible for Mitchell de Jong. Absolutely terrible. That's not what Porsche Coanda needed right now. They needed to be right towards the front. We'll see it come across the line, but effectively it's a lap time for nothing. Some big names to come, though. Pejic and Baldwin, 2 of the big hitters for Mercedes-AMG Petronas Esports team before we get to Isaac Price and Dane Warren.
Yeah, and for Marco Pejic, Mercedes running penultimate in the points right now, will want to have a good lap. That first sector, again, into the 36.1s. Second sector loses out a little bit, though, and hoping that in this final sector it will come back towards him. The Nürburgring's relatively good to the Mercedes, all things considered, and so maybe Pejic and Baldwin will be hoping for some success. The German to the line, and not into the 52s, into the 53.2s.
Yeah, that's not great from Marco Pejic. He's actually won on in ESL R1 competition. Obviously in the online, it was round 6 of the spring season where he took victory around here, and that incredible final was a 1-2, and the driver that came 2nd on that day was this driver here, James Baldwin. He'll make his way through the chicane. The first and second sectors aren't looking particularly amazing, but still might well find himself getting ahead of Jiri Toman. Maybe Moritz Lerner, although I don't quite see it. I think he's going to slot into 7th place. He'll cross the line. And it's not even that, drops down to 9th.
Yeah, that final sector, another 2/10 lost there, and the Mercedes-AMG Petronas pair, hoping that they won't be lining up towards the back end of the field. We now get Isaac Price to the line, and after that, just Dane Warren in that Porsche Coanda Esports number 57. First sector, a little bit off for Isaac Price, but he gained some of that back in that second sector, and after what was a very impressive backup performance of Seb Job in the first rounds of the championship Sunday, can Isaac Price work his way forward? It's a 53.211. It's in front at least of Jiri Toman.
Yeah, just into 7th place. I was kind of thinking it might have been 6th, but no, certainly not. It's just 7th. Big lap left to come, though. Dane Warren leaving it to the last. Porsche Coanda, first sector, good. Second sector, good. This could be a time to challenge for pole position when Porsche Coanda need it the most. Maximilian Beneker holding on, but it's a slowdown penalty, and it's going to be Porsche Coanda starting from 11th and 12th. This is massive drama in the 5th race on Championship Sunday. Dane Warren will come out through the final corner. He's going to be behind his teammate Mitchell de Jong, I think, on the splits. Oh my goodness, Arjuna, and the drama just keeps coming. This day keeps getting longer.
Is that part of the reason why you don't want to have your drivers do 4 races in a row? Because these are nerve-wracking qualifying sessions. Warren left himself with a lot of pressure with all the times being set, and that NGK chicane proving to be too much. But Max Beneker, wow, what a lap.
Yeah, big lap time there from Maximilian Beneker, as well as for Moritz Lerner. But the grid here for race number 5 of the day, Dane Warren and Mitchell de Jong starting on the 6th row of the grid, right right at the back. James Baldwin just ahead of him with his Mercedes teammate alongside him, Marco Pajic. Then we get to Yuri Toman, who is frustrated coming out towards the line. Isaac Price in 7th position. The top half of the grid sees Moritz Lerner, who will need to work his way forward to assist his teammate. They find themselves 3rd in the point before we get to Jeffrey Rietveld in 5th. Marcel Chinchik in 4th, trying to get something special from the day. He's struggled a little bit earlier on. Luke Bennett will start from 3rd. Sebastian Job, who's had a couple of wins today, will start from 2nd. And your ALJ fastest qualifying lap will go to Maximilian Benneker, looking to really storm ahead. He is doing 4 races on the bounce and showing that it is absolutely no problem at all. Incredible at Spa and looking pretty pacey here at the Nürburgring as well, Arjuna.
And showing us why he is our ESL R1 sponsored by Aramco Drivers Champion. Of course, now with Redline leading in points, but somewhat pegged back in qualifying for Miles. They are seemingly building up that confidence, building that momentum, and crucially, it's not just Benneker, it's Patrick Holtzman as well.
Yeah, exactly. This is the thing, is that things are looking really, really good for the team. Again, confirmation that the ALJ fastest qualifying lap will go to Maximilian Benneker. A really incredible run. I mean, he was a little disappointed. I think the reason why he was a little angry, he knew he left a little bit out on the table. He was focusing on beating Joshua Rogers' lap time from the Friday and maybe going for the fastest lap that we've seen at the Nürburgring, because of course there's extra prize money up for that.
Yes, no, let's not forget about those MVP awards come the end of the day, but I think crucially when it came to the bragging rights, let's not forget Rogers set the benchmark with what was his optimal lap. What does that mean? He put every corner, every sector together to make the most of it. Let's take a look at the points to remind you that it's Redline and Miles that run 1 and 2, but with Porsche Coanda starting down the back, the margin's going to grow as Redline look to become the first to enter finalist mode.
Yeah, apologies. I said Mouse were actually in 3rd. No, they are not. They're in 2nd place. Porsche Coanda obviously with those penalties being dropped back. So Redline find themselves 52 points clear of finalist mode. That means they can do it in 2 races, and they are likely to do it in 2 races as well. Whether they'll take a victory in that all-important 8th one. Once they pass 150 points, the next race that team wins will take home that trophy and $250,000. It is going to be a big few races for a lot of teams. A lot of pressure on everyone's shoulders, because again, it's not about what you do as a driver, it's about what everyone does as a team. A little bit of a look at our prize pool. Every team taking home prize money from the day. 250 grand for our winner, 150 grand for 2nd, 100k for 3rd, then it's 50, 30 and 20 to round out the drivers and teams that will finish behind that, which, let's be honest, ain't bad.
That's not a bad day at all for the team, especially given that it will help them prepare for the next upcoming season of ESL R1. Also, I've got to say, 250,000, it sounds a lot cooler if you call it $250,000.
$250,000 does sound pretty good. Does sound, 250k does sound better than 250,000 as well.
It does, yeah.
I don't know, there's just a bit more gravitas.
250 large sounds good. I mean, we can.
No, 250 large, you can't say. I can't say that.
I can, apparently.
Yeah, apparently, I definitely can't. Maximilian Benneker, then practice starts, obviously, for everyone as well. They've come round, just making sure that they're getting the clutch to release it in the right way, making sure that the start is good.
I mentioned it earlier when we were here at the Nürburgring. Let's not forget Sebastian Job, his very first final in ESL R1.
Yep.
Pole position, jumped the start. What a heartbreak it was.
Certainly so. I'm sure he's not thinking about that now, but our front row of the grid are starting. They're in the grids, in the seats rather, alongside each other. Maximilian Benneker then will start from pole position. Is this the halfway point? Do we have a lot longer to go in this journey? It is an unknown quantity. What we do know is Maximilian Benneker is starting from pole position, and he's leading away at the Nürburgring. A good translation on the race start from him. He'll come over to cover the G2 Esports driver of Sebastian Job. Team Redline in behind as they look to move their way towards finalist mode. Deep on the brakes goes RAG, straight around the outside goes Moritz Lerner. He's trying to make his way past Team Redline, is unable to do so.
And this is important for Miles to try and capitalise and build a bit of a buffer. Behind, they continue to squabble. It's a really ferocious sight through the Mercedes-Benz arena. Yes, Benneker leads them, but almost leaning each other go through the rest of the cars. And RAG finally has a moment, but not back in the pack, where 3 wide, a Mercedes AMG Petronas is off the road.
Yuri Toman caught in the middle of all of that. Mercedes either side, Marco Pajic one side, James Baldwin the other, and one of them is thrown to the rear of the field. Huge drama there for Mercedes, and it's easy for Porsche Coanda to pick up a couple of positions in all of that. That was crazy stuff departing the Mercedes arena section. Unfortunately, it was the Mercedes that was paying the price, so that sponsorship doesn't really help.
I did say earlier as well that we've got 2 Mercedes-Benz arena, and they're very different. The Hockenheim ring and the Nürburgring have very different sort of complexes. I find that section is very, very important on the opening lap, because it's so important to carry that momentum out. You can go 2 wide. We found out that 3 wide's a bit more tricky.
Yeah, certainly so. It doesn't really work out on that occasion. So great move, by the way, in the Mercedes arena section from Marcel Cicic on Moritz Lerner. So making his way through on the very first lap of this race, looking very strong indeed. Obviously, the struggles for the day have been with Marcel Cicic, but he needs to refocus his head. With him being so calm and such a cool character, that will actually be easier than it is for most. But we're coming up to finish the first lap. Maximilian Benneker has 4/10 of a lead over Sebastian Job. Now, those two have fought time and time again in the world of sim racing.
Yeah, I mean, go through 2019 to 2021. Sebastian Job, Josh Rogers, and Maximilian Benneker were at the very top of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Rogers got 2 championships, Job got 1. Benneker never, unfortunately, was able to win, but he's been able to grab that ESL R1 sponsored by Aramco Drivers Championship. Look how defensive into turn number 1 we're going to go. The red line BMW all the way to the inside, and Rietveld not going to let Cicic go the long way around, instead switching back and making contact on the exit up through turn 2. Rietveld still in front.
Yeah, he can't take any risk here. This is Marcel Cicic trying to do what he did on Moritz Lerner just a little earlier on. He doesn't get back up and underneath the Team Redline driver though. Jeffrey Rietveld is going to drop off the rear end of his teammate Luke Bennett. At the moment, this is really good for Team Redline. Again, they need 52 points to progress their way into finalist mode. They can't do it in this race, but they can give themselves an easier position for these 2 drivers, Luke Bennett and Jeffrey Rietveld, to give themselves an easier run going into round 7 and round 8 of the day. We could be done after 8 races. This could take a lot longer. One mistake from anyone, and this could be a whole different picture for Team Redline.
52 points is easier to think about it as 2 race victories plus 2 points. Oh my word, look at from up above. Yuri Toman got absolutely sandwiched, not just between the 2 Mercedes AMG Petronas cars, but also by the G2 BMW of Isaac Price. Almost 4 abreast they dived out through turn number 2. The Porsche Coanda Esports driver getting a bit of the bumper cars as we look from up above, but it's here as they funnel off the corner. Whoever's on the outside in that Mercedes AMG car slightly turns in a bit too aggressively, and Porsche Coanda takes full advantage.
Yeah, that was a little tough. I mean, 3 wide through there is always going to be a little bit dramatic, but it was Marco Pajic on the outside just pinching a little too much. And like you say, I kind of agree. You've got 2 cars on the inside, you've got to give room for 2 cars or back out. That is the whole deal.
And you can run wide on that corner without taking a cut track. That's one thing the drivers are very concerned about. Just 4 off tracks compared to the 6 in the regular season. Not such a concern there.
Certainly not. Well, the second lap complete here at the Nürburgring, and it is Benneker leading from Sebastian Job, from Luke Bennett, from Jeffrey Rietveld, then Marcel Cicic, Moritz Lerner for Mouse as well. So inside that top 6, we've got 2 Mouse drivers, 2 Redline drivers, a G2 and an R8G. Isaac Price also doing a decent job for G2. The only team, as I've said before, that are running 2 drivers in this race that they ran in rounds 1 and 2. Everyone else either taking both the drivers from rounds 3 and 4 of the days into 5 and 6. And kind of trying to switch it up that way. I'm very interested to know the strategy that Porsche Coanda are doing though, because I mean, you pointed this out earlier, Joshua Rogers is not in this race. He is being held back so he can go on the attack for 7 and 8.
So I guess the sense is, right, they may have thought that heading into races 7 and 8 they would be in finalist mode. They could take advantage of Rogers' speed to be able to take the championship and hopefully not have anyone be competing alongside. I think the problem really is just what a struggle it's been for all the teams. You've really not seen any team across 5 races be uber consistent. And I mentioned for Benneker and Lohner, 52 points effectively, 2 race victories and 2 extra points. 1 race victory seems on the cards, and Lohner's adding 8 extra points right now. This is ultra important for the Mouse crew to continue to run, because Redline are still 3rd and 4th.
I'm not going to lie, I almost was counting Mouse out of this a little earlier on, and then when you see results like what they did in the previous race, you see results like what they're putting up here, and you kind of think, well, yeah, don't scratch them off. They're an incredible team of incredible talent, but it could be slowdowns that define the day. That's what we've seen here for Porsche Coanda, what we saw from Marcel Cicic as well, but Dane Warren still starting on the recovery drive. He's got up to 8th position. It might well be 7th soon. He's trying to attack Isaac Price, who takes the defensive line going up towards the NGK chicane, but Warren is trying to scythe his way through the field. In after 3 laps, he's worked his way up to 8th, and this is a difficult field to work your way through.
Yeah, but ultimately, he hasn't actually made any passes since the squabble that saw Baldwin, Toman and Page squabble trip over one another, and so his squabble, Isaac Price, he's going to have to get on the offense relatively soon, because already almost halfway through this 8-lap affair, you can see that Benneker's starting to drop Sebastian Job. Rietveld is being dropped by his teammate Luke Bennett. There are trains beginning to form, and Dane Warren doesn't want to be left behind.
No, a chance to attack down into the first corner, despite the BMW BMW actually being fairly slow in a straight line. You can see that in action of the Autodromo Internazionale di Monza, but around here, it's still that run off of the final corner. It does actually get pretty decent traction out of there. It's kind of why it actually wears out its tyres fairly quickly. But for Porsche Coanda, for Dane Warren, there was no attempt, not even close to a chance going down to that first corner. Maybe, just maybe, there might be a bit of a brave chance coming down here. Always close, not quite there. Of course, his teammate did make a good one down the inside going into Dunlop. That could be on the cards this time, though, Arjuna.
I mean, look how close he's getting. Price is going to half cover the inside, but there's going to be contact. Dane Warren in the cutback attempt does tag the rear bumper. Somehow, slip and sliding their way through down the hill. We're still pointed in a straight line.
I would have bet my house that Isaac Price was gone then. Well, I don't know. I was almost about to throw Porsche Coanda straight into the bin for that. Had he made that mistake, that would have been a huge penalty, I have no doubt. But somehow Isaac Price was able to keep his eyes on the road.
And we talked about penalty points earlier. Dane Warren came into the day with 6 penalty points, has got 0 additional so far. So yes, the 3 seconds that we saw in that previous race were a factor. But look up towards the front where Sebastian Job's being really pressured by Luke Bennett as Redline trying to get to second.
Yeah, these two were attacking each other quite a bit earlier on in the day when Sebastian Job took victory. Luke Bennett all over the rear end. He's trying to attack right now. He's trying to find his way through, not able to do so on that occasion, but the battle for second is on. Now for Luke Bennett, it would be a swing of 4 extra points towards Team Redline. That could be massive. It means their job in the next race is so much easier before they hand it back off to their teammates Enzo Benito and Kevin Siggy. We could be looking at Team Redline being the first team to enter finalist mode, provided they don't make any mistakes.
Here's the charge still from Dane Warren being forced a long way around, and look how deep he'll go under the brakes. Surely not too deep. He's going to have some overlap, but squeeze onto the curb, and Dane Warren take a bow. Second place surely going to be his as they continue to rumble through the Mercedes-Benz Arena.
That was absolutely fantastic. Oh my God, Isaac Price though covering off James Bowl. We're nearly into the rear end of Dane Warren. It's read beautifully though from the Porsche Coanda man. That was a sensational move. Unfortunately though, it's 1.5 seconds up to Moritz Lerner. Dane Warren though into 7th position. Eyes on the road ahead because he's trying not to think too much about the pressure that he's being dealt with. Isaac Price behind, James Baldwin and his teammate Mitchell de Jong involved.
This is crucial as well for Moritz Lerner because with the separation he's got behind and with Redline looking to try and charge up to second, is Lerner going to try and have an attack on Marcel Cinchik and try and make sure that Maus have a bit of an easier job heading into the next race? Down through the Dunlop hairpin though, still stacked up behind Dane Warren. First through 6th, separated by about 3+ seconds, and then the gap behind, seeing all the way back to Marco Page and the final one of the Mercedes-AMG Petronas cars.
The thing we've been saying all day is every single driver of the team has to pull their weight. Moritz Lerner in 6th position, that's great. 5th's better. Pull your weight, man. Maximilian Benneker leading the race at the moment. You need to be assisting him up there. Moritz Lerner is firing this car around as hard as he can. There's such tight margins between the grouping, but if you are to become our team's champion here at ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco, nothing but perfection is good enough. We've seen that from Porsche Coanda and some of their struggles. We've seen that from other teams and some of their struggles. R8G with a couple throughout the day, and this for Luke Bennett could be a big turning point. He is such a good driver. He's such a young talent, and he's trying to attack Sebastian Job for 2nd place.
And you mentioned teammates having to pull their weight. Sebastian Job has 50 points for G2 Esports in a team that has about 80 in total. Here's the move, though, for Luke Bennett to the outside. He's going to try and do what Dane Warren did a lap or so ago, and it's BMW on BMW fighting. Sebastian Job has done this so many times, and he's going to be a little bit more brave in the defense, still hanging around the outside as they dive down through the hill. Inside line for Luke Bennett though will have to now be converted to an aggressive chop off the nose. They do make contact, they do rub with one another. Sebastian Job's having none of it, but Luke Bennett finally in front.
That was incredible from Luke Bennett. He's made his way past Sebastian Job. It's not quite done yet. He's got the inside line. He's squeezing just a little bit. There's contact between the two. Luke Bennett though with the inside line as they head through the left-hander down at the bottom of the hill as they're about to punch their way out towards the Dunlop hairpin. This is so close between the pair of them. The move is not done yet. Sebastian Job hanging on for all he's worth. Jeffrey Rieveld now with an eye onto the scene. If he makes a mistake here though, it could be his teammate paying the price.
Did he think about 3 wide, or was he just covering off Marcel Cinchik? I think it was more defense than offense, but my goodness gracious me, it's kicked off a 2nd spot. Benneker's run away. We've got 2 laps to go at the end of this one, and the train that's building means that for Redline, the pressure here to make sure there's no slip-ups, to ensure that, unlike Kevin Siggy's double disaster yesterday, both cars finish this race. Oh, there's some pressure for them to see the checkered.
Phenomenal stuff from G2 Esports and from Team Redline there. There is a look over at Team Redline. Right-hand side is Jeffrey Rieveld. left-hand side is the young talent of Luke Bennett into the slipstream of Sebastian Jobe once again. Heading onto the penultimate lap, it will be 3 more times through the chicane for them. No attempt on this one though. Moritz Lerner right onto the rear end of Marcel Chinchik though at the rear of this train. Also knocking his door on the scene, it is Dane Warren, 7th place, half a second off of Moritz Lerner, rising his way out from the back of the grid like a phoenix as he's trying to attack and put Porsche Coanda right back into the fight for the team's championship.
And we were saying that Dane Warren, maybe his 1.5 second gap to Moritz Lerner will allow the Maus Audi to look forward. Well, surely looking more in the rearview mirror. Once again though, Bennett half shows the nose to the inside. Jobe's got that covered though as they dive down through that opening corner. With 2 laps to go, the draft not playing a part. It's 2 BMWs that are battling at the front, but look at this to the inside from James Baldwin, robbing Isaac Price of 8th position.
This could be good. Look at this for Porsche Coanda. Mitchell de Jong making it 3 wide, coming through the Mercedes Arena section. He's trying to slot the gap. There's contact between the two. Mitchell de Jong is going to come through. It's a big swing for Porsche Coanda and also for RAG. Yuri Toman's onto the scene as he goes straight around the outside of G2, and James Baldwin as well for Mercedes. That was brilliant stuff from the RAG man. Brilliantly read from Mitchell de Jong as well for Porsche Coanda. Mega stuff.
You might think that 7th and 8th positions might not mean much, but they go from 11th and 12th, 1 point on the board, to now 10 points being accumulated. It's not a lot, but as Redline and Maus look to run up towards the front, this is Coanda doing damage limitation.
Yeah, certainly so. It's races like this. You win championships on your worst day, and of course we're here for 1 day, well, for the 4th day of 4. If you have a bad day or a bad race in this one, that's okay, as long as you're making the most of it. 7th and 8th is making the most of it. You're still getting some decent points under the board. It's not what you need, but it might just be enough to keep you in the hunt. Look at this fight though. 2nd place, still Sebastian Jobe is able to hang on. Maximilian Benneker, the driver's champion, is absolutely checked out from this scene. Jobe has to defend from Bennett, Rietveld, Chinchik, Lerner as well. Also chuck Dane Warren into the scene. Is there going to be a switch between the 2 Redline drivers? Surely they're not going to do that. They'd waste so much time.
And Luke Bennett has looked faster in this race, to be completely honest. He's been running in that 3rd spot. Rietveld's had to close the margin on a couple of occasions. Bennett needs to be given the opportunity to regain his confidence, let's not forget, after what's been a rather up and down ESL R1 sponsored by Aramco tournament. But it's on to the final lap that we go. Benneker clear, 4 seconds at the front. Can Sebastian Jobe hold on and continue to accumulate points for G2's BMWs?
Remember the results at the moment. 3rd and 4th team Redline will be looking really strong, but it might not be 3rd and 4th, it might be 3rd and 5th. Marcel Chinchik sending one down the inside. Jeffrey Rietveld is able to hang on. These two have fought each other time and time again over on R-Factor 2. They continue their fight here. 4th will remain the way of Team Redline, but the up and under for Marcel Chinchik might just be good enough. He sent it into the exit of the Mercedes Arena section. He'll have to do the work around the outside. A big kick of oversteer for the RAG driver.
The number of contenders for the KFC's Colonel's Choice of Overtake of the day, they just keep stacking up in this race. And now as Chinchik looks to the outside, he's going to have to tuck back into line and try and switch back once again. Great stuff going on between all these different drivers. And crucially, with all of them knowing how important those penalty points are, Lewis, it's been a rather clean day so far.
Yeah, look at that from Luke Bennett, by the way. He's just taken the shortest line round here. He's not interested on the breaking of the slipstream for Sebastian Jobe. He's focusing on what he needs to do. Remember, as I was trying to say, 3rd and 4th for Team Redline is still good. It still gives them one hand on finalist mode. They could do it in the next race. They're likely to do it in the next race if they keep this up.
Whoa. We said, what, 6 races to get to finalist mode? I think we're right on something.
Oh yeah, I think we are. I said before we came into it, was it 6 races to finalist mode, 8 races to win, maybe 9 races to win?
Yeah, you said 9 races to win. I think we were both aligned on the 6 to get to finalist mode. The question is, will it be 1 or 2 teams after 6 races there? Will it be Maus and Redline, or just one of the 2?
Certainly so. Well, this battle has been absolutely epic. It has been top billing, it must be said. But this driver has checked out from all of it. Whilst they've all been fighting, they've been focused on themselves. Maximilian Benneker, though, he's going to do the double. He's going to go back to back. He's going to come through the final corner. And for Maus, it's Benneker moving their way into full-on contention for the team's championship here at ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. Sebastian Jobe will come across the line in 2nd after a well-fought defensive drive to take 20 points to G2. Luke Bennett and Jeffrey Rietveld put Team Redline closer and closer and closer to finalist mode after defending from Marcel Chinchik. Moritz Lerner into the mix as well.
Incredible stuff when it comes to continuing to make a topsy-turvy day feel so unpredictable. Crucially for Max Benneker, though, he's doing exactly what he needs to do to lead the Maus team one step closer towards that team championship. And now potentially are we 1 race away from getting into finalist mode and putting one team just that 1 win away from $250,000.
honestly, next race, at a bare minimum, one team will be in finalist mode. I think Redline are in finalist mode next race. We have to wait and see. But this battle, I mean, this could be so important for Sebastian Jobe. Defending like his life depends on it from Luke Bennett. It was absolutely sensational through the Mercedes Arena section. Luke Bennett went to the outside, Sebastian Jobe to the inside, but they were side by side for corner after corner.
We talked so much about the overtakes, this defense from Sebastian Jobe. Oh my goodness me, this is what you would study if you want to understand how to place your car, where to make the sends, because you can see here, Bennett with that contact, there is actually a moment where the Redline car is in front, but Jobe sends it deep and then hounds the Redline car as they work their way off the exit. And it's here where the pressure ultimately builds. Bennett with that little bit of contact maybe turns in a little bit late, and the Jobe car finally gets to the inside and holds the spot.
Best defense of the day?
Well, we're only 5 races in.
I've got to say, that is up there with some of the best defense we've seen all weekend, not just of the day. Sebastian Jobe able to hang on. Brilliant stuff. Team Redline, though, still taking 3rd and 4th, until taking some very valuable points. But it was Maximilian Benneker once again on top.
These races are getting scrappier. That is, from my opinion, from seeing these so far. So, not for you though, Max. You're chilling up front. Your only worry really then was your tyres. Am I right?
Yeah, long time no see. No, tyres were all right. Yeah, I tried to manage them as good as possible. I think Sebi pushed a bit in the first 2 laps, and I just wanted to make the gap, and that worked. And luckily also they started fighting behind, so easy race afterwards. Just really happy about my quali lap. Obviously Josh was still a little bit faster 2 days ago, but very happy with that lap. That's really good for me.
بالضبط اللي سألنا فيها المتسابق معنا أنه كيف كان السباق. هذه ثاني فوز له على التوالي من بعد السباق الماضي، فهو جدا سعيد على هذا الانتصار، ففعلا شفت من أداء حلو. فهو ذكر قال أن بالنسبة له أول جولتين هي كانت ممكن أصعب شيء. أول ما انطلق وصار في المركز الأول تركهم وراء، يعني كان فيها شوي باقي الفرق كانوا حرفيا جالسين يتقاتلون في الصف الأخير، فهو كان بالنسبة له كان مسألة بس إنه يصنع المسافات ويحافظ على مركزه، وفعلا سوى اللي عليه وفاز بالسباق.
Hockenheim's up next. So a lot of the drivers that I've spoken to, throughout this week, they've all mostly said that Hockenheim, they feel pretty comfortable. So coming into this race, Hockenheim is a very kind of half and half track, isn't it? It's very technical, but it's also got its really good sprint moments. So where do you thrive, do you feel like, on this track?
Yeah, you probably have not spoken to the Audi teams because we struggle a lot with the first corner on Hockenheim. So you can never be confident there, but you kind of have to be. So it's just like a gamble, 50-50 if you make it or not. And then, hopefully I make it now because earlier it was not that good. But looking forward to it.
فعلا عندنا المضمار القادم هوكنهايم، نبغى نعرف فيه كيف راح يكون أداءه في السباق القادم. قال إنه والله صدق الأمانة بيكون مرة صعب، يعني ما يدري، هو فعلا دائما يقول بعض المرات تصيب بعض المرات تخيب في هذا المضمار، فعلى حسب النتائج ممكن تكون، لكن بالنسبة له بيحاول يسوي عليه ويحاول يفوز، يعني ما يقدر يضمن لنا فيها النتيجة.
Well, nevertheless, you're still climbing that leaderboard. You're still putting points on the board for Mouse. Congratulations on that win.
Thank you very
Cheeky Spud, as we do over here on the main stage. And with that, we're going to send it back over to the desk to continue everything before our next race of the day, because people, what did we say earlier, they're starting to sniff finalist mode.
بالضبط احنا جالسين نشم الحين برضه ريحه الفاينلست مود. Can I smell it again? Yeah, I smell it.
What are we doing?
We smell like the microphone. لكن الحين اعزائنا المشاهدين خلينا نروح على الاستديو نشوف تفاصيله نرجع لكم السباق اللي بعده.
I'm not sure whether or not the translation is required on the sniffing. You know what, the boys are absolutely doing a fantastic job there today on the stage. Still lots more racing to come, potentially. I want to talk a little bit, obviously, about the dominating fashion in which Mouse have been performing throughout today. Max Beneke is just making it seem like it is absolutely easy for him, but Sebastian Jobe certainly impressed as well.
Oh my God, Sebastian Jobe is my guy today. What an amazing performance. I must say, I'm very surprised he's outperforming his teammates quite a bit. Isaac Price is very good in the qualification, but in a race he's just not holding the same pace, which is quite unfortunate for today. But Sebastian, wow.
Well, I'd just like to point out as well that every single team, aside from Mercedes, AMG Petronas Esports team and Porsche Coanda, had at least one representative in the first half of the starting grid. As a matter of fact, Mercedes and Porsche, both teams were at the very bottom of our starting grid. And from my perspective, at least, that is shock horror, to be quite honest with you, especially considering the great performance we've seen coming out from Porsche Coanda so far. So I need you to break it down for me. What was the cause for the Porsche Coanda slowdown penalties?
Yeah, we were talking about it before, that Nürburgring really is taking its toll with the slowdown penalties in the qualification. Like, if you want to get pole position, you have to really go for the risk. And that last chicane is very, very close for invalidating. And both of the drivers, both Warren and De Jong, both had the slowdown penalty there for cutting a little bit too much. Disaster, both of drivers.
Now, for the side of Marco Pajic, you had mentioned that he had been in a 3-wide fight as well. Was there anything he could have done to navigate himself out of that situation?
Oh, that was very tough. There were 3 cars side by side for literally 3 corners. And Marco Pajic, I don't think he could have done anything better. It was really, really hard for him there in that corner. But luckily, nothing terrible happened and they could have continued. Nobody spun. I'm actually very surprised. We don't see too many big crashes.
Now, you know, despite the Maus victory that we have just seen there, it is still Team Redline on top. However, when we focus a little bit more towards the lower end of the Team Championship standings thus far, R8G, despite Marcel trying to put up pace of his own, numbers of his own, unfortunately still hanging in the bottom area of that leaderboard. What needs to be done heading into Hockenheimring? Because before, when we had Marcel on the desk, he seemed a little bit confident, but I don't know about you, I feel like that confidence is lacking ever so slightly.
A little bit, yeah. Like, it's obvious today that RAG is not performing exactly as they want. They haven't won a single race, if I remember correctly, today. And yeah, it's just not going their way. But who is going their way is literally Team Redline right now. They are doing very excellent job, and they are very close to be our first 100 points finalists.
Well, they are certainly showing us consistency. The real question is, though, do you feel as though they can keep up that consistency heading into our next track?
I think 100%, because I think the Hockenheim is one of their really strong tracks, as far as I remember. So, yeah, I think they can. And, well, we have Luke Bennett and Jeffrey Reedwell driving right now. So, yeah, very strong combination for Hockenheim.
Do you feel like the decision of having Luke and Jeffrey now was the correct decision to be made? Do you think they could have had Luke and Jeffrey earlier on instead of Luke and Enzo? Would that have made much of a difference? Could they have finalist mode right now if they'd done it sooner?
I think, you know, it's so hard to say. Like, Luke Bennett is probably the fastest from the team with Kevin Siggy, and they are really doing very good results, especially Jeffrey. That I completely forgot about Jeffrey. He's driving absolutely brilliant. But yeah, like, I think they are playing very smart way today. You know, they are trying to avoid the mistakes they did yesterday, you know, trying to stay away from the trouble. If you remember yesterday, they were several times almost out of the competition, but then they turned it around. And I think today they're just like trying to take it like very, very easy. You know, just try to not make too many contacts, not to crash with other drivers, don't get any necessary penalties, get the 150 points, win a race, and take $250,000.
Now, despite the fact that we just saw there that Jeffrey Reedwell was indeed our MVP with the fastest lap time over on Hockenheimring, today he did not have that luxury. He did not have that result. So what does he need to do in order to improve heading into this next race?
Oh, I think just, you know, just take it easy. I think they are in a very good position right now to get first into the finalist position. So I think you just need to take it easy, you know, calm down himself and just do a nice, good lap.
And what about the teams that have been struggling now? Obviously, we had Porsche Coanda in that previous race not giving us the best of performances so far. So what do they need to do? Surely Josh Rogers is going to be a little bit fuming in that one.
I'm very surprised by the consistency of some of the drivers and some of the teams. Like Porsche Coanda, one race, they have like fantastic result. The next race, they are all the way back. RAG, one race, somewhere in between. Next race, all the way back as well. It's just, I don't know what's happening today.
Well, you know what? Before this whole event started, we had a fantastic media day with all of our teams and all of our drivers as well. I want to find out, did Maus come into this feeling confident, or is it something that has just developed and progressed as the tournament has gone on?
Hi, I'm Max from Maus, and I'm here with my teammates Patrick, Moritz and Yuri, and we are going to watch some old footage from Katowice and see what we actually did there.
Semi-finals here in ESL R1. We're racing at Spa. We are underway.
My first pole position. I think the only one as well.
Okay.
Yeah, it was.
All the Audis up front.
Yeah, it was difficult to defend there. I also did one mistake. I went down Eau Rouge, and because I was so focused, I went to 6th gear before Eau Rouge.
Oh, so you blocked down.
Then I was already like, yeah, I'll lose all the positions now.
Did you lose the position now?
No. I don't know if
maybe it was good that you did that, because then he was too close and he didn't get the slipstream.
Didn't get a good run. I don't know if he just stayed back or... But then he started to attack because I think he saw everyone else coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess it's semi-final and...
They just want to finish P3.
Yeah,
P6.
Just doesn't matter.
Unlike the quarters you had with Dane. That was the same day, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that was then my first win, I guess. So good feeling getting into the final of the first day, first ever ESL thing. I think it was good for Maus, for me, for myself as well. Good confidence boost. And then crossing the line here. I was quite happy, I have to say.
What did you think when you crossed the line there?
I think I just shouted yes and that's it. And then there was already Gamer Muscle next to me, like putting the microphone into my face.
Oh, it's shown there as well.
Yeah, I think you should. Yeah, I was like,
there he is.
What the is he doing here? And then he was already there, and I had to take an interview. Not even time to breathe. Not even time to breathe.
No.
Yeah, it was so hot in the rigs as well. I was sweating like crazy.
It was just you that was sweating, Moritz.
Yeah, true. This is Patrick. Against?
How do you know?
Green mirrors.
Yeah.
Green mirrors, yeah.
My eyes are so bad.
What's that, semis? Or it must have been after I got spun in turn 1 or something. I don't know.
A nice side by side upper rouge though.
I mean, that's at least good that it works.
You also always had your headlights on while racing there.
Really?
Yeah, I think you were the only car.
Probably gonna overtake me. Or maybe I was angry, I don't know. Depends.
Looks like you were.
No, you're in front.
Nice.
I was battle for last.
P11, LFG.
Battle for last.
Yeah, that was a very sad day. I remember I was like
P4, right?
P4 on the grid, and then yeah, just got taken out somehow. It's really, really difficult, this moment right there. You know, you're basically racing for nothing, but the thing that went through my mind is I just want to get up and leave, but you have to finish the laps. It's so frustrating. It's crazy.
I remember this.
You can talk about your race strategy, because it was quite interesting, right?
Yeah, just went all in the first 2 laps, I think, to just get the gap, because I knew it's my only chance on Spa. You can't really go away without the slipstream trying to win it. So yeah, just sended it, and then I was hoping that the tires last, and luckily they did. But he came a bit closer in the last 2 laps or something. But yeah.
But you started from pole, right?
Yeah. And then I don't know, I just tried to do a quali lap in the first lap, and he kind of got surprised by it, I think. And then I had like a second gap or so, and that stayed the whole race. So yeah, kind of lucky there as well, but I take it. Yeah, at this point my tires were so gone. Tried to do something with the TC, but couldn't do anything.
That's René.
René, heart rate at 160 at the moment. Not even driving.
First mouse win, first mouse win.
Yeah, and then that's the point where I knew it. Nothing could happen anymore, but still tried to make the calm face.
Did you get close on track cuts, or was it fine?
I don't think so. On Spa, there's not much that can happen when you're up the front.
Yeah, true.
What were you actually feeling right now?
I don't know. I hope that I was hoping that the PC doesn't crash now when I go on the brakes. It was like my last fear, and then out of the last corner, easy settled.
Yeah, good start to the season.
To be made as Max Benneker wins the very first round.
Yeah, and then everything went downhill from there. Yeah, I'll try to do that again. Good memories.
Yeah, but now we're back at the start.
That's true.
Well, I think it's safe to say that he has more than tried to do it all over again, as we have seen astounding result after astounding result coming out from Max Benneker thus far. But I did pick up on the fact that Moritz was kind of questioning his decision of dropping down to 6th after the fact as well. Is this a common theme of drivers kind of in the moment feeling like they've made a terrible, terrible decision, but then after the fact being like, you know what, everything happens for a reason. I'm just going to leave myself to it.
Yeah, it's a normal thing that You do sometimes, you know, like, oh my god, what a terrible race. You know, I won only by 2 seconds. You know, that's how it goes.
All right, well, I know that Rory, is standing by, and I think he's at race control. But before we go ahead and check in with him, I want to ask you as well. Moritz made a point, and I'm very passionate about this. Moritz made a point about having no time to breathe between when he had to do that interview and him finishing the race. Let me tell you right now, that is how interviews work in the real world, folks, okay? We need that emotion, we need that genuine reaction, and we need the honesty first and foremost. We can't really give you time to breathe too much to actually formulate answers in your head, because then we don't get the raw emotion. But someone that I do know is going to give us raw emotion is Rory himself. So Rory, talk to me, homie. What on earth is going on down there?
Well, that's a good question, Jasmine, to be honest. I'm here with race director Adrian. I'm actually going to ask him right now. Adrian, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at some protests that we received during the race, and obviously enough we need to conclude them quite quickly with the team. So we're trying to get it over and done with very quickly, so obviously we can get official results.
And I can see we're down at, where are we? That's not the hairpin, it's just after the hairpin. Where has the protest come from?
It came actually from, let me see, because obviously there are 2 protests. It came from Team Redline, yeah.
So Team Redline have put in 2 protests?
Yeah, 2 protests for the same driver in various straights and corners in this particular area, because obviously they were quite battling each other, you know, here.
Oh wow, okay, and we can see here that that's the G2 driver up the inside of Redline. What sort of things are you looking for at this point? Whether he's far enough alongside, whether he's taking the correct racing line, what exactly are you guys looking at right now?
We're taking into consideration a lot of things, you know what I mean, steering inputs, if he's actually pushing him off or not, if he goes really off track and gets the off track limit warning, you know, so there are a lot of things that data on throttle, braking, so it's a lot of data to look at.
Put in 2 protests?
Yeah, 2 protests for the same driver in various straights and corners in this particular area, because obviously they were quite battling each other, you know, here.
Oh wow, okay, and we can see here that that's the G2 driver up the inside of Redline.
Well, a field day race control continued to have. You said that you had loads of drama yesterday. How are you feeling about today now? Still not as much drama as yesterday?
Yeah, I honestly feel like it's gonna get worse and worse and worse. Like obviously we are getting credits now, you know, like it's getting closer, but like
still here if you need me.
Afternoon started like very easy, nothing was too much happening, and now 2 protests in 1 race, you know, and I'm actually surprised what is the protest for, because I haven't seen anything too bad myself. But yeah, I mean, there's so much money on the line. As a team, at this moment, you have to try everything for your advantage. So if someone gets a 1 second penalty, it's going to drop him a few points behind. Even better for you.
Well, once again, we heard from the Mouse players mentioning the fact that, you know what, one of the most difficult things is to continue driving, continue racing when you know it's a bit of a losing battle, when you are in last place. How do you kind of come back with that sort of mentality of, I am in last place, it is pretty much a losing battle. How do you climb back up?
I mean, you have to just do it, you know, like it's as the guys were, as Erhan was saying, it's annoying, you know, that if you get spun or something, you're last position, nowhere close in the front, but you have to finish the race. You have to think about your team, you have to think about your representing and everything, and also about your image, basically. So, yeah, it's very hard. It's very, very hard when you know you're not fighting for anything, you know. But, hey, that's racing, you know.
Well, I know that a lot of these teams might be a little bit salty at the fact that Sebastian Job has kind of swooped on in almost out of nowhere, joining us during the online rounds about halfway through. He joined at round number 6 and continued to give us a great performance. So to see him performing incredibly well on LAN must be a little bit of a shock, maybe a little bit of a surprise to some of our teams. But is it a surprise to Sebastian himself?
I'm here with Sebastian Job, G2 esports driver. Wow, that was, I believe the phrase is defending like a lion, right? How did you find that?
That was somehow even more intense than the first race. Yeah, I don't know, I'm just killing my tyres somehow, and I don't know what, but yeah, held on. It was a very intense fight, but managed to hold it in the end. I think it was a really nice, fair fight as well. We gave both good room to each other. I just wish I didn't have to be in that situation in the first place.
Well, you got some good points, some much needed points for the team. Next track, how are you feeling about it?
To be honest, I've not driven it for a few days now, so I'm not sure what to expect. It was a good track for me at home, but it all kind of relies on that turn one. It's very easy to run wide and invalidate, so yeah, if I get a good turn one, I fancy my chances.
I mean, great drive. Well done, well done. Best of luck in the next round. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Rory, and a great interview, certainly, with that of Sebastian Job. A stellar performance already, and certainly really delivered for G2 Esports. A phenomenal first two races Sebastian Job has had, and it looks like he's back in a rich vein of form once again. But obviously, next up is a trip to the Hockenheim Ring, Ewan.
It is, and all of the difficulties that brings with it, the qualifying that's so much hinges on turn one around this circuit. It's such a difficult high-speed corner. Those curves are very difficult to deal with, and that's what the drivers will be focusing on next. However, it's a bit of a speaking with the Rex director first.
Race Control to Major Banks. I am here at Race Control with the race director, Adrian. So, we need to assess another incident that has happened, and I'm going to get you to take it from the top. What was the incident?
So basically we had one incident that we gave a penalty to, which is a 3-second time penalty going towards Baldwin, and obviously also his teammate Page for Baldwin forcing another driver off track.
Okay, so it's a time penalty of 3 seconds that goes to the Mercedes AMG Petronas Esports team, and that's for forcing another driver off the track.
صحيح ان عندنا هنا في اللجنه بعد التحقيق في السباق الماضي سالنا ادريان على ايش المخالفه اللي صارت او ايش الاحداث اللي صارت وهل في برضه متسابقين خالفوا مره ثانيه. قال انه فعلا كان في مخالفه واحده بس اللي كانت من بولدوين، ومن الاصح ان المخالفه كانت بسبب انه دف احد من المتسابقين وبالاصح اجبره انه يطلع من مساره، فهذه كانت عليه مخالفه لمده 3 ثواني. فالحين خلينا يعني من جد هذه كانت ضريبه كبيره وتحسب على الفريق كامل. لكن الحين خلينا نرجع مرة ثانية ونشوف تفاصيلها.
Well, Adrian, we're going to get out of your hair because I know you're extremely busy and there's queues starting to form for people to come and talk to you. So thank you so much. I'm going to get a spud from you. That's what we do nowadays. So thank you so much for watching. We're going to throw it back over to the desk so that they can continue our team championship finals.
والحين شكرا لكم على تواجدكم هنا معنا، لكن خلينا نرجع مرة ثانية على الاستوديو نشوف تأثير هذه النتيجة.
Well, thank you very much, Barney, for that insight. Here is the team's championship off the back of the rounds we've already had. Team Redline now 127 to their name with 119 on the back of Mouse, who have crept their way higher up the order. G2 Esports, after that strong start, now see themselves third in the championship, sitting here 98 to their name. Porsche Coanda down in fourth on 94, 4 points only off G2, 56 to Mercedes, and RIG on 46. Team Redline in control, one win away, of course, of achieving that 150-point threshold. You've got Mouse there, who are looking for 2 drivers to try and bridge that gap between the 119 to the 150. It certainly can happen. It is doable. The two teams that are not far away from contention, G2 and Porsche Coanda, still have a little bit to do, Ewan.
They certainly do, and I reckon they're a couple of races away maybe from making finalist mode, but Redline and Mouse are very, very close indeed, and they could very much make it in the next race. I mean, Redline could take it by winning and the other driver not doing anything at all. That's how close they are at just 23 points. Mouse do need both of their drivers to finish at least in the top 7, maybe more than that as well, depending on where in the top 7 they both are. But let's see how it goes over the course of this race, because we're very close to the all-important finalist mode now.
Yeah, we certainly are getting closer and closer, only a mere points away. Of course, we just heard from Adrian Fidalgo as well about the time penalty. Of course, penalties are very vibrant. Here is the pan of the track as well. Of course, here at Hockenheim Ring, lots of danger. Plenty of off-track moments as well. Again, Adrian Fidalgo might be a little busy heading around this one. We've had many moments happen at turn 6 at the hairpin. Those 3 seconds could prove crucial for that of James Baldwin as well. But what about the other drivers that could face similar penalties?
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very key. I mean, these races stay so close together that any sort of penalty is really, really costly. And we saw, especially with the last Hockenheim Ring race as well, I don't know if you remember, the top 9 were all separated by less than a second in increments all the way down, right to the very last 2 laps. So if you're getting a 3-second penalty, if you're getting a 10-second penalty, as Yuri Toman did, you'll be plummeting down the order. And that's that's really going to cost you. And in some ways, RHG have been cost by penalties in some ways here today. And Yuri Toman's one at this very circuit was an example of that.
Yeah, Max Benneker, though, still in control. Of course, the man who took the Drivers' Championship, now making his way through. We're just going to focus here on Mercedes. Marco Pejic, in particular, here behind the wheel at this point, making his way down through towards Turn 1. Only achieving a solitary point in our last race, obviously that being brought upon by that of James Baldwin and that of Marco Pejic as well. A tricky time they are having of it, too. Obviously finishing in P11 and P12, respectfully. It's less than ideal, and they'll look to come back from the Nürburgring. The question is, can they build it back at Hockenheimring, Ewan?
It's going to be difficult for them. Historically, this was a great circuit for Mercedes, especially at Munich. They were really, really strong here. They won many races in that major, of course, as well. However, this circuit is no longer quite the strength of this Mercedes as it was a couple of months ago, so it is going to be difficult for them, but they're going to need it. Nearly 100 points away from gaining finalist mode. That means it's going to take them at least 3 races, and some of those races they're going to have to prevent others from winning as well. And that man right there, James Baldwin, is going to be key to that. He's leading this team at the moment. Got them off to a flying start, actually, which surprised a few, but unfortunately, I think they're going to do well to finish in the top 5 in this championship.
Yeah, world's fastest gamer, and they're going to need every little bit of him to get closer and closer, but the uphill climb is apparent. 56 points as well go to Mercedes, as we discussed. A lot of work to do, and 1 point scored in that last race certainly is less than ideal. We've got race 6 coming up next, and very shortly we'll see the drivers who did partake in race 5 once again hitting to the circuit. The big spenders, certainly the team that achieved the most points were that of Mouse, 33 to their name. And as we said, currently see themselves only 2 successful drivers away from achieving that 150-point threshold. As we said, Redline ever so close to it too. Can anyone else jump up and join them? Of course, Porsche Coanda with still a bit of work to do, as do G2. But they have been the feel-good factors here, Ewan.
Yeah, they've really surprised us today, G2 Esports especially. They're not too far away from finalist mode at the moment. They still need a few more points to get there, but they've really, really driven out of their skin today to be level-ish with Porsche Coanda Esports at this stage in the event is absolutely phenomenal and probably surpasses their expectations, certainly surpasses our expectations for them. And so, yeah, fair play to them. Isaac Price and Sebastian Job, you can see them in the bottom left-hand side of your screen there, have been absolutely key to that, especially Job, who's had 3 podiums out of the 3 races he's done now. And interestingly, G2 Esports are the only team to have selected the same drivers for race 1 and 2 as they have done for race 5 and 6. Everybody else has decided to change at least one of those drivers for those 4 races.
Yeah, and obviously now they got the successful pairing at G2, of course, with that Sebastian Job and Isaac Price. Again, they're calling upon Marco Pejic and James Baldwin at Mercedes. Mouse going with what's familiar to some degree. Obviously, Max Benneker and Moritz Lerner know a lot about each other. Moritz Lerner also a former professional DTM racing driver too, and is certainly up at the front end in both sim racing and real-life racing, but decided to commit to sim racing as soon as his arrangement with Mouse came into effect. He is fully focused here on Rennsport. He is focused here on ESL R1, and it's great to have him here with us as well. We've of course got the RHG team who are looking for a huge bounce back. Yuri Toman and Marcel Chinchik, who have struggled here as they make their way through this championship fight, have got a lot of points to try and muster, but at this moment in time on 46, they see themselves at the very bottom of the pecking order. Porsche Coanda also trying to hunt for more points too. They're progressively getting better, and it has to be said, they will need everything out of the Hockenheimring this time as well. Team Redline also on the cusp of greatness as well, currently leading the championship and looking to achieve finalist mode, which they can do at the end of this race.
They certainly can, and that is going to be the key. There is Sebastian Job just working away. Looks like his gloves actually not done up there. I don't know if they're meant to be like that, but yeah, they seem to be flapping around. Doesn't seem to care too much. We're about to head into that qualifying session, though. Just one lap for all of those drivers to nail it, and they're going to have to, because especially with how close this qualifying session was at the Hockenheimring last time, the emphasis on those last hundredths of a second, those last thousandths, is absolutely massive, and the pressure on all of these drivers huge as well, because we get it down to the business end of this championship now.
We certainly are, and the lineup for Redline looks absolutely sensational. Luke Bennett, of course, who's been successful in the ESL R1 Championship time and time again. Jeffrey Rietveld, who has been a sensation as well, bouncing back after not necessarily having the best of spring seasons, but having a great run here this time at Gamers8. But this time around, there you see the graphics. Qualifying is underway very shortly. As you can now see, we join now Sebastian Job, already twice a race winner here this evening, managing to pull across some splendid drives, of course, when we got kick-started at Monza and the Nürburgring. After qualifying on pole in both circuits, he's going to try and chase a third pole position here tonight. Can he do it here at Hockenheimring?
Well, he get himself off to a great start here with a good lap in qualifying, and it's a wonderful first sector.
That's a whopping first sector.
Great first sector, 20.0 from Sebastian Job. Now, let's not get too excited now, because he could all slip away very, very quickly around this circuit, around any circuit. This is the shortest of them, though, and he's going to try and carry this one to the line. A 35.9 is what we're looking for as the absolute peak. If you can get below the 36s, you're surely on your way to the front row, if not pole position, by some distance. Sebastian Job looking to achieve that right now with comparatively little experience in Rennsport compared to some of the others. He's still as fast as ever. A 45.6 through the middle sector, I'm afraid, has just slipped a couple of those temps away, though.
Yeah, well, that first sector still might have just given him enough. It's still competitive, needs a huge sector 3 as well if he wants to try and enlarge the gap, certainly to the others across this grid order. Though this being the first time on the board, the other drivers will then have to try and beat it. Round the final corner at Sud Curve at turn 16. Here comes Sebastian Job now, the Brit representing G2 Esports. He nestles in on 136.072. That final sector, very good as well.
He knows, though, that could have been better, shaking his head as he went over the line. Jeffrey Rietveld matching him pretty much in terms of times at the moment, but if he can pull something out of the bag through the final sector, then he can put his BMW in front of Sebastian Job's as he makes his way towards the final few turns. Jeffrey Rietveld will be so key in taking Team Redline into finalist mode, but he won't be able to benefit from it. He'll have at least 2 races away from the rig here, looking to set his teammates up. Jeffrey Rietveld, a 36.0 and provisional pole.
He was on pole as well on the lead up to the Drivers' Championship, then took victory at this very track as well. Dane Warren also makes his way through the latter sector. A very, very good first sector as well. The second sector is also brilliant. Makes his way now in towards the final couple of bends. Can he possibly usurp Jeffrey Rietveld? Job is 57 thousandths back in second from the top. Here comes Dane Warren now. Comes across the line. Second fastest, a mere hundredth. In between, no, Warren's to the top. He's 100th on top.
He is. Jeffrey Rietveld just displaced by 100ths of a second, but Luke Bennett is here to try and take that away from Dane Warren just as quickly. The classic battle between Coanda and Redline bubbling to the surface once again here in the Teams Championship Finals. Luke Bennett makes his way out towards the line. This is going to be a good time as well. It's another 36.0. He nestles himself in third place.
I tell you what, Team Redline, second and third. The top 3 within 200ths of a second. Marko Pejic down in 5th place currently without a time set. And
slow down.
That looks like a slowdown. The Merc, unfortunately, is going to pay the price. And again, misery stricken upon the Mercedes AMG team. The Mercedes Esports team, who have been battling hard despite qualifying into the top 6 yesterday. They've now suffered here at Hockenheimring again today as they now cross. And certainly a 20.1 that was certainly very fast in the first sector. They lost it in the second sector, and then of course the third sector, which then encountered that slowdown. But Moritz Lerner up next.
Yeah, it was the Mobile 1 curve most likely where he ran that little bit too wide, and he's forced to slow that, take that slowdown, serve that slowdown over the next couple of corners. Moritz Lerner needs a performance here for Mouse as well. Max Benneker has been doing his job, and Moritz Lerner did over the course of the spring season as well. The only driver from Mouse to make it to the final 12. It's another 36.0, but unfortunately only 5th for Moritz Lerner.
The first sector was the issue there for Moritz Lerner as Mitchell de Jong now makes his way around the final corner in the stadium section as well. Really is struggling at this point too. Currently at 45.6 in that middle sector, is 2/10 off where he would want to be on in terms of the threshold. First sector isn't bad at 20.2, but the third sector is all important. Will he join Dane Warren somewhere near the top? The final sector crucial as he crosses the line, 30.3, and that is better than the threshold controlled indeed, but not enough to go any higher than 6.
No, the mistakes in the first and second sectors there have really put paid to that lap time for Mitchell de Jong, and all of a sudden it's slipping away for Porsche Coanda here. They'll need another couple of races before they can get to finalist mode, and that's if these next two go well. Isaac Price is in the final couple of corners because G2 are in a very similar situation. Sebastian Jobe would like some assistance from Isaac Price over the course of this race. Will he get it or not? No, not quite. It's only 6th for Isaac Price.
Yeah, currently 6th for Isaac Price at this stage for G2 Esports. Chinchik.
Slow down. It's sector 1 for Chinchik. It must have been at turn 1. And for the 3rd time today, for the 3rd time in 4 races, Marcel Chinchik's had a slowdown.
He has really suffered from it as well. RAG again. Certainly more misery in the grasp of them right now. Marcel Chinchik, the Hungarian, has certainly struggled here today. And once again, it's afflicted them here in the first sector. A 21-7 has usurped them. A 45-5 in the middle sector is just a 10th off competitiveness, but Max Benneker is up next.
It's not been the day for RIG Esports, has it? But it has been a good day for Mal so far, and it's largely down to this man. Maximilian Benneker has been absolutely wonderful this week. He won the $100,000 in the Drivers' Championship. Now he's trying to take $250K for Maus. He makes his way out of the final turn now and towards the line. It's going to be up in the zeros or the ones, I think it is, in the point zeros. Shakes his head because he's half a tenth away, but only 4th.
Take a look at that top 6, all within a 10th of a second. Then a bit more of a gap to Isaac Price. Yuri Toman, who's going to try and lift RAG's hopes back again, probably around where he wants to be in the first sector. The second sector, though, he is still there too, making his way around the final corner at Sud Curve. Can he lift himself higher and higher and higher? Needs it here at Hockenheim Ring as he crosses the line 5th fastest and goes ahead of Sebastian Job, just behind Maximilian Beneke, and the string of cars in the same 10th of a second stretches to 7.
Yeah, still 7 within a 10th, and James Baldwin right now might well be able to join them, although his sectors are maybe going to see him get a 0.1 here rather than that 36-0, which almost everybody else has been able to get so far. It's been a struggle for the Mercedes this week, unfortunately, after a great major in Munich. It's over the line for James Baldwin, and it is a respectable time. 7th place to give us 8 within 1/10 of a second.
That middle sector is what upset him slightly, but still the first and third sectors were pretty good, but nevertheless, what a showing here from these grandiose talents. It's Porsche Coanda who are out on top, and they're going to celebrate with Dane Warren, who once again puts a shift in. The man with the stellar 1-lap pace, he's here again with Porsche Coanda on the rise. They're chasing, obviously, to get through to the top 6, or certainly try and get themselves into finalist mode. Let's take you through the grid. Marco Pejic starts from 12th place with Marcel Chinchik alongside him, still struggling for RAG. P10 going to that of Mitchell de Jong, of course his teammate going pole. Isaac Price in 9th. P8 goes to that of Moritz Lerner as well. James Baldwin in 7th place. Sebastian Jobe not quite pole this time, he's P6, with P5 going to that of Yuri Toman. 4th place goes to the drivers' champion Maximilian Beneke, with Luke Bennett there in 3rd place as well. On the front row, Jeffrey Rietveld continues his reasonable form around Hockenheim Ring with Dane Warren. He is your ALJ fastest man here in qualifying. It's Dane Warren for Porsche Coanda. He will surely celebrate in style. The big mission now on his charge is to take victory at this very circuit.
Yes, that's sometimes been the difficulty for Dane Warren, is converting that qualifying pace into race pace as well. That has been the problem on occasion. He's slipped away ever so slightly in some of these races. Let's hope not on this occasion. It's the Hockenheim Ring, of course, not necessarily a Porsche track through and through, but it's not a bad car around here by any means.
No, not at all. And as you can see, your ALJ fastest man is that fastest lap belonging to that of Dane Warren, the Porsche Coanda driver, now back to the top. And he will be absolutely thrilled with that. Now the mission, as I said before, let's convert it to a win. Of course, big points on the table. 25 would certainly take them closer to finalist mode. They're not quite there yet, though. They need 2 big stellar performances, though even if they were to both pick up maximum points, they would still need 1 more race to achieve that. So there's still a lot of work to do. But nonetheless, race here at Hockenheim as the drivers get set for a pre-race practice before then getting set onto the grid. Already some argy-barginess heading through the latter sector.
Yeah, pre-race. Oh dear me, that was going to be well, I'm glad that's not in the race because that would have been penalty points and fisticuffs and all sorts. These are the Teams Championship standings though heading into this next race. Team Redline, by the way, needing 20. I'm sure you can do the maths at home, but I'll say it anyway. 23 points needed for Team Redline here. Mouse need 31. They're the only two teams that can reach the magic 150 point mark in this race.
Yeah, 23 on the table for Redline. That is all they require. They've got two drivers here in the fight. Mouse as well, not far behind either. There's Dane Warren, alongside him, teammate and colleague Mitchell de Jong, as they all get set, ready to race. You can see practice has come to an end. Jeffrey Rietveld, who we're currently seeing on screen, also getting set for Team Redline. Again, what they can offer between him and Luke Bennett could yet position them in a position to challenge for the title in our next race after this one. So keep it with us, folks, as we await the lights to go red here at Hockenheim. Keep it with us. We're going to be in for a hellacious ride. 3 lights, 4 lights, and the 5th light. And it's pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. Dane Warren getting a lovely launch as well. The 2 Redline cars figuring in behind as well as they come through towards turn 1 and Nord Curve. There you can see them still together. Jeffrey Rietveld being joined by Luke Bennett. They come down now towards turns 2 and 3. Very shortly, soon to be turn 4. Up through goes the Mercedes. Oh, massive pile-up. A massive pile-up heading through turns 2, 3 and 4. And now a massive squabble over 3rd place.
And that was James Baldwin who just got it too late on the brakes there and clattered into everybody. He'll be getting himself into trouble for that one, but it scattered the cars everywhere, including one of the red lines and one of the mouse cars. We could see nobody in finalist mode at the end of this if things stay as they are. Down in towards the hairpin they go. It's another big mess. Wide goes Isaac Price and Moritz Lerner this time.
Well, don't forget, Chinchik was right at the tail of the field. He's now battling for 3rd place. Can you believe it as well? Mitchell de Jong also skyrocketing upwards. Suddenly, the picture has changed now for Porsche Coanda. They can get as close as they can to finalist mode as we see them go side by side again, heading through the Mercedes section. And now, once again, we're seeing the G2 car of Isaac Price coming into contact with Moritz Lerner. Wheel to wheel they go, heading through now towards turn 11. What a move there by the mouse. Pounces up into 6th place for Moritz Lerner. Stellar drive.
And Lerner's going to have to do the heavy lifting here because he wasn't involved in that opening lap incident. He was able to benefit from it, but Max Benneker certainly was, and they need more points than this. At the moment, it's only 9 of the 31 that they need. Meanwhile, Team Redline are in a decent place. They're getting 24 of the 23 that they need. They're just about making it for now.
Yeah, they got plenty on the table, certainly with Lerner picking up some points as well. Rietveld picking up the plethora of them. 20 points currently sat for 2nd. Dane Warren on the cards for 25. Still plenty more time to be had though. We're only on lap 2 of 10 as we go see Moritz Lerner now turning in towards that section of turns 2, 3, now 4 as well. Heading down now towards the Parabolica through the in-swinger at turn 5, and he has got a queue of cars further up as well as they look to go nose to tail. Still, the gap's now starting to figure, though they are trying to get themselves down into some orderly fashion as well. Mitchell de Jong, though, 2.5 seconds off that of Jeffrey Rietveld, who still could yet get finalist mode by himself, as we're seeing wheel-to-wheel action again, as very defensive goes the RAG. Of course, Yuri Toman in the mix, as we're also seeing out of Marcel Chinchik, who has got Peichi behind, but this one, Job and Toman together again.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they were both involved in that opening lap incident. So was Max Benneker, who's just in behind there. The bottom 4 you can see on your screen there were the 4 involved, as far as I can work out, in that incident down at turn 2. It just seemed to be James Baldwin getting offline there, looking to head down the inside. But once you're on the right-hand side going towards turn 2 there, you're sort of missing all of your braking markers that you normally have to your left. There's cars to your left, and so you can't quite see properly, and he's missed his braking point catastrophically, and it's really set the cat amongst the pigeons here in this race.
Yeah, carnage at the very start as well. Drama that we have come to expect here at ESL R1. The drivers may be feeling a little uncomfortable. We at home, though, or you at home, I should say, we in the commentary box cannot believe what we have just seen. It has been absolutely sensational as we see them cross the line yet again to commence lap 3 of 10. Dane Warren still leads the way. The gap now still staggered at 0.6 of a second. Jeffrey Rietveld quite happy and content. He is reining that gap in just steadily. Mitchell de Jong has maintained a 2.5 second gap with Chinchik now pressuring him. Of course, 0.6 away again. Equilateral between between 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, as we're now seeing them come out of turn 4 this time around as well. There you can see the mouse car, that of Moritz Lerner, with Isaac Price giving chase as well. Enough points on the table here as well for Redline, as we alluded to, though. Luke Bennett down in 8th place, losing out to Isaac Price.
Yeah, and he can't afford to lose many more places here. If he gets overtaken by Toman and Job, then he will not be getting the points needed for Team Redline, and that would force Jeffrey Rieveld to go for a move on Dave Warren out front at the moment. So he needs to stay where he is, just Luke Bennett, and that's exactly what will be on his mind. Just further up the front of the field, Isaac Price just in front of Bennett here is having a look at Moritz Lerner. He's staying close to him for the moment, but from third place, and Mitchell de Jong all the way on back to Max Benneker right at the back there in 11th place. It's all one long line. The leading two were able to get away as a result of that lap 1 crash. Yeah, they certainly were. We're just looking on our screens now. Moritz Lerner still there in 6th place as he looks to try and chase after Marko Pejic. And this is, of course, a battle for the points that Mouse are going to require. As we now see them come together. Oh, sorry, not Pejic, I should say. My mistake, folks. Max Benneker we're currently looking at P11, and Sebastian Job, do apologise. Heading through the final sector, coming through towards turn 16 as they now round it, now heading down towards turn 1. Max Benneker after the incident at the very start. Imagine Adrian Fidalgo. We spoke about penalties heading into this specific race here at this point. I'd imagine there's going to be a hefty one now on the back of James Baldwin, as we now see further back as well. You can just see there a little bit of a battle here between Lerner and Price. Yeah, he looked up the inside there, did Price, but didn't decide to go for it. Instead, waiting for the hairpin, and Moritz Lerner looks vulnerable here. I'm not sure that he's not backing everybody into Max Benneker here on purpose, because he needs the points that are worth more up inside the top 5, but right now doesn't really have the pace to hold where he is. Doesn't even defend from Isaac Price on the way in towards the hairpin. These two have already come together in this race, along with Yuri Toman. They got into each other in this very corner on lap 1, and it's a good move from Isaac Price this time. Yeah, bringing Luke Bennett into the mix as well, but a fantastic move from Isaac Price to move up into 6th place, and just look at Bennett in behind them as well, as now Moritz Lerner is going to search for perhaps something special of his own, heading through the Mercedes Arena section. Luke Bennett as well, pushing and prodding in behind. They're bringing in a contingent of cars, including that of Yuri Toman. Sebastian Job also in the mix too, as they look to make their way down through towards turn 11. Price now holding on to 6th place. The mouse in behind, no, that being Moritz Lerner, creeping and peeping as he makes his way in towards the next left. But keep your eyes peeled. Replay though here, Ewan, and this is the incident. Oh dear, yeah, James Baldwin. Very late. Yeah, I mean, he didn't intend to do that, of course, but he's just really late on the brakes. Unfortunately, he pays the biggest price for all of that, but you'd think he's going to serve a penalty for it. This is on board with him, so everybody single files themselves out in towards turn 1, which tends to happen quite a lot here. He has a huge slide through turn 1, then forced on the defensive from Moritz Lerner, who's on the outside of him here, but then just gets it all wrong. He will have known very early that that was going wrong, and unfortunately has clattered into 4 other cars. Yeah, big hefty crash there, and that of course has upset the balance, certainly for many of them, as we now see the replay again. This is from a near side camera view, and oh yes, Bennett, who was clipped around. You got to say he recovered massive. He recovered greatly in the way he did. Obviously, Redline need as many points as they can. They were at that point looking pretty much surefire favourites to secure the points they needed, and there you see the response. And Yuri Toman, less than impressed. I hope you can't lip read at home, because I don't think that was for broadcast really. But anyway, be a special game of catchphrase of that one for you. Yes. But nevertheless, back underway. Isaac Price, 1.5 seconds back now. I think he's more concerned about defending here. He certainly is, and that's not the way you want to be really here, especially for Maus at the moment. They need more points than this, way more points than this. They've only got 7 to their name at the moment. And not only are they not making finalist mode this time, but they're making their job quite difficult for next race as well, when they could have Team Redline to worry about. At the moment, Redline have still got 24 of the 23 points that they need. Jeffrey looking fairly safe in 2nd place, but staying close enough to Dave Warren to be able to overtake him if he needs to. And it would make sure as well of the points required to get through to finalist mode. So if Rietveld can make that crucial manoeuvre, obviously that would
essentially bring them home and hose, but they are in good shape because they have, of course, got enough points being scored by Luke Bennett as it stands. Now they make their way in towards this next segment of curves. We're currently seeing the cars now whip through turn 1 at Nord Curve as well. There we see Isaac Price with a build-up of cars in behind, including that of Moritz Lerner and Luke Bennett, as they head down now towards turns 2, 3 and 4 for yet another time. We've still got a small matter of 5 laps still to remain if you include this one. They whip through turn 4 now. The in-swinger at turn 5 coming up next as the Mouse looks to pounce still. They're in behind the RAG. And of course Yuri Toman, who has certainly come under his own level of pressure. So now they hurtle down towards the hairpin bend, and now Toman looks to open up the door here.
Well, here we go. Luke Bennett might well just give this one over because he doesn't want to get freight trained by everybody. Although he is going to battle this one on the outside line through the hairpin. He's going to remain absolutely dead level here. Lerner giving the slipstream to Luke Bennett, probably to keep them side by side for a little bit longer. But Yuri Toman's exit off of the hairpin was fantastic, and so he's through for the moment and confirms that place into 8th, although a little bit wide again. Now he's got on the defensive from Bennett, who will have the wide entry, late apex, and a better exit as well. He'll look to the inside towards the number 1 curve, maybe, but deciding that's not a smart idea. And right now, Team Redline have exactly 23 points from this race.
They do, and this puts them in a very critical situation because in behind, Sebastian Job is going to make Luke Bennett's life very, very difficult. This being the race that could yet send Redline into a position to challenge in finalist mode into the pits. A drive-through for James Baldwin, I believe. No, it's not, sorry. Marco Page with a drive-through.
Yeah, Marco Page. I couldn't tell you what it's for. It's a jump start normally, but it's 6 laps ago the start now, so I've no idea what that drive-through is for, and all of a sudden Mercedes Day's just going from bad to worse.
I tell you what, the reason I thought it was Baldwin, it might have been to do with the incident earlier on. Yeah. Obviously not, because Page is now in the box, and now 2 Mercedes are propping up the order. In comes Page down the pit straight, and they're all getting the same penalties.
So this is the rule that we were talking about yesterday, is that when you get a penalty for these kind of incidents in the race, it applies to the team, not only the driver. And so James Baldwin, you're right, the James Baldwin incident was the one at fault, and that's given a penalty to both Mercedes drivers as we're 3 wide in towards the hairpin. That's a humongous dive from Max Benneker, who gets into contact, and around goes Sebastian Job.
Sebastian Job picked up as well as Max Benneker, and now that's allowed Luke Bennett to pursue in clean air, and naturally at this point now in 8th place, leaves them with 4 points that he can now add to the list, and with Jeffrey Rietveld that equals 24, 1 more than required to manage to work their way into finalist mode. A great chance now for Redline to put their name on the Teams Championship. Confirmation in the top right as well of Marco Page serving the drive-through penalty, and that is due to the reckless driving involved in James Baldwin's crash earlier on. Both drivers, of course, serving the required penalties.
And Jeffrey Rietveld can just sit here comfortably now. He's been staying close enough today, Warren, just to make sure that he can overtake if he needs to. Now that he knows that pretty much it's guaranteed he doesn't need to, he can just sit there in 2nd place and just stay in that position. But what a story this is for Team Redline. After nearly getting knocked out yesterday, it would have been a huge story for the spring season Teams Champions to be knocked out of the first group stage in the Teams Championship. They did make it to the finals, and now they're stamping their authority on it as well, getting into finalist mode after 6 races and having a chance to win $250,000 in race 7.
You can imagine the Team Redline boss now obviously saying to Jeffrey Rietveld, don't panic, just sit tight. You've got a 2.86 second gap, just hold position, take the 20. Of course, Luke Bennett also in clean air now. He's 2 seconds away from Yuri Toman, but crucially enough, 3.5 seconds away from Max Benneker. I'm sure Mouse are going to be a little disgruntled though, because they themselves needed 2 big performances from both cars in order to bring them close to finalist mode.
Yeah, Miles are in a bit of trouble at the moment. This is only 11 points from this race, so 20 would still be needed at the next one, which is not impossible by any means, but their driving lineup will change, of course, to be Yuri Kasdorp and Patrick Holtzman. Arguably not as strong of a lineup as Max Benneker and Moritz Lerner. So, yeah, Miles are going to have to wait a couple of races, unfortunately, to try and win this by the looks of it, as Marcel Chintik gets a 3-second time penalty. That's going to give Lerner another couple of points, maybe. He's He's about 2.7 behind Chinchik at the moment.
Yeah, again, Chinchik, of course, we saw the instant earlier on, a bit of a moment out wide, I think it was, between the RHE further back, but yes, a big major moment still. And as we now see the cars exit through the final corner, heading through towards turn 1, the Mouse now making its way around turn 1 yet again at Nord Curve. And in tandem, as we see Yuri Toman, of course, being forced off track with a 3-second. There you see the result there too, as we now see Yuri Toman on board, as he now looks to try and challenge yet again. Moritz Lerner to his outside as they head through towards turn 2. 3 as well coming up next, wheel to wheel still between the Mouse and that of the RHG, coming through towards the Parabolica at turn 5. The Mouse with the nose in front. Moritz Lerner still trying to beckon his way as he looks to give chase to Isaac Price. Yuri Toman, though, far from done as they venture through this next left-hander, still looking to try and pursue the move as they venture down towards the hairpin at turn 6. In comes now Toman round the inside. He's going to try and, well, certainly cover this off. He has done as well. Superb move there from Toman.
Well, I'm not sure why he's done it, though, because he's pretty much guaranteed to finish in 8th place with that 3-second time penalty. Of course, Toman didn't do the crime, but he will do the time here, and he'll get a 3-second penalty for Chinchik's actions there. It has prevented Lerner from getting another couple of points, though, so Lerner will probably finish 6th here, and Toman probably 8th. Let's have a look at how it happened, though. Well, this is something different. This is the crash.
This is the crash we saw earlier. A couple
of moments ago, yes.
Yeah, they came into the inside, a very, very late move on the brakes, and then, of course, during the re-entry, and the very car that actually made contact didn't get spun at all. Sebastian Job, unfortunately, coming unstuck, and that's not ideal. Down in 10th place, only 2 points to his name.
I'm not sure I would put any blame anywhere on that, really. It was a whole mess.
Yeah. I think you could argue the re-entry was perhaps a bit zealous. There was obviously some issues with him late braking there. I think Max Benneker, as now we see them heading towards turn 1. Of course, ahead of him now, he's got a bit of a factor of that being Luke Bennett and Moritz Lerner. Of course, the gap's still quite vast. As we now take a look at the sharp end now, Marcel Chinchik half a second in behind Mitchell de Jong, and in behind those two. Of course, we have the mouse car belonging to that of Moritz Lerner, just in behind that of Yuri Toman. Isaac Price just ahead too, as we now see them make their way around Parabolica.
Yeah, Yuri Toman's been very quick in this race, actually, but has just received, obviously, penalties and too many incidents as well, as Jeffrey Riefeld looks to the inside of Dane Warren. The only benefit he would have from this, of course, is preventing Coanda from getting the, what would be, 41 points at the moment. That would get them alarmingly close to finalist mode as well, as it's free wide almost in the background at this moment as well. Jeffrey Riefeld looking for the lead of Dane Warren, just to inconvenience Porsche Coanda more than help his own race.
Oh. And we got it coming together too, of course, with Toman and Price as they make their way through Mercedes Arena. Toman deciding now to head down the inside, trying to paint a better picture of obviously what they've suffered here at this point. They're now doing battle, heading through towards the final sector, heading through now towards turn 11, still inside line for Toman, and he's not going to be fought because Price has forgotten the position. Now down to P6 as Toman holds on to it, but Dane Warren, a stellar drive, and he's going to convert a pole yet again to a race win. He's already done it once over the course of this championship, certainly in the Drivers' Championship. He's going to cross the line here at Hockenheimring and do it again on the run-up to the end of the Team's Championship. It is, of course, going to be Dane Warren. He takes victory here, but the crucial story, Team Redline doing enough to get finalist mode.
And they'll have finalist mode on their own as well. A chance to win $250,000 with no pressure from those around them. It sounds like that anyway. It's not going to be the case because there'll be 10 other drivers hoping that they really don't win. And in that situation, if that was in the last race, there would have been a huge fight between Dane Warren and Jeffrey Riefeld. One searching for the points to get towards finalist mode, which Porsche Coanda are quite near to now, and one looking for the overall win before anyone else could get there.
Yeah, so it's going to be a change over now. Of course, now we'll have the other drivers stepping into the car. Kevin Siggy will be the next one to step in, as well alongside his teammate too, as well. As time goes on, we'll certainly see the likes of them come together. Enzo Benito will join Kevin Siggy when they swap over to try and battle for the title. And this is a replay of all the incidents here. Ewan, take us through it.
Yeah, this is James Baldwin braking a bit too late in towards turn 2, which clips Luke Bennett into a spin. Yuri Toman, Max Benneker and Sebastian Job also caught up in this, as Baldwin just lost track of his braking markers a little bit there on the right-hand side of the road, clattering into everybody else and causing chaos in the field. This allowed the top two to get away, Dane Warren and Jeffrey Riefeld, while everybody behind was forced to fight for third.
Yeah, it certainly was a high-impact incident. Naturally, James Baldwin already having a rough day, and we saw it all come together. We're taking a view here from the rear of a car as well. That, of course, being, I think, Luke Bennett's car. We just saw a rear view of James Baldwin's response was very clear. Yuri Toman's perhaps even clearer, yelling away, saying, that's not right. And naturally now, Max Benneker also giving the same response, the look of disappointment on his face. Mouse, of course, also chasing finalist mode. Luke Bennett was the one driver to survive that scrap and managed to achieve enough points to obviously put towards his campaign as they reach finalist mode. We had another 3-wide scrap as well. Benneker just out-braking, heading in towards the hairpin bend as well. Obviously, they're going to have to live to fight another day in order to battle for finalist mode. But we're going to have an interview now. We're going to head over to the studio and Barney.
Dane Warren, you got to stop being so good, mate. How was that race? You seem, you seem damp. I'll just say that. But yeah, how was it for you, buddy?
Very stressful.
Yeah.
Like extremely stressful. Jeff was putting up a pretty good fight the entire race. Like, yeah, had me on the edge of the seat the entire time. So really happy to come away with it. Mitchell in P3 is crazy. I don't know what happened at the start, but that's really good for the team.
فعلا سألنا المتسابق معنا دين وارن نبغى نعرف في السباق هذا كيف كان فقام قال إنه من جد ما زال السباق الجاي الحين ما زال تحت ضغط مرة كبير. السباق الماضي زي ما شفناه كان حاد جدا وخصوصا أن جيفري كان وراه وأدوا أداء مرة ممتاز يكفي عشان يقدرون ينتقلون معنا إلى الفاينل مود.
Well, I can now tell you that you guys have pumped up the numbers for sure once again in great fashion, by the way, once again. But Team Redline have now entered finalist mode. So how are you planning on playing catch up, and what's the comms going to be like between you guys to try and get everyone like revved up for the next few races to come?
I have no idea. This is the first time I've sort of been in this position, so yeah, I don't know. It's all about just getting the results that we need and keeping the Redline guys out of a win. So I don't know how that's going to work. Looking forward to seeing what happens.
صحيح في موقف مرة مهم اللي راح يكون معنا في السباق القادم نبغى نعرف من الفريق شلون راح يقدرون يتعاملون بالفوز لأن ما زالوا حققوا نقاط مرة كثيرة قريبين انهم يدخلون في الفاينلست مود لكن عندنا فريق اللي هو فريق ريد لاين دخل برضو بالفاينلست مود بكيف يحافظون هم على الفوز. ذكر المتسابق معنا ان صحيح بيحاولون انهم يقفلون عليهم ما يخلونهم انهم يفوزون عشان يقدرون يحصلون نقاط برضو هم اكثر ويدخلون بالفاينلست مود ويلحقونهم فيها.
Keep the Redline guys out of a win. Okay, well, I have a sneaky suspicion that if one person can do it, it's that dude over there that I just see who's skulking away over there in the corner. But nevertheless, let's go back over to the desk to break everything down, and we'll continue Team Championship Finals because it's starting to heat up.
بالضبط الحين ما زال عندنا المسابقات الجايه ممكن السباق الجاي ممكن يكون اخر سباق معنا ما نعرف لان فيها تفاصيل كثيره. خلينا نرجع للاستديو نشوف تفاصيلها ونرجع لكم فيها.
Oh my goodness. You know what, Jardier? I am convinced that you have some sort of mystical powers to bestow bad luck onto all of our drivers, because how much chaos was that? You kick things off by saying, you know what, today's not been too bad. We've not seen too many big crashes. We're not seeing too much drama. And look at what's happened now.
I either will not ever get invited to an event like this again, or maybe I get invited for every event like this.
I mean, you bring the drama, to say the very least. I want to draw your attention on the Merc side of things. Bad quali laps, they had some drive-throughs, slow-down penalties. What on earth is going wrong for them? Because we saw the same kind of affair happening in the previous track.
I honestly have no idea. I think they are not performing as they want to. Maybe they are not even happy with the car performance and overall, and they are just trying to do some silly mistakes, Marco Page, another invalid or another slowdown in the qualification. James Baldwin, massive error. Like, this is the first time in this tournament where we saw like a massive error from a driver. It was always like a little touches, little elbow there and then. But this time we saw like a massive incident where I think James was looking more in the back than in the forward, and he just forgot to brake and took out two cars.
I've got to say, James missing that braking zone really does make you wonder, really does make you think, could it be the pressure? Because it is not only Mercedes that are facing these struggles. We also had Marcel struggling with his quali lap, receiving himself the third time receiving a slowdown penalty as well. Is this a cause of pressure?
Yeah, obviously, 100%. I mean, the $600,000 is a huge prize money for these guys, obviously. It's a life-changing money for sim racing drivers, and they want to perform as good as they can. We all know they are fantastic. They should be proud of themselves for all the results and all the driving they are doing this weekend. But right now, at this moment, we see a lot of mistakes, making huge changes in the standings.
And you know what? Those mistakes have pretty much gifted R8G. Marcel is going to be sitting pretty, feeling pretty darn good about that as well, considering the fact that he was 11th on our starting grid. To round things out in 4th with our provisional race results is not too bad if I do say so myself. But let's go ahead and chit chat a little bit more about the Red Line boys, because we had Luke sitting pretty, as well as Jeffrey with 2nd and 3rd on the grid. Do you think Luke is going to be a little bit tilted, despite the fact that Jeffrey was able to make that one work?
Yeah, Jeffrey drove fantastic, and obviously Luke got involved in that incident with James Baldwin, but luckily he didn't get stuck with the other cars. He basically got thrown away on the other side of the racetrack, so he's able to rejoin and continue his race. So they got exactly the points they need to get to the finalist.
Exactly, with 1 point to spare at that as well. Incredible stuff coming out from Team Red Line. Now, what do you think? Do you think the next one is the one where they take it?
I don't want to say anything. Please don't make me do this.
Oh, actually, no, don't say it. Because if you do, then that means this is going to go on and on. As much as I love all of that racing, I am cheering for Team Redline deep down. How about you?
Yeah. I'm cheering for everyone. Like, it's so hard to pick your favorite, but obviously, left and right, everyone is so awesome here. So it's hard to say no to this team, you know? Everyone is a winner in my heart.
I would love to see a bit of an underdog story coming through. How beautiful would that be? Team Redline being so close, potentially, yet so far as well. Who do you think is going to have the best opportunity to take them down?
I think right now...
We had Porsche in second.
I honestly feel like this next race will be crucial.
Yeah.
Because either Redline will possibly win, or Porsche will turn this around, get 150 points as well, and fight with them for the victory.
So we actually have Joshua Rogers competing in the next race, and if you don't know anything about Joshua Rogers, he's a little bit of a legend on the Porsche Coanda side of things. Do you think he's going to be the one to make this happen for Porsche?
I think if anyone can do it, he is the one.
Okay, all right, I'm liking that, Well, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick interview, but then we'll be back.
I'm here with Mercedes AMG Petronas driver Marco Page, a very disappointed Marco. Marco, commiserations, tell us how that race went for you.
The last 2 races didn't go that well. We needed to, basically try to, get as many points as we can. We knew that we needed strong results, so in qualifying I think we, overpushed, did little mistakes, and therefore started at the back. Because the field is so close here, you need to push for every 10th, and it didn't go that well in both qualies, then there was chaos, and
Speaking of chaos, obviously James, who's in deep conversation with the team manager now, had a bit of an issue. How is he? Do you know what happened?
Nürburgring or Hockenheim. We needed to try something. Sometimes you go for a move and it doesn't work out. So these things happen. It's racing. So that's, I think, all I can say. I didn't really see what happened. So
Well, I mean, I think we're all racers. We all know these things can happen. I mean, we've all been guilty of outbreaking ourselves or whatever at a hairpin, and especially with so much on the line, you know, you've got to take those extra risks. But thank you for talking to us. We appreciate it. It's obviously a very, very disappointing time for you. Best of luck for the future. Back to the desk.
Thank you very much for that. One thing I really want to draw upon is the fact that yesterday we heard from Mercedes AMG esports team Petronas esports team, there we go, got there eventually, that they needed to revisit the drawing board, go ahead and take a look at some of the mistakes they were making yesterday. Do you feel that they have had enough time or enough has been done to correct those mistakes?
I'm gonna be honest, I feel like this competition, obviously you have 4 days of racing, like brutal racing for 4 days, then you don't have much time to sleep over, you know, to relax and so on. So it's very interesting how the drivers are handling the pressure. To be fair, I don't want to be too mean to Mercedes today because they are doing the best they can do. And obviously we are sitting here looking and they are like, yeah, Marco is on the last position, but he's literally 10th of the pace, you know? So these guys are just so good at what they are doing that they have to try any possibility, every possibility to get on the podium on P1, and like, you know, like 1/10 is nothing.
But once again, another reminder for everybody joining us from home. These are the provisional team championship standings we have so far. Team Redline have indeed made it to finalist mode. I want to hear from everybody at home. Send us across your predictions over on social media and also in the chat as well. If we could get a poll going, that would be pretty darn amazing. Do you think Team Redline can close this one out and claim themselves once again, back to back, the team championship title? I'm super excited to find out from everybody at home, but I'm also excited to hear from Andre, the team manager from Team Redline.
I am here with Redline team manager. Oh, how you doing, Andre?
Quite stressful day again, but so far so good, thanks.
I mean, provisionally, you're through to finalist mode, right? We're just, what are you unsure about at the moment?
Yeah, there was one incident with Luke Bennett involving Benneke and I think it was Sebastian Job. So we're waiting for the verdict, but yeah, we should be okay. I don't think he did anything wrong, so I'm final. But yeah, now the challenge is next two tracks. Unfortunately, the BOP and speed of our car doesn't quite enable us to fight in the race. So basically, the plan is to survive until the next track where we can defend our position in qualification. So,
and how do you feel about that Mercedes incident, or do you not really mind too much because you're through provisionally?
I don't think it did us much favors because it helped Coanda to close up a bit, but it is what it is, right? We have to deal with it. So we are in the finals, hopefully, and yeah, let's see if we can somehow manage that in the next two tracks.
Well, finalist mode it looks like. Congratulations. Best of luck for the next win that you need. And we're going to see whether they can do that after this break.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
This is ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco, live from Gamers8. My name is Jasmine, and I'm joined alongside the fantastic Jardier himself. I'm going to keep giving you different compliments every time. Oh, that was so cute. Like a little...
I'm here with awesome Jasmine as well.
Oh, stop it, you. Well, you know what, Jardier? We're heading into our race number 7 of today. If you're only just joining us, then I have news for you. Team Redline have made it to finalist mode, confirmed now as well. But Porsche Coanda, have they left it a little bit too late to try and play catch up with them? Because if they head into this one and they manage to get a good result, they too could claim themselves finalist mode.
Yeah, we are getting into a very interesting point because, well, we are, if I'm correct, we are going to Monza right now, where BMW is really strong in the quali, but in a race they are struggling a little bit. So the question is, will Redline in the next race win $250,000, or will Porsche Coanda and Maus turn it around and have a really good finish to join them in the finalist mode?
Well, as you can see on your screens right now, Team Redline fielding the lineup of Enzo Benito and Kevin Siggy to try and claim this victory, a back-to-back team championship title for the boys and for the team themselves. However, Porsche Coanda, they've got Mac Backham and Joshua Rogers, who've been saying time and time again how strong he's been looking heading into the tournament so far. Do you think that this could be the moment?
Well, you're giving me such a hard question always, where I'm so afraid I will jinx someone, but well, if it's the moment, it's right now.
It is
right now, at this moment, you have to do your top job to make sure Redline will not win.
Well, we also mentioned that there is the possibility of Maus playing catch-up as well. We've got Yuri Kastrop and Patrick Holzman representing that team. From what you've seen thus far from the Maus boys, I know we mentioned, look at the boys, looking suave as always. It is indeed not only $250,000 on the line, but also that sweet trophy as well. Do you think that Yuri Kastrop has it in him to not get penalty points? I mean, he's looking primed and ready for this race. Do you think he has it in him to not claim himself any more penalty points and push his team to a victory?
Sorry, yeah, 100%. I feel like so far today what we saw from Yuri, I think his teammate or his team manager told him, whatever you do, drive as clean as you can, don't get us any necessary penalty, and that's what Yuri is doing the whole day today. So I think he's a very smart driver, very successful sim racer. I know, and I think he knows exactly what's on stake right now at this moment.
Well, on the flip side of that, though, to counter your point, arguably Maus not being as good on Monza as Porsche Coanda. Why is that?
I don't know, it seems like they are a little bit struggling. I haven't seen any very successful results from them on the Monza so far. Yuri especially was struggling a bit on this track. He had one massive incident and one not very good result. So, well, let's see how they do. If they do as in the afternoon, it would be maybe enough to get enough points to the finalist mode.
All right, and who else do you think is going to be looking to stir the pot, cause some trouble, and put all of these drivers through their paces? Do you think we're still going to see some more fight coming out from the likes of the R8G boys at all? Maybe a G2 here and there?
I know right now RG is such a very difficult position. They are literally 90 points behind. So that's a lot. That's another 4 or 5 races to actually catch up properly. But I mean, yeah, I really want them to turn this around to make it more interesting. Maybe you're gonna be here for another 6 hours.
Another 6 hours? You really think that's what it's gonna take?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, but maybe not, you know, maybe I'm going to be wrong and we will have one more race. But nevertheless, I think also the next track was very successful for Mercedes-AMG Petronas team as well. James Baldwin was driving there very well in the past, and the other teams of members of his team as well. Also, don't forget about G2 Esport, who were in a quali especially very successful in Monza, not so much in a race, except Sebastian Job.
All right, well, speaking a little bit more about the side of G2, of course, Jeffrey Rietveld. I feel like time and time again I'm seeing the AR scan of him pop on up. But let's find out a little bit more about the G2 side of things. Never mind, we're going to come on back here. G2 will have to wait. You know what? Let's talk a little bit more about the side of the Red Line boys. Obviously, former champions here at ESL R1. First time around, if they can do it live from Gamers8. I know we spoke about the change in lineups now between Enzo and Kevin now being the combination we're heading for. I've noticed though, outside of the tracks and outside of the game, Enzo and Kevin, they have some banter about them, but I feel like Enzo and Luke just seem to get along like a house on fire, like finishing each other's sentences kind of vibe. So talk to me, do you think Kevin, with his frustration that he had shown us yesterday, might be able to be kept calm by the likes of an Enzo?
Ooh, that's such a hard question. I was chatting with Kevin like an hour ago, and he was absolutely calm. He was exactly sure what they need to do. You know, he wasn't stressful or anything. He was just eating his dinner and knew exactly what they need to do. So, no, I wouldn't say he's going to be stressing too much. But right now, in the stake is, you can afford a mistake right now if you are Team Redline. You have to go for that win. That's all that matters. So if you get a penalty or if you get a little incident, basically it doesn't matter too much. So you have to go full in, which is very difficult for the other teams who are still needing to get some more points.
Well, I feel like Team Redline are certainly going to be feeling the heat, not only here in Riyadh, but also on the tracks. It's Joshua Rogers. Can he do it? Can he claim a victory for the team of Porsche Coanda once again and put them through their paces? Let's go ahead and find out.
I'm here with Porsche Coanda driver Josh Rogers. Josh, probably not the first two results that you wanted. How did those first two races go for you?
Yeah, it was certainly a bit up and down, wasn't it? I mean, Monza was good, ended up second, close to the lead in the end, but just didn't have the cut tracks left. I made a couple of mistakes in some of the chicanes, so it wasn't worth taking that risk losing P2 and all those points, so sat there. Nürburgring, unfortunately, I just didn't string the quali lap together. It's a track that I've been very, very confident and comfortable at over the past few days, and made a mess of it there. So I started P6, finished P5. It was good to be able to move forward at least one position, but yeah, still obviously wasn't the result we wanted. After that though, you know, Mitchell and Dane had a really good result at Hockenheim, put us on the board, and from there we've just been chipping away. It's still been a bit of a struggle, but I'm sure we'll at least hopefully the series is going to keep going into some more races and we can make up from it from there.
So you're back in the car next. You've got 2 rounds. Are we going to see the Josh Rogers that we've seen throughout this week so far back in the car?
I bloody hope so. I think, I feel like I would like to be able to kind of get back onto it. I feel like this morning maybe, I mean, I haven't done the first race of the day since Friday, so maybe it was a little bit rusty there. There was a lot going on. But yeah, hopefully now I feel a little bit more at ease, a bit more comfortable, and yeah, fingers crossed we can bring some speed back out of the Porsche Coanda car.
Thanks, Josh. We appreciate your time as always. Good luck for the next 2 rounds. Back to the desk.
Well, it is not just Porsche Coanda that is competing in this tournament, in this event. We've had so many incredible drivers and teams come and go. Another reminder, we kicked things off with our 12 teams, narrowed it down to 6. And hey presto, here we are now. It is crunch time for a lot of our teams. I really want to talk about the side of R8G though. We heard from Marcel earlier on, himself having claimed the driver championship title. He said that, you know what, we're heading into this not focusing on one team in particular, very much casting the net wide open. So I want to find out just how analytical are they as a team. Let's find out what they got up to on Media Day.
Why always me?
Because you are playing more.
You're just leaving the Discord.
I always quit when it's not going well, so.
Yeah. From all of us, he looks like the most competent for casting.
Me? I would say myself.
I have no clue. I think everyone could crash.
Yeah.
No?
Depends on the situation, but...
No, I'm always careful into turn 1. I don't know.
Sometimes it happens.
Sometimes not.
Maybe sometimes A1 is sending a bit more, but...
Yeah?
Yeah.
You crashed in Hockenheim.
Not my fault.
No, yeah, it's okay.
It seems like when you send it, you never crash, but when I do, I always take someone else. So.
Could be you.
I had my fair share of turn 1 crashes, but not on run sport.
Yeah. You are in the wrong place. First P1?
Yeah.
First P1?
Marcel for sure.
Yeah. He's good in qualifying, so On race sport, qualifying is what matters mostly.
Yeah, in the race, not possible to overtake much, so.
Maybe could be, yeah. Me, maybe.
I would say Erhan.
Yeah, maybe.
I was quite on time.
Lately.
From all 4 of us, maybe, but the team manager is likely to be late.
Yeah.
You got more careful, but like last year, you were never there, so. On time.
I got better.
I'm always late from everywhere, so I don't know. I like to be late.
Yeah, even for the go-kart, you were late.
I was running for that, so yeah.
I think there's someone else.
I think me. Like forget someone.
You
like
forgot Erhan's birthday.
Yeah. But I wrote like.
The next day.
No, it wasn't. It's on 23, no? Like
very late. I was
11:50.
expecting the whole day.
This is too late, mate.
I only knew because Ulas told me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known.
But I always like forget things, so I don't know. Could be me. I have no clue.
Yeah.
MVP in CS. Erhan.
I always quit in CS.
Rage quit. I don't know.
Marcel.
He's already a champion.
You are a champion, so
yeah.
You had to defend your title.
Okay. I will try.
Welcome back, everybody, and a lovely feature that with the RHG team as well. Unfortunately, it hasn't been an easy night for them. They're not going to be in contest for currently this title fight because, of course, at this moment in time, only Team Redline have final mode at this stage. In fact, we're going to take a little juicy look at the team standings before we get racing at Monza. Let's take a cheeky look. Team Redline, as you can see, they're mean, they're green. They're on 153. They are going to be challenging for the title in our next race. Porsche Coanda currently sat on 135 as well. Mouse in third place, 130. The top 3 could certainly still pursue final mode altogether should Coanda and Mouse pull off a stellar result in our next run without Team Redline winning. G2 Esports in fourth as well, 110. Need a little bit more. A bit of team interplay will certainly help them with RAG down on 63. And Mercedes, after a disappointing last couple of races, only scoring a point apiece, currently sat in 6th place as well. The dramatics have been coming in, Arjuna. Of course, he joins me now. Arjuna Kankapati alongside me in the commentary box. Of course, my name George Morgan. We're coming down to the Temple of Speed in what could be a sensational decider.
Yeah, let's not forget, of course, that the mark for Porsche Coanda is at least one driver on the podium. A third will be enough for them to get finalist mode heading into the next race. When it comes to Mouse, well, they'll need a podium, but they need a second place finish in order to secure that. Of course, the second driver able to accumulate some points as well. I think you are quite excited about the fact that Team Redline might have a good chance here, but at Monza, so much unpredictability, and knowing that the BMWs have a bit of a straight line deficit that we've been talking about throughout the course of the 4 days of competition, I think it's been a really interesting battle. And let's not forget that 12 drivers out there on track, 2 of them Team Redline. 10 drivers, no, they've just got to make sure Redline doesn't win.
Yes, but with a twitch of the moustache, Kevin Siggy back out onto the circuit here at Monza. He's got Enzo Benito alongside him as well. They're subbing in for those that have just gone, of course, their previous, of course, teammates that have taken place already, that, of course, being that of Luke Bennett and Jeffrey Rietfeld, who have been on song here over the course of tonight as well, picking up some decent points. Second place for Jeffrey Rietfeld at Hockenheim Ring, giving them the 20 points, as well as Luke Bennett's 7th place with 6 points going towards them as they now make their way into finalist mode. Stellar showing from the pairing as now they get set ready for qualifying, and we're looking forward to seeing who comes out on top. Now, this is going to be imperative. Obviously, here at the Temple of Speed, one of the longest straights you'll see in racing here, and by the sound of the music, the sound of music here at ESL R1, brought to you by Aramco. Qualifying about to get underway. It's never been more imperative, Arjuna.
I think, right, this qualifying session right here for Porsche Coanda for Mouse, they've got to make sure they're up towards the front. You said RAG's been struggling a little bit. They clearly need to be able to work some magic. Marcel Cinchik, the master of Monza, well, not going to necessarily see how he's going to get on, but there is Enzo Benito, one driver that I'm keeping an eye on. You saw him angrily shake the hand. Hopefully he's not going to get too angry out on track. He is 4 penalty points away from a qualifying ban.
Well, I can give you some juicy insight as well on the Team Redline squad. Last night, they were in a call with the one only Max Verstappen. And of course, prior to running in the Grand Prix this weekend, Max Verstappen got onto the call with that of Enzo Benito, Kevin Siggy, as well as Jeffrey Rietveld and Luke Bennett, just giving the boys a pep talk, just giving them some words of wisdom, some advice before stepping into tonight's affair. And naturally now it's down to Enzo Benito, the Italian stallion, who's going to look to try and plant his car to the very top as well. Sector 1 to decide an opening time. Of course, generally a 34.7 is what we'd like to see. He does lay down a 34.8, a 10th outside the threshold we'd like to see.
Yeah, in terms of lap times, we're hoping to see
maybe
a couple of drivers pop into the 145s, but it's definitely not going to be Enzo Benito, who's going to start from the back. And now the pressure gets laid down on Kevin Siggy, not just because he's going to want to get to the front in qualifying, but now when we go racing, Benito down the back, if Siggy's up the front, he's got no teammates to help him to potentially grab this championship for Team Redline.
And look, Benito with the eyes closed. He knows what that could have been as well. Serralio straight coming up next before Ascari. His face says it all as he makes his way down through towards the next left and right, and then left again before then venturing down towards the Kerber Alboreto for the first time here in qualifying. As now the Redline car, all dressed up, of course, in its familiar livery. Of course, we've seen it compete in the spring season. Remember, Team Redline, of course, team champions in the spring series as well. They know how to win competitions such as this. They've done it time and time again as Benito now exits the Curva. Alboreto now 38.173. We'd usually like to see a 35.5. Unfortunately, that middle sector nowhere near where they would wish it to be. Crossing the line now for Enzo Benito. The Italian now will set a Sector 3 time of 35.8, which is 2/10 off where it would need to be in terms of threshold, and that's a 148.903. His teammate Kevin Siggy, though, up next.
Yeah, and Kevin Siggy's first sector, about a 10th or so off from where we would expect, but right on the money in that middle sector. And it's now through that very final corner, a long sweeper. So much temptation to get on the power too early, but Siggy managing to temper the rear end, and as he powers his way to the line. Remember, 146 flat, what we would like to hit. Well, 146.1, it's a decent lap time for Siggy, but you can tell slightly disappointed.
Probably would have wanted another 10th in that final sector. Joshua Rogers, though, the man who you need in any qualifying outfit, certainly 34.8 flat, but 34.7, as we have said, that tends to be where we like to see it. Second sector, a 35.6, again, a little bit outside the 35.5 that we might have preferred seeing in Sector 2 as well. So Joshua Rogers under his own little bit of blanket of pressure here. He's going to be somewhere close, I think, to Kevin Siggy, unless he marshals in a superb Sector 3, as now the Porsche makes its way up towards the line. Indeed, it is second fastest, but only 9 thousandths off.
I think really it shows that Kevin Siggy's time may be actually quite strong, and now we have to see what the other BMWs are going to be able to do. Yoni Tourmaline in that first sector, well, it's a 34.9, almost a 35 flat. That's not necessarily what he will want to see. And for the G2 Esports number 51, as the Finn swoops through that final corner, expecting it to be on the wrong side, because look at that slowdown through the final sector, just not looking like he's carrying that momentum through, and it's going to be a 146.4. Oh, it's almost a quarter of a second off the pace.
That final sector was good. The first two, I think, is where he lost the time required, of course. Now, as we see Yuri Kanstorp fighting the car, heading through the Ascari chicane, 34.7, sorry, in the first sector. Very good, but obviously the second sector, not so good. In fact, losing 2 seconds in that middle sector, which of course will be attributed to that slowdown, could place him below Enzo Benito at this point now as he ventures through the final corner at Kerber Alboreto, heads up towards the line. Let's see where Yuri Kanstorp's time comes out. Let's see if he was affected a lot in Sector 3, as he does come across line 35.8. He did in fact lose a couple of tenths, but does go faster than Enzo Benito, but definitely suffered a slowdown.
Yeah, and that's crucial, especially for Benito, right? The fact that he'll have one more car to try and work past to join his teammate. Here comes Orhan Yayovsky in that number 88. First sector right on the money. Second sector right on the money as well. This might be a very good time. The Audis can be quick. Usually it's Marcel Chinchik, the master of Monza. What can his teammate do? It's going to be a 46 flat and pole position for Yayovsky.
Top three all within a single 10th of a second as well. Mac Backham, also the Big Mac. 34.7 in the first sector is around where he needs to be. The middle sector is also there too. So Mac Backham looking to come in and join the squabble as he enters the Kerber Alboreto as well. Also in the Porsche. Hasn't necessarily had his best championship run, but certainly looking to try and cooperate collaborate with the Porsche Commander team to try and attribute themselves right up into finalist mode, as now the Dutchman looks to strike, nestling in a 35.8 in the final sector, 2/10 outside of where he might need to be, but nonetheless he gained a reasonable time, fourth fastest.
It's an important lap time as well. Yes, it's 300s or so off of Rogers, and it's going to put Backham in the mix after those first two races, not necessarily going hyper max way. Thibaut Casabon, one of the newest of our drivers that joined us in that spring season that carries over into this Gamers8 event. Decent in both those sectors so far, and of course Yajovski's gone to pole. Can Thibaut Casabon make it Romain Grosjean 1 and 2 as he swoops to the line? Nope, it's a 1:46.227, and he's behind Mac Backham.
Yeah, crucially lost a bit of time in that final sector. Bono Hoos as well. Mercedes having a really poor day, but have swapped in for two new drivers with, of course, Bono Hoos and Graham Carroll now taking the helm. 34.8 in the first sector is just outside. Perhaps he would have probably wanted a 34.7, but 35.7 in the middle sector. 2/10 off probably the threshold here at this point. This looks like it could be 3 to 4/10 out of where he would need it to be, but going across the line, Bono Hoos indeed 3/10 off the top. Erhan Yajovski still on top, but going back to Coanda, 2 cars in the top 4.
Very important for them. Remember, they just need a podium to work into finalist mode, and they will now also be able to focus on depriving Kevin Siggy of a victory. Here's Freddie Rasmussen, a 34.8 in the first sector, about half a 10th off if we're being honest. The second sector maybe a full 10th off. The optimal times to get into those 46 flats, is it going to be closer to the 46.2s, 46.1s? Rasmussen shortcuts his way to the line. It's a 46.206, and well, it's quicker than his teammate Joni Tormala, and it splits the Porsche Coanders.
That's a very good lap from Freddie Rasmussen, fourth fastest there for the G2 Esports crew. Patrick Holzman now as part of Mouse. We've yet to see them so far. Well, we have seen them, should I say. Yuri Kastorp there as well. That middle sector, though, looking a little sour. 37.086, generally around the 35s we would have expected to see it. Remember, Yuri Kastorp suffered the same issue on his lap, so Mouse pulling double duty here at this point now as Holzman crosses the line. Does he finish higher than his teammate or below above his teammate? Holzman and Kastorp, 9 and 10, both with slowdowns.
And again, they need a second place finish for one of their drivers to work on forward. There's a lot of work for them to do back in the pack. Still, Graham Carroll get to run. It's been an up and down sort of a campaign for him in this Gamers8 tournament, and now we'll try at least to bring Mercedes AMG some success at the very end, even though they've got a long way to go to even try to reach finalist mode for Carroll as he runs his way on that shortcut line to the end. It's a 46.554. It's the slowest of the representative lap times.
Yeah, it certainly is. Graham Carroll now figuring in 9th place ahead of Patrick Holzman. But the story is going that way of RAG. Erhan Yajovski steps up, takes pole here at Monza, and he is going to be our ALJ fastest lap holder here at Monza. ESL R1 brought to you by Aramco once again, with a race that will surely whet the appetites of many. Let's go through the starting grid. Enzo Benito on the back row, starting from 12th after the slowdown. Also, Yuri Kastorp alongside him too, also suffering a slow down lap in Sector 2. Same can be said for Patrick Holzman in 10th place as well. 9th going to Graham Carroll. For Mercedes, Joni Tormala in 8th. Bono Hoos in 7th, with 6th place going to Thibaut Casabon, as well as Mac Backham. The Big Mac starts 5th, with Freddie Rasmussen in 4th as well. Joshua Rogers in 3rd. But how about this man, Kevin Siggy, looking to try and capture the title for that of Team Redline, but he's got a real stiff contender alongside him. It's Erhan Yajovski and RAG. Erhan Yajovski becoming the ALJ fastest lap holder here at Monza. The Temple of Speed lights up in the colours of Romain Grosjean as RAG look to try and turn their form around here at the helm of this man.
And he saw it on the grid. The green highlights for Team Redline indicating finalist mode. Only 2 drivers able to win this race and wrap up the championship. Ultimately, it's those behind that still try to chase them down. 15 minutes of racing at the Temple of Speed. Kevin Siggy's got it all against him, you had to say. I think for Porsche Coanda Esports, they'll be feeling quite confident about joining Redline in finalist mode.
2 cars in the top end. They'll surely serve them well. Let's wait and see if they can convert it. Of course, Erhan Yajovski, your pole position, and has taken it, certainly. Brought to you by ALJ. And we'll wait and see whether he can turn that into a race win as well. But Kevin Siggy alongside is going to be looking for the launch of his life here at the Temple of Speed. The big question, Arjuna, can he do it?
No. I'm just going to be honest, he's got it all against him at the end of the day. Remember, 2 drivers working together, and effectively, even though the other 10 aren't all on the same team, they're united in one common goal: not letting Redline grab the championship and defending in many ways that spring season championship, something I think midway through yesterday with Kevin Siggy being tangled up with Mitchell de Jong not once but twice might have been a little bit unexpected.
Could well be. There's Erhan Yovski now getting prepared, ready for the start of the race. The hype is real here at the Gamers8. ESL R1 brought to you by Aramco, where we could have the team's title decided here and now at Monza. Only one team in finalist mode. It's that team, Team Redline. There you can see both Enzo Benito and Kevin Siggy. Siggy having a better qualifying session on the front row of the grid, of course, joining that man Erhan Yovski, who's on pole. The ALJ fastest lap going to him as well as we get set and ready for the lights. The drivers now in some pre-practice as we look to get underway. Enzo Benito, who we saw ushering the cameraman away as well, doesn't want anything to perturb him this time, but I'm sure full focus will be here at the Italian track as he looks, as an Italian, to pursue yet another historic victory for his team.
I mean, let's be real. In qualifying, it is unlike anything in any other esports. The amount of focus that the drivers have to nail every little bit they can. It's a very different thing in a race situation where you can be a bit more relaxed. You can be a little bit more in tune with the race situation. In qualifying, you're just trying to feel the car, and I think a lot of drivers appreciate the fact that if the cameraman doesn't get in their eye line, they can focus on the lap ahead.
Well, the lights now come down as we look to get started here at Italy, certainly here at the Temple of Speed of Monza. Could this be the final race? Could this be it? Could this be the decider that grants Team Redline a second Teams Championship under an ESL R1 event? Of course, taking the Spring Series title, but this will be the first Gamers8 occasion that they can score big at as well. As we now wait for the countdown, all the cars lining up onto the grid. The timer is now ticking as we await the lights to go red. Here we go, folks at home. First light, second light, third light, fourth light, and the fifth light. And it's pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. Erhan Yovski getting a great start. Kevin Sigino also getting away well in there too. Joshua Rogers in the mix as well. Mac back and further back has got a sea of cars in behind him as now look at Kevin Siggy trying to challenge immediately. Joshua Rogers looking to take the tiger line on the inside of turn one, coming out now turn two. It's still Siggy in second place, but Yovski leads.
But crucially, it's Siggy that holds on. He's not been swarmed on the start and will be able to use the draft potentially. With no real teammates formed up and coordinated just yet on that run into the Roger. No real side-by-side moments for third Rogers defense from Rasmussen and in towards the corner, single-filed once again. But look at those green highlights. Siggy in second, Benito in 11th. The teammates totally separated through the field.
Yeah, both of those drivers you have to watch in terms of grabbing this team's title. They need to win this race. Siggy in second and only 3.5 tenths away from potential glory. Erhan Yovski in first place, currently nurturing that RAG Audi through. We run on board with Kevin Siggy as he hurtles down the Seraglio straight with Rogers in behind.
It's a climb up the hill in towards Ascari, and that means you can go that little bit deeper onto the brakes, allow gravity to assist you in slowing the car. Down from 6th gear, already seeing Patrick Holtzman in the Miles Audi a full start. That means all the pressure's now on Yuri Kastop. He must get a second place finish in order for Miles to join Redline in finalist mode in the next race, assuming we get there.
More tough times there for Mouse as well, but Kevin Siggy looking to get the job done very early on. Is he? No, he's waiting in behind. The limiter flashing in the middle, not content with making the move. As you can see him entering Kerber Alboreto, does not want to leave anything to chance, nothing at stake, will instead apply the pressure to that of Erhan Yovski, but Joshua Rogers is looking very threatening as well. In behind, Freddie Rasmussen as well in the mix. These top four now dueling it out with a little gap. Holtzman now going into the pits as we saw just then. In the back of shot now as Joshua Rogers looks to try and charge. Knows he must get in between. No, Siggy going for the lead immediately now here on lap 2. Down the inside of the Retafilio chicane. A hard charging Team Redline BMW. Round the outside now the RAG of Erhan Yovski. And certainly now as they enter the Curva Grande. Side by side they remain too as Yovski looks to try and subjugate the pressure. Enter Joshua Rogers as now the Porsche looks to try and grab a handle. He's in third place. Could it be second? They head down into the Rogier now. Still Yovski leads, but watch out. In comes the Porsche Commander as they battle between 2 and 3.
And off the crack for a moment goes Joshua Rogers, now trying to come back across and block Kevin Siggy in towards Lesmo 1. Very, very dangerous here. They may allow Erhan Yovski to break away, and here comes Reggie Rasmussen trying to get alongside as well. All this fighting looks great to watch, but say goodbye to Yovski, 1 second clear at the front.
Rogers feels like he might have done his job. He has upset Siggy enough in order to drop him away by a second. Incredible. Down the Seraglio straight, he's going to go for more. He's now hunts down the inside, heading through towards the Ascari chicane now. Joshua Rogers said, that's enough. I'm taking second place, and making his way through the famous Ascari chicane. A Porsche Coanda now moves up into second.
Just remember though, for Rogers, he's got to make sure that he does not get in any sort of trouble, does not need race control to intervene. It was a very messy race just a couple of moments ago. The gap at the front also means that Rogers not enjoying much of a hole in the air. He is providing the slipstream to those behind, and as they wrap themselves through that parabolica on the run now down a 1.1 kilometer pit straight. Who's got the most draft? Who's got the most top end speed? We know the BMWs might struggle, but Kevin Siggy was aggressive into turn number 1 on the previous lap, and as he closes up to the back of the Porsche Coanda Esports car, he'll look to the inside, but not before Freddie Rasmussen does so.
Yeah, Freddie Rasmussen also looking to challenge. He's going to take the outside line instead. Kevin Siggy as they go wheel to wheel again. There's no love lost between that of Team Redline and Porsche Coanda. They have history and lots of it. Kevin Siggy on the exit, unable to make that crucial move back into second place, but now comes the Great Dane, Freddie Rasmussen. Of course, part of the Red Bull team. Of course, remember Max Verstappen, who looks after the affairs of Team Redline as well. Also, all part of the Red Bull contingent in terms of Formula One. Freddie Rasmussen, though, unable to make that crucial move. Freddie, of course, representing Red Bull in F1 Esports. He's part of their fold, now part of G2 here in ESL R1. The stories are there in abundance. Plenty of cars now fighting on the track.
Yuri Kastorp has dropped behind Enzo Benito, so it's not just Patrick Holtzman running last. Yuri Kastorp's only adding 1 point to the total for Miles, and while Porsche Coanda go aggressive and look certain to step their way into finalist mode, Miles being left behind.
They certainly are, and just an instance there on Patrick Holtzman had to serve another drive-through, obviously off the back of speeding in the pit lane, trying to serve the penalty he had for the jump start.
I mean, rule number 1 in racing is don't hit your teammate. I feel like rule number 2 is serve a penalty correctly.
Well, hit the pit limiter at least.
Yes, exactly.
Goodness me. Now we see the cars come out of Ascari now. There's Joshua Rogers. Kevin Siggy still in third, though, and he will remain there for the time being. The gap now 1.3 between Joshua Rogers and Erhan Yovski. Now, certainly, as far as Porsche Coanda are concerned, the necessity isn't to win. It's just to get qualifying for the finalist mode. That's all they need. So winning isn't essential, but finishing ahead of Team Redline probably is.
Yes, no, absolutely. And I think for them, with Rogers nestled in second, importantly Backham in the top 6 as well, they'll be relatively confident with where they are right now. I'll also just say about Kevin Siggy, we've been talking ad nauseum about penalty points that have been carrying over and accumulating over 3 previous days of competition. A couple of drivers have been bad. Enzo Benito's only 4 points away from a qualifying ban. Kevin Siggy, talked about him getting tangled up a couple of times with Mitchell de Jong yesterday. 0 penalty points so far in this tournament.
Well, we did just come off the back of a huge moment from James Baldwin earlier on, and of course Marco Pejic also having to serve a penalty as a response. Remember, your teammate also has to suffer the same consequences as you, despite them not even committing the offence. As now we see the cars come through the Rogers chicane now. Of course, Rogers now still holding on to second, and the gap's now minimal in between those, all the way from P2 all the way down to approximately 9th place as well. Yuri Kastorp 1.2 seconds behind that of Graham Carroll, as we now see the cars come through Les Mode 2, but now another run down the Seraglio straight.
Yeah, Benito back behind Kastorp, just of note, so there's some swapping going from 10th and 11th positions. You win and you lose together in this team championship, and that's why I really like the fact that if one teammate does something bad, the other one gets knocked as well, because ultimately you could have some pretty silly stuff if you didn't do things like that.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you never know. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, if it came down to as a decider for the championship and that was how it was decided, goodness me. We do things right here at ESL R1. As now we're seeing Kevin Siggy make his way down through towards Curva Alboreto, chasing Joshua Rogers, who's currently sat in second, as we have said. The gap now starting to come back in, though. Yovski now only 1 second as opposed to the 1.3 that it was before. Look at Freddie Rasmussen, though, who got a better line heading through Curva Alboreto. Might get a run heading down the long straight as well, as they look to head down towards the Rettifilio chicane once again. It's still Yovski out in front. There's Joshua Rogers as well further back. Big Mac Backham as well, who is chasing big points. We're just seeing him in behind Thibaut Casabon, as now we're seeing once again Kevin Siggy going for the move on the outside, but covering it off again. Josh Rogers showing that defensive, certainly that defensive mindset he can instill. He's not just a fast driver, he's also a stern defender.
And the one thing that some drivers noted to me when I was talking to them about Monza in particular is it's true in the real life, it's true in this virtual laser scan representation here on Wrenchboard as well. Monza is oh so bumpy in the left side of the track on the entry into the Rettifilio, especially tricky under braking, even with ABS. Look at Enzo Benito, Yuri Kastorp. They're fighting effectively to be the not last driver, if we're being honest. We can exclude Patrick Holtzman after his double drive-through penalties. they're having a lot of fun, all things considered. I don't think that this is where Yuri Kastrup necessarily had his race going in mind.
No, not at all. I think he's had his fair share of tough times, I think, as a unit, as we now see them come together. Now, this is Matt Backham on the back now, Thibaut Casubon, as we now see in the top right of your screen. You can see there as we ride on board with Big Mac, as he looks to try and challenge heading through down the Sorrello Straight. Needs to get himself closer, though, however, to Thibaut Casubon, who has been impressive recently as well. Came into the fold at the tail end of the spring series. Of course, we're seeing at the top end as well, Siggy getting closer, 2/10 away. He's coming in and out. All he needs is a long straight to challenge the Porsche.
Yeah, and let's just point out as well some of the driver lineups that we've got here, because 7 and 8, the next 2 races have to be done by the drivers out on track. For Kastrup and Holtzman, it's Moritz Lohner and Max Benecke that are watching on in the wings. They are hoping that Miles can be in finalist mode by the time that they enter the fold. It's a very different story for the likes of Josh Rogers and Matt Backham. They made sure that Rogers is in contention for a race where they'll enter finalist mode, as well as the race that will secure them finalist mode. Different approaches to work their way on forward, and now Kevin Siggy continues to try and charge his way to the front.
Yeah, he could yet get P2 this time as well. Joshua Rogers going very defensive again, opens up that outside line, which will become the inside heading out of turn 2 as they now make their way down again, swapping from Freddie Rasmussen, who again looks to challenge that of the Team Redline BMW. 2 BMWs in behind that of a Porsche, belonging to that of Porsche Coanda, as they head through now towards the next right-hander at Curva Grande. There you can see Erhan Jovski. He's got very little to worry about. All the squabbling is going on in behind. He's got a second clearance. Lovely clean air for him.
So we called Marcel Cinchik the master of Monza. Are we just going to make that the title for RAG officially? Very well may end up being that way at some point. Into that second chicane once again, and this is a place where we've seen some really bold overtakes so far in our 4 days of competition. Not going to be the case from Kevin Siggy, and we are, I think, seeing in some ways the fact that Siggy with the drafts not closing up too much. Rasmussen's not closing too much up either. BMW top end speed definitely a concern. Right on board of the BMW though, and challenge into turn number 1 with an RAG Audi.
Yeah, it certainly was. This is where, of course, they came together earlier on, as we now see them make their way out of turn 2. Of course, Erhan Jovski doing enough earlier on. We saw them come together at the very start. Difficult to see whether that was from that particular lap as they head around Curva Grande in that instance before the Rogier. And naturally, a stunning view from inside the cockpit as we saw the cars come together as well. And indeed, as we now see, that is incidentally the Porsche Coanda. This is actually from the start, where Rogers did try and challenge very early on. Of course, Siggy tried to make his life very difficult before beckoning his way down through towards Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2 after that as well. But a very thrilling fight between 2 great drivers. And there is, of course, the replay showing Joshua Rogers making those crucial moves, heading in towards the Ascari chicane. It was a secured move. He had the nose in front where he needed it most, and that's what allowed them to move on up. Kevin Siggy showing his frustration.
I did say no, right, when you asked me if Redline was going to come out on top, and now Kevin Siggy really going to be swarmed. We'll go 3 wide with Rogers and Rasmussen on the outside of Siggy. Rogers the deepest of them under the brakes, but Rasmussen not content to be left out to dry. Look at this as they power off the corner, drag race through Curva Grande, and with the BMW of Kevin Siggy pushing Josh Rogers through the right-hander.
Yeah, coming through Curva Grande now, Rogers still holds it, but Freddie Rasmussen coming into the mix. Kevin Siggy trying to force an entry here as they head down towards the Rogers chicane. You can't force it, but in comes Thibaut Casubon as well in behind. We've got 4 cars in the scrap, side by side between Rasmussen as well as that of Kevin Siggy. He's got a nose in front. Can he get a whole car into Thibaut Casubon? Through towards Lesmo 1, they run wheel to wheel. The Audi now looking to try and get himself higher and higher. 4th place on the table. Can he grasp it heading through towards Sorrello Straight?
Got to be so careful on the inside of Lesmo 2 to not push the car out into the gravel and then get a penalty as a result. Both drivers show plenty of respect, and as we look off the back of Kevin Siggy running up the hill in towards Ascari, it's neck and neck, as close as you would like. Rasmussen's commitment in the early part of the lap has left him vulnerable now, and as Casubon sweeps around the outside after being passed in such fashion by Moritz Lohner on day number 1, Thibaut Casubon shows he can return the favour as well.
Tap dancing through the Ascari chicane as they execute through the curves. Thibaut Casubon with a masterclass once again, like we saw in prior races, but it's not over yet, because enter Freddie Rasmussen, who looks to try and chance his arm, heading through Kerber Arboreto, the Great Dane now, looking to switch to the inside perhaps on the escape, can't quite do it though, and look who's behind it. Bono Hoos from nowhere comes into the fight.
Are we going to go 3 wide again? Oh, I'm getting a little bit nervy, I'm getting a little bit antsy, but it's all as we wind down the laps here in race 7 on Championship Sunday. Rasmussen's to the inside of Thibaut Casubon, and as Bono House closes, he'll split the difference and go down the middle. Consecutive laps with 3 wide into turn number 1, and it's not going going to work out so well this time by. Someone's going to get pushed off the track, surely. 4 wide off the corner. It's Rasmussen in the gravel.
Yeah, but I tell you what, the big winner could be someone totally different indeed. As now you see Joni Tormela with a stellar run round the outside for G2 Esports. He took them all on. He made his way through Retafilio, had a better exit of anybody, through towards the Rogers chicane. An unbelievable moment. The ultimate opportunist. It's Joni Tormela. He's into 4th.
4 for the price of 1. Book it potentially as our KFC's Colonel choice for move of the day. Joni Tormela watches behind as Thibaut Casabon still battles with Bono House. Almost contact off the corner. It's getting alive here. And Casabon, so careful on the exit, now watches as behind the momentum builds up.
It's pandemonium here on the penultimate lap, but still side by side they remain as we see Freddie Rasmussen and Bono House. No love lost between the man who represents Red Bull in F1 Esports. He's come toe-to-toe with Mercedes in the past, and this time here at ESL R1 as well. At the, well, brought to you by Aramco here at Gamers8. They head through now the Ascari chicane. Things are kicking off royally here as Thibaut Casabon tries to hold back the tirade that's going on behind him. Rasmussen, unperturbed, jumps ahead of the Mercedes, holds position in 6.
Those two Mercedes trying not to trip over one another. House and Carroll trying to be careful that Kasdorp and back and behind don't try and poke their way on through as well. 1 more lap to go. We've seen 3 wide on a couple of occasions. 4 wide on the exit of turn number 1. Are we about to get that again?
We could well do. I tell you what, this drag, this straight can really propel cars onwards and upwards. We're on the final lap of the race. Joshua Rogers and Kevin Siggy left alone now. They're going to spar it out here around the Temple of Speed as they hurtle now through towards the Retafilio chicane, rumbling over the curbs, finding every apex each way they look. They are finding apexes left, right, and centre to try and give themselves some delta time. As now we're seeing cars in behind battling once again. Thibaut Casabon now being joined by Freddie Rasmussen around the curve of Grande.
It's important here as well for Yuri Kastorp to get every point he can, because the next race for Mouse, potentially their chance to get to finalist mode. Bono House sees the road in front, blocked by Thibaut Casabon, and as they continue to fight into that second chicane, I think Casabon in front of Rasmussen in front of Bono House. We don't know, but that's crazy.
Incredible, oh, big moment. Casabon dropping through the field. He's come a cropper as Joni Tormela powers through. Should I say Freddie Rasmussen, we're currently seeing on screen. Bono House in behind as well. Graham Carroll as well now trying to bring himself through, but Yuri Kastorp out of nowhere has come to split the Mercedes dream. They exit Lesmo 2, and look at this. It's still Tormela in 4th spot.
A very important move there from Yuri Kastorp to just try and get those extra couple of points. Every point will make a difference, and that's why he's going defensive, not letting Graham Carroll get to his inside, and the big man from the Netherlands holds on to 7th.
Yeah, certainly credit to Freddie Rasmussen as well, holding back that tirade too. I tell you what, I bet the stewards are going to be taking a look at some of these moments. I tell you what, they've been stellar, but heading around on the final lap, we got to look ahead, because Erhan Yuyovski, after RAG's pressures, the issues that they've sustained, they exit out of Kerber Alboreto, bomb their way down the home straight. Again, it's Monza magnificence at RAG, this time going by the way of Erhan Yuyovski. He takes victory here in Italy, here at the Temple of Speed of Monza. It is Joshua Rogers in 2nd, ahead of Team Redline's Kevin Siggy. They'll have to wait a little longer.
I guess I was right that we're not getting the champion decided now, but it means we go to that next race with Porsche Coanda Esports in the mix, and Josh Rogers will know his time might be now.
Well, they may be in finalist mode, but now they're not alone. The next race is going to be a firecracker as the pyro lights up for Erhan Yuyovski. A win that RAG will harness. It's not over yet. Just sit tight. We could be in for a hellacious fight, but Erhan Yuyovski converting a wonderful start and getting off the line very well indeed after achieving pole position. He's, well, not achieving pole position, should I say, managing to get himself across the line and taking victory. A stellar showing from the RAG man.
I think we're going to see some pretty crazy highlights here, aren't we? That was a lot of racing.
It was superb. A great effort, certainly from Erhan Yuyovski. Gave it everything. Battled very hard as well. We are going to take a look at some highlights as well as we saw them get underway. It certainly was a big time. The RAG man heading down through towards turn 1 as they came stellar toe-to-toe. Look at this as well. A Mercedes splitting the difference heading through in towards turn 1 as well. Nonetheless, it was a tremendous effort. But look at this from Joni Tormela. An absolutely astonishing effort to go right around the outside of 3 cars essentially leapfrogging himself into 4th place in dramatic style.
He did kind of make his teammates' life a little bit harder on the outside of the corner, if we're being totally honest, but not that much, just playing up the drama a little bit. Just look at this, though, as they funneled into the corner. You can see how committed they were, and as Kazabon tries to work on through, you can see plenty of drama.
Yeah, we're going to be having an interview now.
What a race. My friend, you're absolutely pulling away throughout the entirety of that. Really, really strong. Again, we've mentioned it time and time again over the past few days. Tire management, was that all it really came down to towards the last few laps?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like at the beginning of the race, my goal was obviously to keep Siggy behind, because if he won, that the championship is over. But now it keeps going, and yeah, we keep on racing.
فعلا في موقف جدا صعب. سألنا المتسابق معنا إرهان يايوفسكي إن كيف السباق اللي كان معك. فعلا كان تحت ضغط جدا كبير، لكن في نفس الوقت أن بالنسبة لنا احنا سألنا أن كان في ضغط حتى برضو على الوقت اللي كانوا هم فيه. فذكر أنه صحيح أنه كان في ضغوطات الوقت، ضغوطات أشياء ثانية، لكن كل الأهم بالنسبة لهم أنهم يتركون سيجي ورا وما يبغون يتقدم عشان أنه يقدرون يتحافظون على على المسافات، وما يبغون ينهون السباق بشكل سريع، لأن في حال فازوا راح ياخذون الكأس على طول.
The races, you know, they're sprints, they're intense. You expend a lot of energy sat in the seat, and you seem so calm. What's going on? The energy levels. I need some energy. I need, you know, are you just this chilled all the time? Are the comms with you just like, yeah, we took this one. Don't worry, we're chilling.
I missed my afternoon nap, so that's why I'm this dizzy. But yeah, no. I gave a promise to Lewis McGlade that we're gonna keep going as long as possible, so I'm just keeping that promise.
فعلا احنا سالنا المتسابق معنا انه صحيح انه واضح ان عليه شوي الهدوء الزايد، خلينا نقول في منافسته هنا بشكل عام. فايش السبب؟ يعني العاده دائما يكون في هذا الموقف يكون تحت ضغط، يكون عنده طاقه عاليه، لكن يوم سالناه قال بكل صراحه ما اخذت قيلوله الظهر ما ادري يسمونها قيلوله، لكن على العموم نومه الظهر واللي هو تبون يسمونها، لكن على العموم ما اخذها هذه النومه السريعه اللي خلته انه يقدر يصحصح بشكل جدا كويس. قال بغض النظر عن هذا كله بيحاول يسوي اللي عليه ويحاول يفوز.
Well, an absolutely fantastic race. Congratulations once again. Thank you for joining us in this post-race interview. More points on the board for R8G. And with that, we're going to throw it over to the desk because we're going to continue with our final day of competition for ESL R1 at Gamers8.
بالضبط. الحين بعد ما اخذنا المقابله السريعه هنا معنا في المسرح، خلينا نرجع للاستوديو نشوف تفاصيلها ونرجع لكم في السباقات الجايه اللي ممكن تكون معنا الاخيره.
Oh my goodness me. To kick things off at the very start of that race, myself and you, Jardier, we were talking about the possibility of R8G being able to do it. You know what? Fair play to Erhan Yuyovsky pulling out all of the stops, but the show is not over yet because now we have some new contenders. Porsche Kawanda achieving finalist mode. Boy, oh boy.
What a drama, what a drama. It was fantastic race. I actually, personally, I did really like how the teams in the front knew they have to work together to keep Team Redline from winning overall. Yeah. Because Yayovsky at the beginning didn't look that strong, but Joshua Rogers did what he needed to do to put Siggy behind. I love that so much.
I'll tell you what, guys, I was sat watching the race and some of the drivers were also there, and I find it quite astounding, quite heartwarming as well, how much they are cheering for their opposition because they don't want Team Redline to win this tournament, so they're cheering for their opponents because it gives them more of a fighting chance as well. Now, the real question is, are they going to be wanting Team Redline to take the knee and be knocked down? And for Porsche Kawanda to rise to the top? As I did mention, Erhan pulling out all of the stops. Very, very great defending from him versus both Siggy and Rogers as well, especially considering the fact that he only has one podium finish on Monza, and that was during Munich.
Yeah, what fantastic, absolutely fantastic performance. I also would like to hype up the Joni Tormola overtake.
Oh my goodness,
what
yes.
a move that was into the first chicane, getting so many positions. I think, wow. I'm actually curious if we're going to have some stewards inquiries after this race, because there was some, elbows left and right, obviously some movements left and right, but G2 doing such a good race.
G2 pulling out all the stops, and as you did mention, that move by Joni Tormler, triple overtake, bumping him up from 8th on our starting grid up to 4th as well. Chef's kiss, as it were, as well. And as we did mention, Porsche Coanda now also reaching that sweet, sweet finalist mode as well. The next victim, not really victim, I mean, we spoke about RAG, we said the commentator's curse might very well be a thing, but you know what? Maybe we're on the up and up. We spoke about RAG before, and Erhan was able to secure himself a victory. Maybe, just maybe, if we keep talking about Mouse, they'll also be able to take a victory next as well. But I want to find out from Kevin Siggy. Surely that one's got a sting. So close, yet so far.
Here with Team Redline driver Kevin Siggy. Kevin, I thought you were going to have that then.
I mean, it's kind of obvious. It's Monza. We have the slowest car on the straight, so we can't really do anything. And also, since we're on the finalist mode ourselves, I mean, everyone's got to be targeting us, and obviously they did that. I mean, Erhan kept turning into me into turn 1, so he prevents me from overtaking, and maybe gets me a penalty. And also the same goes with the Coanda guy. He also was really slow at the beginning, and also noticed that he was hyper fast in the end. So it's obvious that he wants to slow me down and prevents me to win. So it is what it is. It sucks.
It's the format, unfortunately. But the good thing about the format for you, though, is you get to go again. And the next race is Spa, which ironically there were issues with yesterday. I don't want to jinx it, but it would be quite the story if you wrapped out for Team Redline there, wouldn't it?
I mean, yeah, it's also quite ironic that also the Porsche car, which is the best at Spa and the best in the whole game, that gets that track to choose from. So, I mean, it's going to be difficult, obviously. The Porsche is going to be a threat, or even any car. I mean, we're literally just the slowest in Sector 3 and then Turn 1. I mean, what else can we do? And the only thing we can do is get a 1-2, hope we can do that, and just pull away, maybe create a gap the same way they did in Monza.
Great. Thank you for your time, Kevin. Best of luck. Back to you guys at the desk.
I don't know about you, but it sounded like Kevin Siggy was already a little bit disheartened before they've even stepped the wheels over onto Spa. Now, drawing your attention to Spa even further, guess which driver is particularly great at it? Josh Rogers, of course. So, Porsche Coanda, is this the moment? Is this the moment where they take down the epic, the iconic Team Redline?
I'm very curious. It's going to be the most important quali possibly for Porsche Coanda team. At the same time, this time it's going to be a little different, because now Mouse and G2 will be working against both Redline and Porsche Coanda to make sure they will not win at Spa. So they have the fighting chance for the next round.
I'll tell you what, we're definitely going to go sit out there with the drivers and just watch the chaos unfold, because seeing and hearing them cheering for opposing teams is certainly a sight to behold as well. Talk to me. Who do we think is going into this looking particularly strong? I know I mentioned Mouse being a possibility for us to, give them a little bit of a hype up. Maybe they'll be able to make it happen. But can they do so when Joshua Rogers holds the record for MVP on Spa?
Oh, it's going to be certainly such a difficult race. Honestly, right now, the quali is probably the most important from the whole tournament. Because if Joshua Rogers gets pole position, it's over. Possibly. But I would like to ask.
Go on.
Coanda or Team Redline?
Aye.
And you have to answer this time.
Okay, okay, statistically, you would say Porsche Coanda, but I have faith. I have faith in Team Redline. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. That Kevin Siggy interview kind of threw me off a little bit. He didn't seem the most confident, didn't seem the most hopeful. Can I say I'm 50-50?
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, there we go. I'm 50-50. Once again, folks at home, let us know which of our two teams, and who knows, maybe even a third as well. Let us know who it is that you are rooting for. Send us your prediction as well, and let us know who you think is going to be crowned the ESL R1 Gamers8 champion. But you know what? I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to none other than Barney for yet another interview.
Fight another day. Another team has entered into finalist mode, and that team is Porsche Coanda Esports Racing Team. Big Mac Backham, what's going on, mate? You good?
I'm fine, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to come to you first, So how was that race for you? Talk us through it from your eyes, from your perspective.
Yeah, it was pretty good, I think. We kind of focused on how many points we needed. So we did some calculations before the race, so I kind of knew where we needed to finish. And yeah, I was pretty happy with my Q lap, so we were in good position. So the plan was always to try to, get Redline out of the win and just get ourselves 15 points. So when Josh was P2, I knew he needed P3. So I just let everyone go. No problem. I don't want any penalties for Josh. So, if we get 16 points or 20, it doesn't matter.
فعلا ماك سألنا في هذه المقابلة أن كيف كان السباق بالنسبة لكم بشكل عام، لأن فعلا كانوا يعني هم يحتاجون نقاط سريعة عشان يقدروا يدخلوا معنا بالفاينالست مود، فالحين دخلوا معنا فسألناهم كيف كانت الخطة بالنسبة لكم قبل تدخلون في هذا السباق. قال عملنا بعض الحسابات، عرفنا المراكز اللي نحتاجها بالنسبة له هو أنه بس أنه يحاول يصنع المسافات، لكن كل الضغط اللي راح يكون على جوش أنه يحتاج بس الثلاث مراكز الأولى عشان يقدرون يتأهلون معنا ويدخلون معنا الفاينالست مود، وهذا اللي صار فعلا. قدروا يدخلوا معنا بالفاينالست مود والحين في بأريحية أكبر ويحتاجون فوز واحد إضافي عشان يحققون البطولة.
Okay, Josh, time to put some pressure on. Next up, we got Spa. You're in finalist mode. What's your record like in Spa at this competition? We know that it's been pretty successful.
Yeah, Spa's been a good hunting ground for me so far this weekend. Obviously, you never know, right? Anything can happen, but yeah, I'm going into this feeling confident. Honestly, I feel like a weight's lifted off the shoulders now that we're in finalist mode, and honestly, I just want to go out there and have fun and try and put in the best lap I can in qualifying, and honestly, just go from there. The race is going to be tricky. Both Kevin and Enzo are quite fast at Spa, so yeah, and especially having any of those guys behind you or in front of you at the end of the Kemmel on lap 1 is always going to get the blood pumping.
فعلا في ضغط كبير جالس يصير الحين على جوش، فسالناه خصوصا ان المضمار القادم اللي راح يكون معنا مضمار سباك كيف راح يكون بالنسبه لجوش، وسالناه ان حتى برضو سلسله الانتصارات اللي عنده كويسه وبشكل عام يعني حقق انتصارات كثيره في سبا، فهل يمديك بتحقق الانتصار بالمره القادمه؟ لان اذا فازوا في البطوله بشكل كامل، فقال ان فعلا بتكون صعبه شوي، لكن بالنسبه له انه هو قد صحيح انه حقق انتصارات برضو فيها، لكن هالمره بتكون تحدي اكبر شوي، خصوصا ان فريق ريد لاين من المتسابقين اللي معه هم دائما يعني برضو كويسين في مضمار سبا برضو، فممكن يتراجعون ويحاولون ياخذون الفوز عليه، فبيصير التحدي محتدم مره، والسباق الجاي ممكن يحدد مصير هذه البطوله، فنبغى نعرفها بعد ما نبداها على طول.
Well, gentlemen, congratulations on the last race. And you've got one more to go. And with that being said, 2 teams in finalist mode going into the next race. We've got Redline and we've got Porsche Coanda. They're going to battle it out. They're going to duke it out. It could all end right here in this next race. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go over to the desk to break everything down, and then we're going to come back to the main stage to commence our next race of the day.
Joshua Rogers, such confidence, such a good mentality, great attitude as well. We heard from Nina Brock yesterday, representative from Porsche Coanda as well, speaking very, very highly to the mentality and the work ethic of all of the boys on that team as well. But one thing that I absolutely adore is the fact that the word have fun with it really came into effect for the side of Porsche. And what more could you ask for? Because I feel like so many people just tunnel vision on performing well and they don't necessarily have too much fun with it.
Yeah, honestly, looking at both Bakum and Rogers, I feel like it actually works exactly what Nina said. They are really working so hard for their drivers and overall that they just look like they're having fun, It doesn't, you see on, for example, Kevin Siggy, he's being a little stressful, not very happy with some of the stuff happening on track. But Josh is like, yeah, let's, just have some good race on Spa, no big deal.
We spoke about it the other day, though, the fact that team chemistry, team synergy, being able to have fun with one another on the tracks as well, feeds into a better performance. Would you say that is the secret behind Porsche Coanda?
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, I would say Porsche Coanda is really, really hard-working team, and they are doing excellent job. All of their drivers being very mentally and physically strong as well. So, yeah, I think definitely it pays off.
Well, I'm curious to find out whether or not the rest of the team over at Porsche Coanda agree with that. We also have the Porsche manager, Yone, ready and waiting to give us the feedback on the fact that they've now reached finalist mode. This could be make or break.
I'm here with Porsche Coanda team manager, Jorn. Jorn, you're in finalist mode.
Yeah, that was amazing drive from Josh for sure. I mean, we know what we had to do, that we had to get a top 3 finish and had to rely on or hope for Redline not winning, what didn't happen, so perfect result for us.
Now, you did a slightly different strategy to everybody else with your driver lineups, and it looks like it potentially could pay off, because you have didn't put Josh in earlier on so that he was ready now in case you got to finalist mode. You got to finalist mode now. You've got Josh at Spa.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we saw most teams getting their top drivers in for the 5th and 6th race, and we thought, yeah, it might take longer for everyone to get into finalist mode. We knew Monza was maybe a bit of a hard track for us, so we were hoping, yeah, maybe we are in and can get into the 8th race, but 8th race, I'm really confident for that.
Could be an absolute masterstroke, Johan. Best of luck to you. Best of luck to Josh in the next race. Back to you guys in the studio.
Race 8 is not far from getting underway. It's getting very exciting now. Porsche Coanda Esports and Team Redline both in finalist mode. 1/3 of this field we're about to see with the chance of winning $250,000. It's, yeah, absolutely fantastic. Did I say that right? 200, yeah,
it is. $250,000.
I'm good at maths, aren't I? Yeah, it's on the line here, and here are the team standings. Team Redline with 171. They're well into finalist mode now, and have just got to try and win from here. Porsche Coanda Esports team now join them.
Yeah, of course, these are provisional before we go racing in the next one. So Team Redline with 171, Porsche Coanda on 158, the two of those in finalist mode. Now, some of you may ask, obviously, by the way, Mouse and G2 Esports are a race away from potentially getting into finalist mode, so that's something to touch. I wonder how things are feeling behind the scenes there. Maybe we can have a little chat with them at some point. But realistically speaking, when it comes to the standings, when it comes to that all-important prize money, if, say, Porsche Coanda, who have less points than Redline, win, they take the #1 position, because they take all of the major prize money, and then second place goes to Redline. Yes, I know they have more points, but it's because Coanda have won the competition. If there are, say, 4 teams in finalist mode, then they are in points order, with the exception of whoever has won.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, actually, in the 2 times we have finalist mode, the driver with the most points has won anyway, so it hasn't actually mattered yet, but you're right, it may do on this occasion. What we were just talking about before we came into the test, though, was about the fact that what happens next race? What happens if Mouse and G2 get finalist mode and deny Coanda and Redline from winning here? You know, what will that race look like? And effectively, we decided, you know, it's effectively a kind of winner-takes-all situation in race 9 if that does materialise.
Except for one kind of thing here, right? This is where this can go on until goodness knows what time in the morning, because we're talking about the top 4 teams there. So it's Team Redline on top, then it's Porsche Coanda, Mouse and G2 are very, very close. Who just won the last race? R8G, who are nowhere near taking on finalist mode at the moment. Now, I'm not saying that they're going to turn around their form and start winning every single race. We know they're very good at Monza as well, but still, it's kind of one of those things to really think about, and that's what makes this format so exciting, is that it can go on until next year, but it shouldn't do. We're predicting it's either this race or next race.
Yeah, I mean, to put it into context, R8G Esports are 61 points away from finalist mode, and Mercedes are still 81 away. They're fighting between themselves, I suppose, for positions for 5th and 6th in the standings, which is a difference between $30,000 and $20,000. However, they're not likely to be involved in finalist mode. However, you're right. Race 9 and 10, Marcel Cinchik will be involved. I don't think he'll be at well, actually, we don't know, do we? Because the tracks will have to be drawn again.
We'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
We will, yeah. But Cinchik is likely to be strong again. He's likely to be in the conversation for winning. So yeah, maybe they are going to be denied. I think those two are going to be crucial, though, aren't they? Mac Backham, but most of all, Josh Rogers. Now he has the chance to win this race and win the $250,000. He was taking it a little bit easy in the last race, I think it's fair to say. When he was, you know, in terms of catching Hanyoski, it was not actually beneficial to do that, to try and get the race win, because Coanda knew they had finalist mode, and they knew that they didn't want to let Kevin Siggy have the opportunity to win.
Yeah, it was very fascinating, as the cool kids would say. Realistically, in that race, it was Kevin Siggy that was the target of everyone. So, you know, when it was in that battle, it was in everyone's best interest that someone like Erhan Yovsky won the race.
And so Joshua Rogers, Freddie Rasmussen, all of that were battling with Kevin Siggy, it was all a fight to stop Siggy from taking the race victory. They didn't care if Erhan Janowski was 1.2 seconds down the road. That wasn't a problem, because what they're doing is they're stopping Siggy from ending this early. Can we also just touch on one major thing from that race, is Joni Tormela overtook quite literally everyone in that move. What a move it was.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And it shows the racing that you can have at Monza as well, which is just unbelievable. That was one of the best races we've seen all week in terms of on-track action. We were talking about the Hockenheim race before that being one of the most incident-packed and messy races of the whole week, of the whole year in ESL R1. But Monza was one of the very best there. Race 7 of our championship here this afternoon, here in the Teams Championship Finals, or this evening more accurately, just approaching midnight now in Riyadh. It's still cooling down a little bit, but still over 30 degrees, I would imagine, outside.
The thing is, it could be 21 degrees. It could be 0 in that stage right now, but every single one of those drivers are running hot because there is so much adrenaline going around. Of course, there's a couple of other teams in there. We've said about G2, Joni Tormela, Freddie Rasmussen, the great race they've had recently. Mouse had a big blunder in the previous one. It's going to be hard for them to kind of come back, but we know Yuri Kastrup, who's actually done really well at land, Patrick Holtzman as well, who's been kind of running up the order, he's had a few decent results. They need to turn it around. If they're not in finalist mode. If 3 teams are in finalist mode, then see ya, they're definitely only taking 4th place.
There's a bit of shaking hands going on behind the scenes there between Redline and G2 for whatever reason. Don't know what, they almost look congratulatory, as if the race was and the day was over, but that is not the case.
I think it's probably about their racing, maybe in the previous one with Siggy.
Maybe I suppose so. But yeah, a bit of a puzzling one as practice just gets underway. Yeah, Mouse have got a bit of work to do. Still 14 points to make for them to get into finalist mode for the next race. You're right, Yuri Kastrup's had a good week here in Riyadh. Made it to the top 12, won 7.5k for himself in the Drivers' Championship. He's up there for Mouse now as well in the Teams Championship. Patrick Holtzman has been struggling in ESL R1 until about yesterday, when he had 2 top 5s in his races. One of their star drivers, their absolute star driver, won $100,000 on Friday even, Max Beneke, and we can chat to him now.
I am here with a Mouse driver who needs no introduction, Max Beneke. Max, you're up next. You're not in this one, but you're in the one afterwards. So if the boys get in, it could be your time to shine, right?
Absolutely, yeah. We just got to hope that Redline and Porsche don't make it now. It's unlikely, but maybe it happens, and then we're in, and then full send on Spa. Got to win already, make it a second.
Well, it would be quite the fairy tale if the boys could do it, right? So, do you think the teams will work together to stop people winning in this one? Different teams coming together to stop either Porsche or Redline winning?
Obviously, everyone who's not in finalist mode is trying to, deny their wins. We are going to try it, RIG is going to try it, Mercedes is going to try it, because we want to have a longer show, at least for us, so everybody's going to try it, but obviously it's going to be hard, so let's see.
So what's the phrase? Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer, right? It's really going to be fascinating to watch. Thank you for your time, Max. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, Max Beneke clearly thinking that this can go on for a little bit longer than just this next race. There they are, Mouse, 14 points away from finalist mode, with G2 Esports 17 points away. These are the confirmed points, by the way. Race Control, we're just looking over 1 or 2 things. These are now the confirmed points, and they are the same, so clearly no further action has been taken over whatever they were looking at. But Max Beneke does not want Race 8 to be the one that crowns the champion.
No, certainly not. Like I say, he had a lot of confidence there. He's not in this race. He will be in the next. That's what he's saying, if we get to a next one. He needs his teammates to deliver. He maybe even needs a little bit of luck, maybe a bit of Erhan Janowski magic around the circuit to Spa-Francorchamps. But when I was talking to Erhan earlier, he walked past in the cafeteria that's just behind us. He was shaking his head and he said, every time, Spa, every time. He says that he's got a lot of bad luck around Spa, whether it's a little bit in qualifying or potentially even a mistake from someone else in the race that costs him. That's actually what happened back in Katowice in the very first final. He got taken out, I think, out of La Source, out of turn 1. There is the look of all of the drivers, though. Who's looking calm? Who's looking stressed?
They're all looking pretty similar, aren't they?
I was going to say, there's similar levels of tension. I think it's nervous anticipation.
Oh, there's nervous anticipation there. On the pit wall, I guess you could say, the virtual pit wall for Miles, looking down on Yuri Kasdorp, who you can see in the view there.
A rare view, looking down on Yuri Kasdorp.
Yes. Must be a tall cameraman. Sorry, Yuri.
I'm so sorry.
He hates it when someone says that, so I apologise. But he's not watching this back, is he? So that'll be fine.
He's saying he's watching it live.
No, he's not. Yeah, I can only apologise, but he won't hear it anyway. So yeah, he'll have an important role to play. I mean, both him and Patrick Holtzman may have to be the ones that deny Coanda and Redline from winning in this race.
Well, this is the whole thing of like the whole team side of it. You need to play your part to bring the team victory. And as we've said time and time again, there is no room in this for dead weight. You need to support, you need to push through, you need to help. Look at the previous race. Kevin Siggy had absolutely no assistance from Enzo Benito. And I'm almost certain that if Enzo Benito was in the fight, that would have been a very different kettle of fish. Maybe Kevin Siggy would have been able to take victory. Maybe Enzo Benito would have been able to take victory. That slowdown changed it all, and it's been the talk of the town all day.
Are you saying Enzo Benito's dead weight in this Redline team?
I'm going to stop talking now.
No, he said obviously on Trackmania, by the way.
Obviously, mate, the cheering yesterday. There was for anyone watching. Obviously, now it's all very stressful and very, very serious. But last night there was quite the serious Trackmania competition between Enzo Benito and Jamie Fluke. And when Jamie Fluke beat Enzo on Trackmania, the room genuinely erupted. It was the loudest cheering that we've heard all weekend, all over Trackmania.
Yeah, Max Benneker winning $1,000.
$100,000, yeah.
Yeah, who really cares? But Enzo Benito, or Jamie Fluke beating Enzo Benito on Trackmania, and the
so funny.
Sim racers go wild.
Such a good evening. No, obviously, like the point from that is the camaraderie. All of the teams have been chatting. All of the teams have been getting along behind the scenes. But when it comes down to today, it is serious mode activating.
It certainly is. Just under a minute then left until qualifying, and the tension is now building. There is Mitchell de Jong and Dame Warren preparing to watch Josh Rogers and Mac Backham qualify that Porsche Coanda black and white machine in a couple of moments around here at the Circuit Spa Francorchamps here this evening. There's Mac Backham just behind him, the slightly shorter figure of Joshua Rogers. You can just catch a glimpse of the last race winner, Erhan Yuyovsky, there for REG Esports. What role will they have in the outcome of this as well? Because as you say, they're so far away from finalist mode, they could conceive, I mean, they won 3 races in a row yesterday. If they do that again, then they'll be in finalist mode, and everyone will.
It could be. It could be. I mean, I will say, did you see the level of concentration on the face of Mac Backham? So, Joshua Rogers, as far as we're heard, is going to be the first driver out in qualifying. Let's remember back to Friday, to the final race on Friday, that final qualifying session on Friday, and remember the absolutely insane lap he did to grab pole position at the Nürburgring. He needs to do it now.
He certainly does. Needs a low 2:14 is where we're looking at, and we're going to get a great view of Joshua Rogers the way around. There's Jorn Jens watching on from the stand, well, not the stands, from behind the computer, up just above the Australian, watching over his star driver as they look to win $250,000 for Porsche Coanda Esports through La Source for the first time. It's a late apex for a good run down the hill and up through Eau Rouge. Then we'll get our first sector time of the 3.
Here he is then into Eau Rouge. Radion uses a lot of curb on the left-hand side, up and over the top of the crest, not abusing too much. Facial expression is fairly neutral, heading through the Kemmel curve, aiming for something around the 38.8 mark. 38.7's pretty damn good though. We'll have to wait and see what he'll do. He'll come across the first sector split. It's just a single corner and a big long straight. It is a 38.7 and it's a low one as well. We know the Porsche's decent in the first sector though. He's got to tick off the second one in under a minute.
He certainly does, and that's the absolute key. Closer towards the mids 59s will be ideal.
59.6 surely.
Yeah, but let's see if he can deliver. We've seen him deliver, as he said, on Friday. What a lap time it was. He's just clipped that curve on the way towards No Name.
Perfect.
Gets a little bit wide, but looks all right for the moment. difficult to know how to drive these cars on Red Sport, to be honest, because they're still so new. Rogers really wrestling with that as he goes through Pouon as well, battling down the hill towards pit path as well. We're not far away from finding that second sector time.
This is decent. This is looking very decent from Joshua Rogers. Nice and tidy, using every single little bit of the circuit, not using any of the curbs as they go through the Fania. Out wide though on the exit, that could have cost him a little bit, bogging down on the curb. He comes through campus, out a little bit wide though as he comes up towards the second sector split.
Just a bit wide from Joshua Rogers, 59.8. That is not ideal from Joshua Rogers. He's lost a couple of attempts there. It could still be good enough for the first 2 rows and the first half maybe. But at the moment, Joshua Rogers is going to be challenged in this qualifying session.
Well, he's only got 1 or 2 more corners left to go. He heads through Blanchimont that's completely flat out, down towards the bus stop. Like I say, I mean, I agree with you. I think this is aiming for a 14.3, 14.4 maybe.
It wouldn't be ideal at all if it's a 2.14.4. Joshua Rogers is going to have some work to do and have to rely on Mac Packham out of the final corner for Josh Rogers. It's a 14.3. He's made up some time at least in the final sector. His first and last were pretty good. Just in the middle, he lost a 10th or 2.
Well, here comes Freddie Rasmussen, down a 10th and a half on what we saw from Joshua Rogers in the first sector, but gaining about half a 10th in the second. This is aiming for a 14.4, but it'll be on the higher side, so I think he's not going to be able to beat Joshua Rogers. But for G2 Esports, they're not one of the teams in finalist mode. They're one of the teams battling to get into it. It was fantastic racing from him in the previous one. The Dane will come up towards the line, going behind Joshua Rogers with a 14.423.
A podium, by the way, for G2 Esports would all but guarantee their place in finalist mode. Same for Maus as well, who would need roughly the same. Erhan Yuyovsky needs to prevent those guys from winning. At the moment, he's around the same point as Joshua Rogers is at the moment, so this is going to be another time within a 10th, I would imagine, of Rogers. Which side that is, I'm not entirely sure. He makes his way towards the line right now. It's a 14.4 from him. He is 71 thousandths away.
Yeah, not great through that middle sector for an Audi R8, so unfortunately just second position for Erhan Yuyovsky. Mac Packham, though, tracking a little slower than Josh Rogers at the moment. Again, in that kind of zone where we're seeing Erhan Yuyovsky, but we're not done because there's still 2 Team Redline drivers as well to come. When it comes to the finalist mode drivers, obviously Mac Packham, he needs to be near Josh Rogers. Ideally, he needs to be ahead of the Macedonian, who's currently running in second. Out through the final corner, I don't think Mac Packham's impressed with it at all. He'll cross the line, he'll cut the beam, nearly 2 tenths down. He's not going to be able to assist his teammate. Rogers has to do it himself.
And that has been the story of the season for Porsche Commander Esports, unfortunately. Tame Warren has provided a bit of assistance for him here in Riyadh, but they're not driving together over the course of race 7 and 8, which is not ideal at all. Now Enzo Benito, 4-team Redline, needs to get up there near Josh Rogers. Certainly one of them needs to, and at the moment it's going to be very, very close. Enzo Benito over the line. It's third place at the moment. He's also within the 10th of a second.
Yeah, but crucially he is behind Joshua Rogers. Patrick Holzman, Maus, obviously one of those teams, along with G2 Esports, who are looking to book their place into finalist mode in this race. We've heard from Max Benneker. He thinks if they can get through this race, if they can get into finalist mode, if the competition is still live, Max Benneker is confident that he can bring this home for the team, as he did with the Drivers' Championship on Friday night. Patrick Holzman will come up towards the line. He'll cut the beam, and he will be slowest of the 6 drivers thus far, head basically in hands.
And Yuri Kazdorp has been given the mountain to climb without a rope here, I'm afraid. He's going to have to do it on his own on this lap, and he hasn't even started just yet, or will just be about to further down the order. Bono House here still has a lot of work to do for Mercedes, as does Graham Carroll. They're looking to at least hold off or catch up to RHG Esports for 5th place in the standings, but at the moment Mercedes are struggling. It's a 14.6 from Bono House.
Next driver through will be Joni Tormala. Okay, first sector, decent in the second. Now, this is a driver who put on some incredible moves. We've seen it before from him, where he's picked up 4 places in one corner. We obviously saw this back in Munich as well. He's put on a show in the previous race. He's trying to put on another one. He's trying to gift G2 Esports finalist mode, but at the moment, things aren't looking good. He's got 2 of the main rivals in Porsche Commander and Redline comfortably ahead. What can Tormala do when he crosses the line? He goes in just behind Freddie Rasmussen in 5th.
just over 1/10 the way there. 5th place as Kevin Siggy makes his way towards the line right now as well. He's losing a 10th here or there, but it's going pretty close to Rogers at the moment. I think Benito and Siggy are going to be quite close to each other here, behind Rogers though, and that's going to set up the classic battle between these two titans of the sim racing world. Coanda versus Redline again. Kevin Siggy not happy. He makes his way over the line. It's a 14-4. He thinks he could have done better, but it's 5th place for now.
And it is advantage Coanda. At the moment though, if you look at it, 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, these are the drivers, these are the teams in finalist mode. They will be on the same side of the grid unless anyone else does anything about it. 3 drivers left to go. Thibaut Casabon, Graham Carroll and Yuri Kazdorp. At the moment, Casabon comes down to the final sector and he will not be challenging any of those top 5 positions. They're only separated by less than a 10th of a second, only just over it back to Joni Tormula in 6th position. Thibaut Casabon will cut the beam and it'll be ahead of House maybe. Not even that, just 10th position for RHG.
Thibaut Casabon with a bit of a disaster there, I'm afraid, and so is Graham Carroll. 1:07 is not where you need to be, I'm afraid, here. So he'll be 11th and probably last by the time that Yuri Kazdorp comes over the line. Important for Kazdorp though, because Holtzman at the moment only 8th place. That's only 4 points. So Kazdorp really needs a top 5 with this qualifying lap at the moment. There's Graham Carroll, 16-4 from him. He knows that that is a bit of a disappointment. Kazdorp's still a 1:0 though as well.
Yeah, I mean, you were very confident in Kazdorp's middle like lap there when you were looking at Carroll. You're like, yeah, no, Carroll's definitely going to be in last position. And so I was like, well, you know, Kazdorp could have exceeded.
2 seconds.
At the moment, though, Kazdorp coming down into the final sector. Not looking ideal, not looking great, looking like it's going to be 11th position and the final row of the grid in what could be the final race here in ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco here at Gamers8 in Riyadh. Yuri Kazdorp cuts the beam and it's just 11th. Shakes of the head from not only Yuri Kazdorp but Ewan O'Leary as well.
Well, yeah, Miles are just not having a good time in things over the last few races, and they're leaving it up to the others. Erhan Yovsky second, but it's Josh Rogers who takes the AOJ fastest qualifying lap here for race 8 at Spa. The team's championship on the line. Josh Rogers in the best possible place. Normally gives a bit of a look and a wave to the camera. Absolutely none of that this time. He means business. Graham Carroll and Yuri Kazdorp will bring up the rear of this grid though, with Thibaut Casabon and Bono House just making it into the top 10. Patrick Holtzman will be alongside Mac Backham, the last of the finalist mode drivers. Joni Tormula will be step ahead, just behind of Kevin Siggy in 5th. Then it's Freddie Rasmussen with Enzo Benito on row 2, with Erhan Yoski and Joshua Rogers, who takes another pole position here for race 8 at Spa. What a week he's had. How many LAN events does he do this at? He just wins again and again and again. And he has the chance to do it one more time, this time for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, and you got to remember, of course, he was so close to winning the Drivers' Championship on Friday night. He was only denied courtesy of an incident between himself and Jeffrey Rietveld. Of course, Porsche Coanda versus Team Redline, building up to quite the crescendo. One thing to remind you, though, if you are a Team Redline fan, there is one bit of bad news for you. Team Redline have not won a race today. Why can they do it now? How can they change it now? What do they have to do to take one over Porsche Coanda in what could be the last race?
And when was the last time there was a day in ESL R1 where Redline didn't win a race?
Yeah.
That's probably quite a long time ago at this point. Well, I'd say that maybe it was the last day of the Munich Major. Probably.
Probably.
That was only a few days ago in terms of actual racing. So yeah, maybe not actually that long ago. But it's very crucial. And to be fair, it reflects well on them, the fact that they've got so many points without winning.
So much consistency. They came into this. We weren't expecting too much from Redline. We weren't really sure what to expect, rather, from Team Redline until we saw practice on Wednesday. And on the servers they were on, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and they were all separated by a 10th of a second. Redline have come into this prepared, experienced, and ready to win. The only issue for them is Porsche Commander and potentially even G2 and Mouse as well. This is going to be a tough fight. It's a tall order at any time, but it's the battle for $250,000. It's the battle for $250,000. It is the battle for your fair share of £600,000, over $1 million given away when you include the extra bonus prizes as well over the entire weekend. Incredible.
Yeah, the joint biggest prize fund ever delivered in sim racing, and the biggest for well over half a decade by now. It's a huge moment for Joshua Rogers, and he knows it. Mitchell de Jong is choosing not to watch for the moment, messaging whatever, doing whatever it is on his phone, and Dane Warren can barely watch as well by the looks of it. Enzo Benito still has the capacity to smile
Are
at
you
this
shaking?
stage.
I'm shaking.
I wouldn't be smiling like Enzo Benito is, I'll tell you that for free. Lights come on then. Race 8 here at Spa. Could this be the race that crowns a champion? Let's find out with the lights on. Here in Belgium, we're underway, and Josh Rogers is off to a very good start. Erhan tucks in. He'll look to the inside, but be forced to go on the outside. He'll go all the way around as Enzo Benito just sneaks up the inside. There's single file on the way out. Kevin Siggy is side by side with Yoni Tomala at the moment, further back, but Josh Rogers has got off to a good start.
Advantage Porsche Commander, but will that last to the end of the Kemmel Straight? They rise up the hill, they go through Blanchimont, go through Radion rather, as they come up towards the Kemmel curve, the number 92 at the front of the field, but it could be all change here. Haniyovsky closing in on the scene, Enzo Benito also in tow. Who's going to come through all out on top of this? Joshua Rogers takes the defensive line.
It's outside line for Yuyovsky. He's not very far alongside, but he's made it round. Side by side, they go through the chicane, and Rogers is squeezed to the inside. He's got to be very careful up there. There's more contact, and outside for Benito. It's side by side once again.
Whoa!
And Yuyovsky makes his way through. Great overtake.
Unbelievable covering there from Erhan Yuyovsky. He could be the one to deny this victory for Porsche Commander, for Team Redline as well. Freddie Rasmussen in the mix as he sits behind Enzo Benito, but ahead of Kevin Siggy, coming down to the absolute wire as it did a few months ago in, of course, when we did the Rennsport Summit in Munich. It was absolutely incredible then. It was a brutal fight when it came to that 5th race, and it looks like it's going to be a brutal fight here in the 8th.
This is going to be fantastic. Erhan Yuyovsky leads the way ahead of Josh Rogers. Enzo Benito's right there. Freddie Rasmussen in 4th place. Yuyovsky forced to even defend it towards Stavolo maybe. Not quite. Rogers up the curb, he needs the exit, he's not quite got it. What about the run in towards the bus stop chicane? I'm not sure he's quite got a great one there. He'll wait for the next lap, surely.
Enzo Benito's got to risk everything here as well. There is nothing between this grouping. It is absolutely incredible. Here we go up towards Blanchimont. It is RAG at the front. It is Joshua Rogers in tow. Enzo Benito as well. Who is going to be brave? Who is going to be bold? Who is going to commit? Of course it's Joshua Rogers. He's sending it in on Haniyovsky, who manages to come across the nose of the Porsche Commander esports driver. It is RAG to lead the first lap here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps.
It's an uncharacteristic half-hearted lunge from Josh Rogers there, which may have compromised him. Enzo Benito looked up the inside and towards turn 1. Didn't decide to go for it there. He wants the run instead. He's not got it. Josh Rogers has. Haniyovsky's going to be in trouble here, and Enzo Benito knows it. He's already got a bit of resignation on his face at the moment. They'll run up the hill. Rogers very close in behind. Surely they'll be side by side on the one towards Lecombe.
If this ends as it is, of course G2 Esports will join them in finalist mode, but right now things are about to change as we go onto the Kemmel Straight once again. Joshua Rogers is alongside Haniyovsky with the inside line as they head up towards Lake Com, and this could be big. Joshua Rogers is going to send it in. They head their way into Lake Com. It's Rogers around the outside. There's contact between the two, and the Macedonian keeps it on the road. Rogers hits the front, and this could be it. This could be curtains.
And Enzo Benito has got to place full trust in somebody else's team. And Haniyovsky on another team who he may not have full confidence in, because he knows that if he fights with Yuyovsky, then Rogers is definitely going to get away. At the moment, the Porsche Commander driver may get away anyway.
Yeah, going through Rivage, going through curve, the no-name corner, of course, Jackie X curve. It is growing. It is 0.4 of a second. They head through Puon. It is half a second. We're approaching the area, going up to about 0.511 of a second as they head down towards Fania. It is Rogers at the front, Yuyovsky behind, Enzo Benito in tow. Finalist mode between Porsche Commander and Team Redline. and it is R8G that could be the difference maker right now.
Haniowski has to overtake Josh Rogers here to keep R8G's chances alive and to keep everyone else's chances alive. Porsche Commander Esports are in the money position at the moment. They are in the place to win this title. $250,000 at the moment is going their way, but there are still 11 drivers behind him looking to deny him all of those gaps less than a second.
I mean, I've got to say right now, for Porsche Coanda, Joshua Rogers needs to set the best lap we have ever seen around the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps right now. Not in qualifying, right now. This is where the points are paid out. This is where the money is paid out. Joshua Rogers needs to deliver now. If he doesn't, he is going to be attacked. He is going to be hounded. He is going to be harassed by Erhan Yovski through the middle sector.
And Enzo Benito is very close to Erhan Yovski now, who maybe knows that this is an impossible task. It's an uphill struggle, and they'll go uphill through Eau Rouge and Rayon right now, with Josh Rogers more than half a second in the lead of this race. He'll be in the slipstream, will Erhan, but he won't gain nearly enough to get anywhere near the Australian, who's starting to weave around. He's starting to just take away that slipstream from the Macedonian behind. And at the moment, Josh Rogers is in the place to win this. Yuyovski goes wide.
That's a mistake there from the Macedonian. It's going to be big here for Rogers. If he's pulling away, it's 3/4 of a second, and it is growing and growing and growing. This is building up to quite the crescendo, but we've seen this before in finalist mode. The winner in every time we've done finalist mode has been the breakaway winner. They've been able to pull away. We said this before. Rogers does not have the assistance of Mac Backham. He's having to do this all by himself. And we've had questions as to Josh Rogers' capability when it comes to his kind of racing prowess. We knew a few years ago he was absolutely the #1 driver in sim racing. We weren't sure in the recent past. Well, he's proving it now with moves like this.
What an overtake it was. It was straight line speed from the Porsche that really got in there late on the brakes from Erhan Yovski, who went straight into the side of the Australian. But the speed of the Porsche was just too much.
It's the second time, by the way, that Erhan Yovski might be the difference maker in all of this. Obviously, it was assisting his teammates where he went racing back in Munich. This time, though, it's assisting, not intentionally, but it could be assisting Porsche Commander. It is Erhan Yovski, the one crowning champions here at LAN.
He loves getting involved in things that aren't his business, doesn't he? Sorry,
love Erhan Yovski. He is such a character. He's putting on quite the show. He's trying his absolute hardest. I've got to say, Redline will not be particularly pleased, but he's battled with Redline time and time again when it comes to his racing history in sim racing. You've got to remember, R8G means Roman Grosjean. Well, who's behind Team Redline? Of course, it's Max Verstappen. We've got a lot of racing heritage here, battling for second. Unfortunately, one of those crowns in heritage of motorsport is Porsche, and they are pulling away. The crown looks to be heading to them.
Well, Enzo Benito's got a bit of a catch-22 at the moment, because if he passes Erhan Yovski, then he'll lose even more time to Rogers, but if he doesn't pass Erhan Yovski, he'll also lose even more time to Joshua Rogers. I think Benito's probably quicker than Yovski at this stage, who really qualified very well, but hasn't raced so well so far in terms of race pace. Enzo Benito in the slipstream. Will he look for the move right now?
He's got to.
He's not even going to be given it. Yuyovski's going to defend as well, and this is surely signing and sealing, delivering Josh Rogers to the title with Porsche Commander Esports. It's side by side. He's going to gain so much from this. They're still door-to-door on the way through Malmedy, and now this is writing the cheque for Porsche Commander Esports.
Yeah, they've gone. Porsche have this. Joshua Rogers is not the driver to make a mistake. Erhan Yovski, though, he's thinking about his own points. There's contact, though, and Enzo Benito almost under attack from one of the F1 Esports superstars. It's Freddie Rasmussen, who is coming of age, basically, in this championship. He's only been in it for 4 days. He started out struggling. He is building, and Freddie Rasmussen, I hope we see him more in ESL R1, because he is an unbelievable talent, and he's showing himself now.
He certainly is, and he's getting better as time goes on as well. Let's not forget, he wasn't a full season entry for them, and it's been getting on very well in the recent past. So Freddie Rasmussen certainly has a lot more to give in ESL R1, there's no doubt about that. But who's got what left to give in this race? Enzo Benito needs to get through on Erhan Yovski, who is probably going to have some Redline guys chatting to him after this one. I mean, he's totally within his rights to defend, of course. He's not involved in the fight, but Enzo Benito won't be pleased.
Wow, I mean, this is just honestly breathtaking stuff once again. ESL R1 continuing to deliver entertainment, exciting, thrilling action every single time we go racing. Kevin Siggy obviously not being able to assist his teammate. He's actually gone backwards and now might drop back behind Mac Backham. But at the moment, his teammate Enzo Benito might need the help. He's sandwiched between Erhan Yajovski and Freddie Rasmussen. No switches between the two. If Enzo Benito has any hopes of winning this, he needs to clear Yajovski now and somehow put together 3 of the very best laps we have ever seen in the world of sim racing.
It would have to be the biggest turnaround we've ever seen from Enzo Benito here if he were to take this one up the hill. He'll run again. Erhan Yajovski will no doubt defend, but it's nothing but a trivial exercise now. Almost no positions can change. The only battle now in the championship standings is between Miles and G2 Esports, and right now Freddie Rasmussen and Joni Tomola are taking that one. Enzo Benito will now try and go through, and this is an overtake for show more than anything. It's late on the brakes from the Italian. He's up to 2nd place, but what does it matter at this stage? 1.9 seconds very nearly, and it will have to be 2.5 of the greatest laps of his life.
I mean, we're coming through this middle sector. This is where the Porsche tended to struggle a little bit. We saw that a little bit in qualifying. The BMW tends to use a little bit more of its tyres, and I don't think he's going to be able to close that one down. Let's take a look at replay. So this is Erhan Yajovski, inside line, defensive line, trying to fend off Enzo Benito. We're on board with Freddie Rasmussen coming through the middle of this, and it's just so close. Watch this coming through Malmedy.
Completely together, quite literally, on the way out of Malmedy. And great defending once again into Bruxelles from Erhan Yajovski. Just dives it deep into the turn and holds on to that place, much like the way he took the position from Josh Rogers at the start of that race. That was a great pass in towards Bruxelles as well. But unfortunately, that Audi just doesn't look to quite have the race pace that it needs with those around them.
Yeah, I mean, the Audi's actually been fine throughout the week. Of course, it did win in the Drivers' Championship here at the ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. That was on Friday night. The car's not gone under BOP or anything like that. It's the exact same car that it was on Friday. But the thing is RH just haven't made the most of it. Mouse are nearly in finalist mode, and they've made countless mistakes themselves.
And it didn't exactly... well, Beneka didn't win at Spa, did he? He won at Nürburgring, I suppose. But even so, yeah, it's been an all right week for Audi. It's been all right for BMW as well.
Destroy your point, sorry.
But yeah, BMW unfortunately are going to walk away with nothing. It looks like Porsche are going to walk away with the $250,000 for the team's championship. Now the nerves must be unbelievable. Josh Rogers has been in these kind of situations before. He's won iRacing World Championships. He's won Le Mans Virtual in the 24-hour as well. He's won the Supercars E-Series. He's won in almost every category of car you can think of. He's won in GT3s. This won't be any different of a prospect for him. And but it won't be getting this feeling, won't be getting any older to him, will it? It's a quite remarkable place he is in at the moment, with this battle happening behind. Erhan Yajovski's on the outside line again, and he's making his way through again. It's a great battle for 2nd place, but it means almost absolutely nothing.
Yeah, even Enzo Benito knows that this is done. The ship has sailed, unless Joshua Rogers has the most unlucky turn of form. This is Enzo Benito and Team Redline finishing in 2nd here in the team's championship. Erhan Yajovski's had an amazing drive. Unfortunately, Redline will be sat there being like, what are you doing, mate? How dare you fight us? We're trying to battle for the championship. Well, Erhan sat there being like, yeah, I'm trying to battle to get in too. I'm trying to win myself some extra money by battling for positions lower down. I mean, there's, what, 10k between the difference between 6th and 5th?
Yeah, there is, and RG won that, although they're not really in any danger of that with Potter House in 9th and Graham Cowell, or 10th and Graham Cowell in 11th. But yes, absolutely. Side by side, further back. Oh dear, and that's Patrick Holtzman with Joni Tomola. Holtzman getting through into 10th place, by the way. So that's a good move from him, although that was very wide. This is quite a group, isn't it, from 5th place on backwards. It involves Tomola, Casabol, Sigi, as well as Backham as well.
By the way, I think Potter House has had a bit of a problem because as much as he's listed as being 9th, the second of 2 drivers in 9th place, I think he is actually in 12th place, so he will be dropping back. I think he might be a retirement from this race. Obviously, we'll have to wait for confirmation on that one, but it does seem as though we're heading on to the last lap here in the entire competition. It's been 4 thrilling days, but Joshua Rogers is in position to do it.
He certainly is. We've had now 30 races over the course of the 4 days. Josh Rogers has won a staggering percentage of them. He has been on top so many times. Started his week off by winning twice on Thursday. Came so close to the title on Friday. Won twice again yesterday, was the only driver to do so. And now he's leading his team to $250,000. What a drive from Joshua Rogers. What a driver he is. One of the very best we've ever seen in this esport.
Yep, sadly for Maus, for Max Benneker, it doesn't look like he's going to get a chance to get back in the rig. His team just sat in 5th and 10th position on the road. They've tried their hardest, they've tried their damnedest. So have G2 as well. Let's not forget Freddie Rasmussen on the rear end of Enzo Benito. We are watching what is effectively a victory lap from one of the finest drivers in sim racing. It is incredible to see, but also there's switches for those behind. Only Tourmala, I think, has had a couple of problems.
Yeah, it certainly has, and that may change things between Maus and G2. That will be quite close, and we'll calculate that in a few moments. But let's not forget about the other drivers here for Porsche Coanda Esports. It's not just about Josh Rogers. It's also about Dane Warren. It's also about Mitchell de Jong. And it's also about Matt Backham, who won't care that he's running in 11th place right now, because he's about to take a share of that as well. And of course, all of the team involved behind the scene, like Jorn Jens, who will be biting his fingernails off and doing everything else that makes you a bit nervous towards the end of one of these races. Every one of them has contributed to this, and they fully deserve it as well. 2.5 seconds just about for Josh Rogers to just stroke this one home.
Happy times at the moment for Porsche Coanda. It has been a long time coming. The pain of Joshua Rogers being denied on Friday the Drivers' Champion as he comes through this final section. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps. What a drive. He had to do it himself. His team have helped him through the event. It is Porsche Coanda coming through the final corner, and they are the team's champion here at ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco here in Riyadh. It is them on top. Congratulations to Joshua Rogers, Mitchell de Jong, Dane Warren, and Mac Backham.
Absolutely fantastic. It's Coanda again, one of sim racing's very best teams, on top here in ESL R1. Josh Rogers, the one with the pleasure of taking that over the line. They got into finals mode second out of the teams today, but they were the first to take the race win, and they are the champions. They are $250,000 richer. What a drive from Josh Rogers. What a performance from the entire team. Absolutely wonderful.
Hats off, of course, to Team Redline, challenging them all the way through. An embrace between Joshua Rogers and Mac Backham. The Porsche Coanda team running over. You can see Mitchell de Jong, Dane Warren there. Jorn Jens, I'm sure, will be close behind. Of course, a little bit of communication between them, between Erhan Yovski. I'm sure there's a lot of plaudits to be handed out both ways. Joshua Rogers, though, incredible driver. But like you say, you cannot deny the work the team has put into this event.
Absolutely. They're now
Ladies
walking over
and
towards the
gentlemen,
trophy.
in the Gamers8
Let's go
arena,
over to the
make
stage
some
now.
noise for your 2023 ESL R1 at Gamers8 Team Champions, Porsche Coanda Esports Racing Team.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، أعزائنا الحضور، بطل ESL R1 العام 2023 المقدم لكم من أرامكو فريق بورشه كواندا.
I never knew that this is how they do it. Yeah, I don't know. When did you leave? When you were starting, like right after you.
Gentlemen, 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 come over here. Come on, Josh. Come on, mate. I'll come up to you. Why not? Let's go up here. Or do you want me down here? No. You can come up. I mean, that age-old saying, congratulations. Try to put into words how you're feeling right in this moment.
Honestly, I feel like it's a sigh of relief. All the hard work we put in as a team, considering how Friday went, to be able to leave Sunday and go into Season 2 of ESL R1 with this, I feel like it's the best way we could have started it. And yeah, I'm just so grateful for all these guys here, everyone in the background. Jörn, unfortunately, Nina had to leave for a flight, but yeah, just thank you to everyone. And it's we couldn't do any of this without each other or any of them people. It's, I don't know. It's hard to say words, isn't it?
Remember, in Arabic, it's actually مبروك when we say congratulations. So مبروك to all of you. لكن الحين أعزائنا المشاهدين، فريق بورش كواندا حقق النصر في بطولة ESL R1 هنا معنا في هذه اللحظة. فعلا مستوى عظيم قدموه، واخذنا مقابلة مع المتسابق معنا جوش راجلز. نبغى نعرف كيف شعوره. قال أكيد شعور عظيم إنه قدر يختتم يوم الأحد في هذه اللحظة ويحقق النصر. يقول بأكثر من طريقة يعني كيف نقدر ننهي هذا اليوم بهذه اللحظة وبهذا الإنجاز العظيم. وكان حتى برضه يتمنى انه يجلس مده اطول قبل يروح رحلته عشان يقدر يستمتع اكثر في هذه الاجواء العظيمه.
Well, guys, you know, one final thing. You've said thank you, but I just want to give you this opportunity. You know, the floor is yours. Would you like to say anything to your fans, to your friends, family who have been supporting you throughout your entire journey up to this point in ESL R1?
Oh man, put me on the spot. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just such a huge team effort, and you know, to get to this point, sim racing is growing quite a bit, and you know, to be on the big stage, like you watch some of the other games growing up as well. It's such a cool feeling just to be here. The sacrifice that everyone makes to be here. We are fortunate enough to have a really great day where we can go home celebrating. You know, it could have gone another way as well, but if you look at the big picture, it's amazing to be in this situation. So thankful to everyone that got us here. Yeah, it's just a huge sigh of relief and such a really cool thing.
نبغى نعرف الرسالة اللي حاب يوصلها لكل الداعمين، لكل من وقف معهم ودعمهم إلى أن يوصلون لهذه المرحلة، وقال شكرا لكل من كان معنا. وأكيد أن هذه البطولة بطولة فريق، الكل كان داعم له إلى من حقق الإنجاز. من جد عمل فريق كان مذهل، الكل اشتغل كأنه لاعب حرفيا، كأنه متسابق واحد. فمن جد يستاهلون النصر. المبروك لكم مرة ثانية، مبروك to all of you.
Well, congratulations once again, or Mabruk, as he keeps saying. That's good. Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm getting better. But once again, everyone in the Gamers8 arena, one last time, make some noise for your champions, Porsche Coanda Esports Racing Team. And with that being said, thank you so much to everyone who took part in this entire endeavor, this entire show. It's been absolutely phenomenal to be a part of. Thank you so much to all of the drivers, the talent, the production for building this. It's been absolutely fantastic. But most of all, thank you to all of you, the fans, for watching and supporting all of your favorite drivers throughout the competition. You are bringing this esport to new heights, and we can't thank you enough for it. So for now, my name is Banks, and this is Atik. And this is Porsche Coanda Esports Racing Team. And we're going to send it back over to the desk to round out ESL R1 at Gamers8.
رحلة كانت عظيمة بكل لحظاتها وبكل الثواني اللي كانت فيها واللي عشناها. من جد استمتعنا فيها، إنجازات كبيرة شفناها، وحتى برضو التاريخ صنعناه هنا معنا في هذا الحدث في جيمرز 8 في هذه بطولة ESL R1 المقدمة لكم من أرامكو. أبطال هذه الرحلة زي ما تعرفنا عليهم هم بورش كواندا. لكن شكرا لكم جميعا على دعمكم، على تواجدكم وعلى حضوركم هنا معنا. إن شاء الله أنكم برضو استمتعتوا في هذه الرحلة. لكن الحين أعزائنا المشاهدين خلونا ننتقل على الاستديو نشوف تفاصيل هذه الرحله. كان معكم مقدمكم باللغه العربيه عتيق، ومعنا مقدمنا برضو باللغه الانجليزيه بانكس، وابطالنا اكيد من فريق بورش كواندا. الحين خلونا ننتقل على الاستديو.
Consistency, fantastic drive and incredible performances here throughout ESL R1 live from Gamers8. Porsche Coanda looking way too strong. But once again, my name is Jasmine. I'm joined alongside Jardier, and we have a special guest, none other than Mr. Jeffrey Rietveld himself. Jeffrey, I need to ask you, obviously commiserations to yourself and the rest of the Team Redline boys, but what did you make of Porsche Coanda's journey throughout the entire tournament, not just that race there?
They've been very quick, especially Josh and Warren. Yeah, they've been on top of their game, and I mean the win from Josh in Spa as well, with all that pressure. I mean, yeah, hats off to him.
And heading into this tournament, I know myself and you were chatting, and you have essentially taken every possible step to replicate the experience when you are at LAN as well. Do you feel the difference when you are trying to replicate the hardware and those kinds of elements when it comes to transferring, obviously, into a country you've probably never been to before, with so many different changes? Like, you have an incredible stage, hefty prize pool as well, being there amongst all of the drivers.
Yeah, for sure. What I personally did is I bought the monitor with my own money, just to make sure that you have the correct feeling. From the organizers, we get like a sheet with all the measurements, how the pedals are set up and stuff. So I just, for this event, replicated everything at home. And I think it showed. Like the first few laps I did on the rig here at the first practice day, yeah, it immediately felt good. A lot better than in season 1, for me at least. So I think that definitely paid off.
Jeffrey, mate, tell me one thing. You're doing sim racing for some time now. You finished second, but you still won $150,000 for your team. How does it make you feel, especially in sim racing?
Yeah, it's an amazing feeling, of course. I think I can speak for my teammates as well, that we can be very happy with second place, because yeah, we simply lack top speed with the BMW compared to the Porsche, so we knew that it was going to be very difficult to win the event. And then, yeah, second is literally the best we could have done. I think we all performed well. We all had ups and downs throughout the event, and I think taking second with the car we have currently, I think it's great. And I mean, the money, of course, it's an insane prize pool for us, and yeah, it makes a huge difference in our lives for sure, at least for me personally.
Well, mentioning the cars in particular, I want you to talk us through the process when it comes to buffing, nerfing, adjusting the different cars in the wonderful world that is Rennsport. What does that process kind of look like for you guys as drivers?
Yeah, sure. So before every event, a couple of weeks before the event, there's a balance of performance test. In that test, every team is not allowed to drive his or her own car. So in our case, we normally drive the BMW, so we are only allowed to drive with the Merc, the Audi, and with the Porsche. And what we do is you basically practice with the car, because of course you need to get used to it, right? And then yeah, the organizer will set up host sessions online in which yeah, you have to do the best lap time possible. Yeah, then all the data gets collected, and then based on that, adjustments are made both to like the power of the car as well as the kilos.
All right, well, Jeffrey, I'm going to come back to you a little bit sooner, because I know Porsche Coanda are well and truly celebrating. We're going to leave the boys to it, but we want to hear from their manager and what kind of congratulations are underway.
I'm here with Jorn Jens, Porsche Coanda ESL R1 team champions. Tell us, how does it feel?
Absolutely amazing. Everyone gave their best. They all performed so well today, and I'm just happy, totally.
I mean, such disappointment on Friday with Josh just missing out on the Drivers' Championship. God, did you make a statement coming back today?
Yeah, I mean, when he got late into the car now for the last 2 races, he did an absolutely amazing job, and then bringing this home with this amazing drive in the final race is insane.
It's a perfect strategy from you guys. Like we spoke about before, putting Josh in the car when you needed it. You knew he was his strongest. They were your strongest driver, and he delivered.
Yeah, what to say? Yeah, I don't know. I don't have words.
Speechless. And it's not just Josh, of course. It's everybody. It's Mitchell. Yeah. It's Dane. It's Mac. I mean, what do you say to? I mean, how would you describe your team?
Yeah, I mean, they are all working so well together. Like also in the preparation for this event, practicing, making everyone faster, and yeah. Just collecting all the points today, that was all an amazing job by all the guys. And also collecting $250,000. Yeah, that is absolutely amazing. I mean, the guys deserve it so much. That's incredible.
Go and enjoy it with your team. Congratulations, Jorn. Thank you so much. Guys, back to you in the studio.
A fantastic moment of celebration, and once again, congratulations go in way of Porsche Coanda. It's been a grueling task for them to climb all the way up to the top, but revisiting the final team championship standings here at ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. You see Team Redline, they definitely put in a fantastic fight, but unfortunately, despite having finalist mode first and foremost, Porsche Coanda were able to close things out. So do not be fooled by the point system that's there on your screen. Porsche Coanda still do indeed take away the victory. Jeffrey, I'm sorry, I don't mean to rub it in, bro. I'm sorry if it feels like that or if it comes across like that, but I have to say, yourself individually, incredible performance we've seen throughout the duration of ESL R1. What does the preparation for yourself and the team look like heading into this event? Talk me through your daily schedule.
Yeah, so for this event, of course, we first had to do the BOP test that I talked about earlier, which was, I think, 3 weeks ago. And after that, you go into full preparation mode with your own car, right? So, yeah, it's just driving many hours a day, practicing every track, practicing certain conditions in the race. Yeah, just fine-tuning everything. There's always something to learn, even after, like, we've been driving the same tracks for quite a while now, and still we are finding little details in the driving that give you a few hundreds extra. And I mean, the competition is so tough. It's the best sim racers in the world by far. I think it's the toughest competition we've ever seen in sim racing. So you need all these little details to go your way, right, in order to win. So yeah, yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Jeffrey, tell me, we have seen such amazing racing from our team. We saw so much emotion as well, especially from Kevin Siggy through the competition. Tell me, what is your secret to be so calm all the 4 days?
I think it's just who I am, to be honest. I must say that during the online season, I was like a lot more nervous when driving. I don't know why. My heart rate was higher, and I felt more pressure for some reason. But yeah, since I've set everything up correctly at home, yeah, everything clicked for me. And then if you get into the rig here and you notice instantly, like, hey, it feels the same, it gives you a lot of confidence, right? And I think that showed for me personally in this event.
How about coming into this event? Were there any teams that really surprised you with their performance throughout, or do you think you had anticipated that everyone would do as they did?
I think REG is a little bit disappointing in terms of the final result, because they've been very strong with all their drivers in this event. We had a very rough day yesterday and like barely made it to today, because we had a lot of bad luck and also some stupid mistakes. And today I think we were a lot more clinical and had like good results throughout. And REG suffered from issues we had yesterday basically, right? So I think REG a little bit underwhelming. Otherwise, the top 6 teams were the top 6 teams I would have guessed before the event, to be honest. So yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us, Jeffrey. But the show is not over yet. It is time to announce our KFC's Colonel's Choice for best overtake of the day. And without further ado, it is Joni Tormela from G2 with Joni versus the world, essentially. That 3-person overtake on Monza was absolutely beautiful, Jardier.
That was beautiful. Like, Joni read that situation in front of him so amazingly and used it for his advantage. What a job. 3 cars fighting in front of him, including his teammate. And it was like, you know what, guys, enjoy this. I'm going through. Fantastic driving from Joni. Fantastic.
I think they're making the most of the bad situation that he was ultimately in. I believe he was 8th on our starting grid, climbing all the way up to 4th as well. So props do indeed go his way. But that is not all. We also have our best defensive move of the day as well. And I don't know about you, Jeffrey, but were you surprised to see Sebastian Job head into this tournament looking as strong as he was, considering he joined like less than halfway through online rounds?
I wouldn't say I was surprised. I mean, Sebastian is very talented, super fast in every simulator he has ever driven. Yeah, I mean, online he already showed great pace, right? Even though he only did a few races. So for me, it's definitely not a surprise to see him up there.
Well, this was Sebastian Job versus Luke Bennett in race number 5 of today over on Nürburgring. Job ending up taking 2nd position as well. I think props definitely go in way to him, especially when we consider the fact that over on day number 2, I think it was, he said that, you know what, during Drivers' Championship, I haven't found my groove. I'm not feeling the most confident, but you know what? I'm starting to feel it very, very slowly. So I think that adaptation, that brief moment of time in order for the drivers to adapt to the weather, the venue, the conditions, I think is absolutely important to take note of as well. But let's go ahead and take a look at our Gadia MVP of the day for the fastest lap times across each of our tracks. And who holds the fastest lap time record? Jardier, I'm going to come to you again. Do you think you could beat any of these lap times?
Why are you doing this to me?
I just want to see some confidence, man.
I mean, like, let them not drive anymore for the next 10 years and maybe, you know, maybe. But no, what an absolute performance for every driver this event. Like, I think everyone, even person who finished on the last position should be so proud of themselves because such a pressure, such an event, across the world racing, sim racing, and delivering such a good result, massive respect.
Well, you know what, Jeffrey, I've got a little bit of a surprise, maybe not a surprise, for you. Our overall fastest lap times throughout the duration of this tournament. Can you do me one last drum roll? There we go, Jeffrey. How are you feeling about that one, homie?
It's not bad, is it?
Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad. 10K under your name.
It's not bad. No, it's a great prize for sure, right?
Yeah.
For just doing a fastest lap. I mean,
were there any
I'll take
tracks in particular that you were really hardcore focusing, practicing your fastest lap times on heading into this?
No, you need to be prepared on every track. If I would only prepare for 2 tracks or something, no, that wouldn't have been correct.
Was there a moment of concern that somebody might be able to beat your fastest lap time?
Definitely, yeah, because it's very hard to tell, like, how people are going to going into qualifying, because it's like you can take more risk, and but then there's like the risk of having an off track, right? And then you start last, and it's mainly in this championship about being consistent. So you can't really take that risk. So it's very hard to determine like what the fastest lap is going to be.
Yeah. Would you say the Monza was your strongest track?
I would like to say Hockenheim was my best.
Oh.
Even though I think if I would look result based, it's probably Monza. Feeling wise, I think Hockenheim, but I just didn't deliver as good as I could.
I think you still should be super proud of yourself because like the results we have seen through the whole tournament, especially Jasmine was always saying my boy, my homie, Jeffrey Rietveld, and you made it work.
Go on, fist bump me, homie. Fist bump.
Fist bump.
Nice,
All
nice. Great performance from yourself and from the team. Once again, let's go ahead and revisit our prize pool and how everything panned out here at Gamers8. $250,000 go in way of Porsche Coanda. Once again, the biggest congratulations to them. Jeffrey, 150K for you fellas. What's the plan? What are you going to spend the prize money on?
I cannot speak for my teammates. For myself, I will probably just invest the money, which is a very boring answer, but...
It's an adult answer, but it's a smart answer, so props to you. Thank you so much for joining us here on the desk. Jardier, yourself as well. It's been an absolute pleasure to be joined alongside you. I've had a whale of a time, homie. How's it been on the desk?
Pleasure, absolutely super awesome. Actually, like, I don't know what's harder, being here or driving in a car.
Definitely driving in the car. Let me tell you that. A lot more stressful, hot, definitely racing. Well, my name has been Jasmine. It's been my absolute pleasure to once again be your ESL R1 host here at the desk. And guys, thank you so much again. I want to give a very big shout out to my other members of talent that have absolutely nailed it this event, as well as our incredible production team, all of our sponsors. Thank you and good night.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. baby, I'll fight for us.
He wants to eliminate Team He's made it work!
As they head through towards Malmedy.
Can he make it stick the long way around?